Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 71 of Java for Tester series, that is, what are classes and objects in Java. What are classes and objects in Java? So what are classes, what are objects? At a high level, class is a template. Okay, class is nothing but a template, guys. For what? What is the purpose of the template? Okay, class is a template, and what is its purpose? Class is a template for creating objects in Java, guys. In order to create objects in Java, we have to use class, which is nothing but a template. Okay, class is a template using which we can create objects in Java. So what is an object? So what is an object? Object, when created using class template, will become, okay, object is an instance of the class. So they are both related, guys. Here class and object are both related. Okay, class is a template using which we can create objects, whereas object is an instance of the class. Object is an instance of the class. So let me take one example, guys. You may not be able to understand these two statements at this moment, but after my example, you will understand why class is a template and how it can create objects and all. Okay, and how object is an instance of the class also you'll understand after this example. So let me take one example, guys. This is not an example related to Java, guys, but this real-time representation of something here will make you understand class and objects in detail. Let's say, guys, let's say you wanted to build a house. Okay, there is a colony here. Let's consider this as a colony, guys. Okay, very big colony, you can say. Lot of compound spaces there here, and a lot of houses can be constructed in this colony. Okay, currently it's kind of empty here, as you can see. There is no house or building built in this particular colony at the moment. So you wanted to build a house in this particular colony, and you went to an engineer. Okay, so the engineer has come up with some building plan. He has created some plan, guys. Okay, some plan. I'm just representing the plan in this way. Okay, so some floors of the building and all. Okay, like this. The building was something like this. He just created a plan, guys. This is assume that it's not a picture or something. It's a plan for building the building. Okay, he has given the height, width, and all those measurements for building the building here. Okay, building an house here. So using this plan, you have built an house here. Okay, let's say you have built an house here. Using this plan given by the engineer, you have built an house. Tomorrow, some other person even want to build an house beside your house in this particular colony. He also went to the engineer, he took the plan, and according to the plan, he created another house. Okay, his house. His house was near to your house. Like that, many people started going to this engineer, and they took the plan from the engineer and started building their own houses. Like this, multiple houses got built in this particular colony. Okay, different buildings. I'm just representing at a high level, guys. It's not a real building, but okay, it looks appropriate, right? I'm just representing it as a building. Okay, fine. So like different buildings were built in this colony. Okay, different buildings got built in this colony by different people. So let me just keep on adding the buildings so that this colony will be occupied with different buildings. Okay. So here, guys, how did the buildings got developed or built? Okay, these are the real buildings, guys. Here, this is a plan. Okay, using this plan, by using this plan given by the engineer as a template, this real buildings got created. So here, what is a class and what is an object, guys? When you compare this real example, real world example with this class and object, okay, which one you will choose as a class and which one you will choose as a object, guys? As I said here, class is a template for creating objects. Here, plan is a kind of template used for building the houses, right? So what is an object? Object is a byproduct of this plan, right? Is an instance of this class. Here object is an instance of the class. Here each and every object is a byproduct of this plan, right? So here, so what is a class and what are the objects? So this plan is a class, guys. Okay, when you compare this class and object here, the relation between the class and object here in the real world, this building plan given by the engineer is the class. Okay, because here class is a template, here plan is also a template. Okay, here plan is a template for creating the houses, whereas here class is a template for creating objects. So here different buildings, real world buildings are the objects. Okay, objects, object 1, object 2, like that. Okay, different objects, object, all the houses here are the objects, like this, guys. Now you may be in a position to understand the definition of the class and object, guys, after this example. Class is a template, okay, like a plan for creating objects, for creating houses. Okay, object is an instance of the class. Object is in this house is a byproduct of this plan, such kind of thing. Okay, so class is a template for creating objects, whereas object is an instance of the class. Okay, so this kind of relation we have in Java. Okay, now since you understood what is a class and what is an object at a high level, okay, now let's move on with the next things, where I would like to demonstrate, okay, in practically. This is all theoretical part to make you understand in Java what exactly is a class and what is an object and what is the relation between this class and object. Okay, this is a real example I made you understand. Okay, how class is a template and how it can create objects. In the similar way, we can create by using the engineer's plan, we can build the houses. The same way in Java, guys, by using the class as a template, we can create objects. Okay, that's what my intention is all about. So we are done with this theoretical explanation of classes and object and their relationship in Java. Now let's move to the practical part where I will be, okay, create a class, and using this class as a template, created class as a template, I am going to, okay, build or create multiple objects. That's the main practical thing that I want to show you right away. So let me open this Eclipse IDE, and there is no project here. Let me create a new project, guys. So for that, I have to say file, new, then I have to say project, okay. And this new project dialog will come, wizard will come, where I have to select this Java folder, expand this Java folder and select this Java project folder. Then I have to click on next button. Then it will ask for the project name, my Java project. I will give any project name, guys. I can give any name here, okay. My Java project, I will say, okay. Now I will say click on finish. So the project will be created here, guys. Java project got created here. Expand it. As you can see under SRC, there are no classes here. There are no Java files which have the classes, right? So let's create a new Java file, that is new class. Right click on SRC and select new class option here. When you do that, it will ask for the new Java class dialog will come and it will ask for the class name. I would like to give the class name as demo for now. Okay, I would like to give the class name as demo for now. And without selecting anything, I will click on the finish button. Fine. So now in this demo.java file, we have this class named demo got created. Okay, here as you can see, the name of the Java file and the name of the class are same. That's fine. And inside this demo class, I would like to create a main method. So public static void main string of aux. Okay, this is a way you have to create the main method, guys. Okay, so inside this main method, okay, this main method is the place from where the execution will start in Java, guys. That's why we have to create this inside the classes every time. Okay, that's fine. Now, guys, I don't want to use this demo class as a template for creating the objects. Okay, class is a template for creating the objects. That's correct. Okay, but in this example, I don't want to use this demo class. I can use this demo class also as a template for creating objects, guys. For making your understanding better, I don't want to use this demo class as a template for creating objects, guys. Instead, in the same this Java file, in the same Java file, okay, I would like to create another class. Okay, here already one class is there with the name demo, guys. The single Java file, I can create multiple classes, guys. Okay, so I would like to also cover that you can create multiple classes inside the same Java file. So here for now we have the demo class, but I want to create another class. The purpose of me creating another class here is to use that class as a template for creating the objects, guys. Okay, use that new class, the other class that I'm going to create now, for using that as a template. I want to create a template class here. Okay, I don't want to use a demo class as a template for creating objects. Rather, I want to create another class in the same demo.java file, using which I will use that particular new class as a template for creating objects later on. Okay, so let me start creating another class inside the same demo.java file. So I will use the same syntax, guys. Public class demo is there here. I will use the same thing here. It will result in some errors, guys. Don't worry. I will tell you why the errors are coming and how to resolve them. I want to create a class like name car, guys. Okay, class with the name car. Public class car. This is the class name, and this will make this name as a class. Okay, that's fine. Inside this car class also, you see already you are getting some error, guys, right? You're already getting some error. The public type car must be defined in its own file. You're getting some error. I'll explain you why you are getting that error. So before that, so in the demo class, we already have this public static void main. Similarly, in the car class also, I will create a main method. Okay. Otherwise, I'll copy paste the same main method here like this. That's fine. That's fine. Now we have two classes in the same demo.java file. We have two classes. One is a demo class. Another one is a car class. But there is an error coming with the car class, guys. The reason for this error is that, okay, with the new class, okay, when there are multiple classes in the Java, okay, when there are multiple classes in the same Java file, okay, the class name which is matching with the Java file name, that is here demo.java is matching with the demo class name. The name of the Java file is matching with the class name here. That class should only have this public access specifier. All the other classes other than the classes which, okay, all the other classes other than the classes which have the name same as the Java file name should not have, okay, other classes should not have the public access specifier. Only the class which is having the name as the Java file name should have the public access specifier, and all the other multiple classes inside the same Java file should not have this public access specifier. That is number one rule, guys. If you are creating multiple classes inside the same Java file, if you are creating multiple classes inside the same Java file, then only the class which is having the name which is equal to the name of the Java file should have the public access specifier. All the other remaining classes, okay, should not have this public access specifier. Here, as we already know, demo is matching with this demo.java, that is class name demo is matching with file name demo.java. Then it is fine, guys. It's fine to have this public access specifier here. But here, car class is not matching with this demo.java. That means you should not be providing this public access specifier, guys. Okay. I'll explain about this public access specifier in detail in the upcoming videos. For now, just understand the rules, okay, for creating the multiple classes in Java. Okay, you should not have this public access specifier. You see the error got resolved immediately when I removed this public here before this other class which doesn't have the name equal to this Java file name. You see the error got resolved. Now the next thing, okay, next thing that need to be corrected in this program when you have multiple classes in the same Java file is when you try to run this demo.java, right click run as Java application, you see Java will be confused, guys. Okay, instead of running it, it is asking you select Java application, which one you want to run. Either you want to run this car class or demo class. Why it's asking me, guys? Why this Java is asking me to select either car or demo here? The reason here is these two classes, that is demo class and car class, have public static void main methods. You see, when you run something, the execution should start from the main method. But here there are two main methods. One main method is inside the demo class, whereas the other main method is inside the car class. So Java is now confused whether which class I have to use, have to run, which main method I have to run, whether the main method in the demo class or main method in the car class. That's the problem, guys. So here, to make this simplify, the simple rule here is that we should not have multiple main methods, guys. Okay, to avoid this, we should not have the multiple main methods inside the different classes in the same Java file. So which one I have to remove? Do I have to remove this one or do I have to remove this one? Which one I have to remove? Okay, so the answer for this one is that, okay, public access specifier class should have this main method, guys. Okay, the class which is having this public access specifier should have this main method. The car which doesn't have this public access specifier should not have this main method. Okay, simply remove this. This is the second rule, guys. Okay, have only main method inside the class which is specified with the public access specifier and whose class name is equal to the Java file name. And other class, you should not keep this main method. Okay, that's the number 2 rule. Okay, first rule is that only the class names which are matching with the Java file name should have the public access specifier. And second rule is that main method should be only inside the classes which have the public access specifier only. Okay, fine. Now the class looks very simple. The new class looks very simple, like it doesn't have any public access specifier and it doesn't have any main method. Simply it says car class car and opening and closing circular brackets. So when you try to run, this will run this time, guys. Okay, it doesn't give any pop-up. You see, it will run. Okay, since there is nothing inside the main method, it got executed also. Okay, so only one main method, it will take the decision and directly run the demo. This main method inside this demo class. Fine. Now, guys, what is the purpose of me creating this new class inside the same demo.java file? Why did I create another class? Because I wanted to use this car class as a template for creating the objects, guys. So did I create any template so far? No, only the body, only the outer layer got created for this class, guys. For the car class, you can see starting curly brace and opening, closing curly brace is there, but there is nothing inside this car. I have to create a template inside this car class template, guys. Okay, car class. How to do that? Creating a template is nothing but creating a template for this car class is nothing but creating the properties, guys. Properties means variables and methods. Okay, I have to create the variables and methods inside this car class. Then the car class will become a template. Okay, let's create the template for this car class now by creating the properties, that is variables and methods inside this car class. So let's start with string car model. Okay, a realistic examples I will give, guys. Car have some model. Every car has a model, right? So string car model and int cost, the price of the price of the car. Okay, and string color of the car. Okay, I can give many more variables also, guys, but I don't want to like give more because I just want to show you with an example. Okay, this for example purpose only. I don't want to depict the entire car. Okay, at a high level I would like to take these 3 variables and then I want to have some methods also inside this car class. Okay, so for that I will create some methods like what I will create public void start car. Okay, public void start car, and then I will say another method I will create public void stop car. Okay, public void, this is a method name, guys. Okay, one method name, second method name, and I'm going to create another method that is public void car details. Now I don't have any body inside this, like I don't have anything inside this the 3 different methods. So I will start writing something into this method size. Okay, so here I will say system.out.println. When this car details method is called, I'll print something like this. Okay, system.out.println. The model of the car is plus this car model. Okay, this model. And system.out.println. The cost of the car is plus this cost. Okay, and you can actually make it more readable by using like car cost, car color, like that. Okay, car cost. Then the next one is system.out.println. The color of the car is plus car color. Okay, like this. 3 things I created. So when you call this car details, it will print all the details of the car. that is model of the car, color of the car, cost of the car, everything will be printed. Now, when you call the start car, it will simply start the car. So how can we know that this particular method has been called? For that, I'm just putting a print statement, sample print statement. It says this car model started. Simple guys, okay? When this car model started printed, then we'll know that this method got called. And stop car also I will do the same thing. System.out.println car model, this car model plus stopped. Okay, just stopped. Fine. Now we have the template guys. This is the template guys. This is nothing but the template. Okay, this is a class and it will now act as a template because it has some properties like variables and methods. Okay. Now guys, using this template, we can create objects. Using this car class template, now we can create objects guys. So what is a class? Class is a template like a building plan given by the engineer. Class is a template for creating their engineer plan will be used for creating the houses. Whereas here class template can be used for creating what guys? Objects. Okay, we can create objects using this car class template. Okay, which has its properties and methods.Ine. Now this is a separate class. Okay. Now in this other class, that is demo class, inside this main method, okay, where we can write the programming logic, inside this main method we can create the objects guys. We have to create objects inside the methods only. Okay, you cannot create objects outside the methods. You have to create the objects inside the methods. So here this is a different class, this is a different class, and I want to use this car class template, and I want to use this car class template for creating the objects inside this demo class. Okay, so inside this main method I will create the objects guys. You should not be creating the objects outside the methods. Okay, you should be creating the method objects inside the method itself. So in the demo class inside this main method, so I want to create an object for this. I want to create objects using this car class template. So how to create the objects? How to create the objects for this car class template? So for that guys, Java is providing a keyword. Okay, an operator you can say. There is an operator known as, in Java there is an operator known as new operator. Okay, in Java there is an operator known as this new operator, using which we can create objects. This, what is the purpose of this new operator in Java guys? This new operator using which we can create objects. It creates objects using the car class template guys. Okay, using this new operator, okay, we can create objects for the class template. Okay, without this operator we cannot use the template. This class template will be used by that new operator for creating the object size. Okay, so how to use that new operator then? How to use this new operator for creating the objects? Simple guys, you have to simply say new followed by this operator guys in Java for creating the objects for the given class. Now I will copy the car, this class name, that is car, which I would like to use as a template for creating objects. I have copied it and paste it here. Okay, and provide after this class name, you just need to provide the opening and closing circular brackets and put a semicolon. That's it guys. New, create a new object for which class? Car class. That's it guys. Okay, this statement will create object. Okay, new object will be created for car class. Fine. So that's fine. So this new operator is now creating the object for this car class. That's correct. Now when you hover the mouse on this, okay, so otherwise when you say is equal to, okay, so before that let me explain. New car you are saying, that means I said that this new operator will create an object for this car class. Okay, so like this. So let's say this is your computer memory. Somewhere in the memory, okay, this new operator will create an object for this car class. So in this object memory somewhere, okay, object will be created. Okay, some space, memory space will be allocated for this object guys. Okay, some object got created guys. Okay, this is one object you can say we can say this as object 1. Okay, the memory, in your computer's memory, some memory got reserved for your object. Okay, and what is a class here? car class. For the car class, an object has been created in the memory. Some memory got reserved for this car object. So how to refer? How to refer this memory location? We should give some name to this memory, right? Some object got created. Okay, this new operator has created some object for this car class. But how to refer this? How to actually access this object memory? Some reference should be there. Okay, some reference should be there using which some reference name should be there using which we can access this memory out of this computer memory. For that, you have to assign this newly created object. Okay, you have to assign this car object to a reference variable. A reference variable, guys. I will give some name, guys. Let's say Maruti. Okay, I'll give some name as Maruti. So this is a reference. This is a reference name using which we can access this object. Okay, so this is a Maruti. So guys, here car is a class template. Okay, it is a class. Car is a class which will act as a template. Using this template class, we are creating the object using the new operator. This new operator, when creates an object using this car class template in the computer memory, this kind of memory will be reserved for this object. Whatever the new object that got created, okay, it will be created. But how to refer or access this one? So for that, we have to assign this newly created object to a variable. Okay, variable or reference variable you can say here. Okay, object reference. You can simply call this Maruti as an object reference because this reference variable refers to the object. Okay, object reference. That's why this is a reference variable which refers to the object. That's why you can call that as object reference. Okay, it's an object reference. We also created an object reference now, using which we can refer to the object created by this new operator for this car class template. Okay, but guys, I'm getting an error because every variable or object reference in Java need to be defined. So with what type we have to define this object reference or variable? So over the mouse, okay, create local variable Maruti. You see car class. We have to define this variable with the same class name. That is car Maruti is equal to new car. This is the object creation statement. Together, okay, sorry. Together, this complete statement can be called as object creation statement. Okay, this complete statement car Maruti is equal to new car is known as object creation statement. In this statement, the new operator will create the object for the car class using this syntax, and whatever the object got created, we have to access it using the object reference. That is a variable kind of thing or object reference. This variable name or object reference will refer to the object created by this new operator. And since we have to define this variable, okay, with some data type. So here, since this object reference or variable, okay, object reference or variable holds the object of the car class, we have to define this object reference or variable with which class? Car class itself. Okay, like this, guys, this entire statement will become a object creation statement. Okay, fine. Now the next thing here is, similarly, I created only one object now. Okay, I created one object for this. Okay, one object for this car class template. I just use the reference variable name as Maruti. Now the next one I want to use is I want to create another object creation statement, guys. That is, I will say new car. This will create the new object. This is the first object created for the car class, guys. This is the second object that I'm going to create. Okay, when you say new car, in this computer memory, another memory location will be reserved, and this is the second object. It doesn't have any name so far, but it is a second object created for the car class in the computer memory. And we have to refer to this another object created for the car class also. So we have to give some reference variable or object reference here. The same thing will happen, guys, is equal to, okay, Benz, I will say, okay, Benz. And I have defined this Benz object reference with the same class name, that is car. This will become the second object creation statement. Now, this is the second object creation statement in this example. Now the third one I will create, okay, I will create another object for the car class template like this. Using the new operator, I can create the object for this car class, and is equal to, I will say, because when an object that is another object got created in this memory location, that is, let's say some xyz object, that is object 3 I will say for now, and this object need to be referred. Okay, for that we need some object reference, that is kind of variable. Here we created the object reference as Benz. Here as you can see here, Benz is object reference for referring to the second object created for this car class template. And now for the third object I want to also use another object reference for referring to this third object created. I will call this as Audi, guys. Okay, Audi. So here I will say Audi is equal to, okay, since this Audi object reference is storing the object of this car class, I have to define this Audi object reference with the car class name. Okay, I am defining this guy. This is a type of the object reference. Okay, the type of the object reference is car class. The type of this Benz object reference is car class. The type of the Audi object reference is the car class. So this is the third object creation statement. Fine. Like this, I created 3 objects and each and every object has an object reference now. And these are the 3 object creation statements. So I can clear them out for now because you understood it so far. Okay. So now that's fine. So what we can do with this, there are 3 objects created and each and every object is referred by this, referenced by this variable names. That is object reference names. That is Maruti, Benz and Audi. Using this object references, we can do few things. That is, you see, using this object reference, we can initialize these variables, guys. Okay, for each and every object, these values will be different. Maruti car model will not be same as the Benz car model, right? Benz car model will not be same as the Audi car model. All the car models of these different okay companies will be different, and the price of the Maruti cars will be different. The price of the Benz car will be different. Okay, Benz cars will be different, and the price of the Audi cars will be different, and the color of the different cars may be different. So for each and every object, there are going to be different properties, right? These properties are going to work differently for different objects. And how to do that? How to specify those things? Like the cost of the Maruti car or model, or the cost of the Benz car model, etc., etc. Okay, by using this object references, we can do that, guys. Okay, because using this object references only, we can refer to these objects. Here we cannot read these objects without this object references, guys. We have to use this object references. Let's say, for example, I will use this object references, object reference Maruti here. I'll copy paste here and simply say dot, guys. When I say dot Maruti dot, okay, all the properties inside this car class will come here. This template, whatever we created here, it has 3 variable properties and 3 method properties. All these things will be displayed here. You see, when you say Maruti dot, car color came, car cost came, car model came. Okay, 3 came. And apart from that, we also got 3 methods here. That is car details. This is one method, and start car and stop car. All the 3 methods are also came. Okay, now I'll start with, guys. I will start with the car model. Maruti dot car model is equal to. This is how we have to use, guys. Okay, Maruti dot car model is equal to. I have to give the car model name. Let's say I will give Swift VDI is a car model. Then Maruti dot car cost is equal to 8 lakhs. Okay. Then I will say Maruti dot car color is equal to car model, car cost, car color is equal to some. I will give some red color. Okay. Similarly, using the same object reference, I can call these methods. That is start car, stop car, and car details. And just to differentiate, guys, I will give some kind of line here. So this, along with these details, this line will also be printed. Okay, fine. So now let me call the methods inside this car template using this object reference. So here, guys, when I say Maruti dot car model is equal to Swift VDI, here what will happen is car model is equal to Swift VDI. This will be added. Okay. Then the next one, car cost is equal to 8 lakhs will be added. then car color is equal to red color will be added. So in this object, using this object reference, that is Maruti, we have stored these three different values of this particular object. Okay, that is 50 VDA, 8 lakhs, and red. Similarly, using the Benz also, we can do the same thing. That is, if I say Benz dot car model, it has its own car model, right? Let's say Benz A class. Okay, Benz A class, I will say. Then I will give Benz dot car cost is equal to, okay, some 30 lakhs, let me give for now. So Benz dot car color is equal to, let me give this as black. Okay, done. Now what will happen here, guys? In the object, this second object, which is referenced using this Benz, using this object reference, we have added the car model as Benz A class, then car cost as some 30 lakhs. Okay, all these values are getting stored in the object, guys, object memory. Okay, and car color as some black. Okay, every object has its own object memory, and using this object references, we can object this memory location, object memory location, and we can store the values for each and individual objects. Okay, these are the real objects you can feel right now. Now class is a template, and as you can see, these are the instance of the classes. Okay, or using that car class template, we are able to create this multiple object. Using the template, we are able to create this multiple objects which can store the properties of the car, like car model, cost, color, and this object values may be different from this object values. And coming to the third one, Audi, let's also do the same. Audi dot car model is equal to, okay, some superhero, I'll say. Okay, so it's not there, but I'm just taking it for example, guys. Okay, then Audi dot car cost is equal to 40 lakhs. Then Audi dot car color is equal to some blue. Like this, three different things I added. So now in the object, in this third object memory, which is referenced by this Audi object reference, using this object reference, we are able to add the property values as for the car model as superhero model, and then car cost as 40 lakhs, then car color as some blue. Okay, fine. Now this is fine. Now apart from this properties, that is variable properties, we also have the methods, and this also will become the part of the objects, guys. Okay, this also will become this methods will also be there. Okay, methods. So when you access this methods of the class with the help of this Maruti object reference, okay, these methods will work according to this property values. Okay, and when you access this same methods using the Benz object reference, these methods will work as per the data that is stored in this variable property values. Okay, that is object to storage data wise, it will work. The same way, Audi also same thing. These methods will work according to the data that is stored into the objects of this Audi reference object. Okay. So if I from here, guys, if I say Maruti dot start car, it will start the car, guys. Okay. Maruti dot stop car. Maruti dot, okay, car details. I'm only calling. I'm initialized all the three cars, but for all the three objects, I initialize values for the properties, guys, but I'm only calling the methods for the first object reference itself. Okay, first object itself. When I run this, right click, run as Java application. You see, fifth VDI started because I called this start car. So when start car is called car model, whatever the car model I gave here, that is fifth VDI has been taken here into consideration, and then started got printed. Then second method, that is stop car. The stop car will be called, and using this object reference, we have called this stop car. Okay. So when you create objects, guys, using these objects, you have to call these methods like this. In one of the previous videos, I explained how to call the methods, right? But when you have created objects for a class and you want to call those methods inside that class, then you have to use object references like this, Maruti dot start car. Okay, this is a calling method. Okay, method calling statement, guys. This is a method calling statement, but here you have to append that with the object reference. Then only you can call the methods. Okay, inside that class. Fine. So Maruti dot stop car, Maruti dot car detail. When you say Maruti dot car details, the model of the car is whatever the model you gave for the Maruti, that will be coming. Whatever the cost you came, whatever the color you came, everything will be printed. After that, a line will be printed. Okay. So that's actually got happened here, guys. 50 VDI started, 50 VDI stopped, and the model of the car is 50 VDI. The color of the cost of the car is 8 lakhs, and the color of the car is red color. Okay, everything happened like this. Now the same thing I will do for the other objects also. Okay, I will refer using this object reference. Using this object reference, I will call the methods inside this methods. Okay, using these values, I'm going to call this methods. Okay, using this object reference. So that is if I say here instead of Maruti, if I say Benz, here also same thing, Benz, and here also Benz. And third thing here is Audi dot start car, Audi dot stop car, Audi dot car details. Okay, when I run this, you see all the three car details got printed here. Okay, so using their respective object references, we have to either initialize the properties of that object or call the methods of that object. Okay, of that car class, of their class. So here 50 VDI started, 50 VDI stopped. The model of the car is 50 VDI. The color of the car is 8 lakhs. The color of the car is red. Benz A class started, Benz A class stopped. The model of the car is Benz A class. The cost of the car is 30 lakhs. The color of the car is black. Then here third one, that is Audi related one. That is superhero started, superhero model stopped. The model of the car is superhero. The cost of the car is 40 lakhs, and the color of the car is blue. Like this, guys. Okay, like this, guys, we can create a template for a class. Okay, using that class template, we can create objects, and using their object references, we can initialize the variables or properties of that particular objects. Okay, and then work like this. This is how we generally work with the classes and objects in Java, guys. And don't just listen to this video, guys. You have to practice. Okay, you should practice creating this car class template, and then you should practice creating the objects for this car class. Then using this object reference, you should be in a position to initialize, then call the methods for that respective objects. Okay, as per the respective objects, you have to, using the respective object references, you have to call the methods, and see this kind of results you will get. Okay, this is how we work with the class and objects in Java, guys. And before ending, let me again recall about this object creation statement, right? I created these three objects here. Okay, what actually these objects, these are nothing but object creation statements. And let me explain it in more detail now. When I say view here, when I click on that view here, as you can see, the diagram will come here for me, using which I will explain. So this is the object creation statement, right? A new car will create an object for this car class. And then this is object reference, which will store the object of this newly created object will be stored in this object reference which is named as Benz here. And since this is Benz object reference is holding the object of this car class, we have to define this Benz object reference with the car class, right? So if I segregate them separately, this first part, that is car, is the class name, right? This is nothing but a class name. Car is a class name for which you are creating an object. Using this car class template, you are creating an object, guys. So car is a class here. Benz is the reference variable or object reference. You can call anything, guys, reference variable or object reference. And what actually it refers to? It refers to the objects, right? It refers to the objects, guys. Refers to the car class objects created by the new operator. Here, new operator will create the objects. Okay. This is the operator in Java, guys, for creating the objects for the required classes. So if you want to create an object for the class, some car class, then you have to say new car, open and close the circular brackets and put a semicolon here. This will create the new operator based on the name of the class here given here. Will create an object for that class. So, and there is one more thing also, guys, that is here, as you can see, car. This looks like a method, right? This part looks like a method, car, with some closing and opening and closing circular brackets. This looks like a method, but guys, this is not a method, guys. This is a constructor. Here, car is a constructor, and it will be calling something. Okay, in this video I'm not explaining anything about this car constructor here. Okay, this is not a method, guys. Here this part is a constructor, guys. Okay, this part is a constructor, and this constructor details I will explain in the upcoming videos. There's a separate concept known as constructor in Java, guys, which I cannot explain here in detail. So I will take up this topic for the upcoming videos. For now, when I segregate this object creation statement, new is operator for creating the desired okay, new is operator create what is the purpose of the new operator, guys? For creating the objects for the given class name. Okay, so new car, so new will create an object for the class name. That is the first thing, is the operator. New is an operator for creating the object for the given class name. Second thing is this car with parenthesis. Okay, this is a constructor, guys. I will explain about constructor in the upcoming videos. Okay, here Benz is an object reference or reference variable which will refer to the objects created like this. Okay, not to refer to this objects memories created in this computer memory, we have to use object references. So here Benz is an object reference or reference variable for referring to the created objects. Then finally we have this car, which is nothing but the class name. Okay, that's it, guys. This is all about the object creation statement. Hope you understood, guys, how to create a car class template and how to create the objects using that car class template using the new operator and all, and how to work with classes and objects in Java and all those details. So that's it, guys. Practice well. Don't just listen, just practice well, guys, before moving forward with the other video. In the next video, just practice all this example on this class and objects and how to work with that. Okay, so that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain about arrays. I'll start explaining about arrays, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 72 of Java for Testers series, that is arrays and their types. So what are arrays? So in order to understand arrays in Java, let me first show you a problem, guys. Okay, after understanding this problem statement, then you will understand what exactly the arrays are. Okay, let me show you a problem statement. For example, guys, you have created a variable and declared this particular variable with some data type, say int, and to this particular variable you have assigned the value 5. Okay, it accepts, right? You have assigned the integer literal 5 to the variable a, which is declared as int data type, and it is fine, it works. Now if you say system.out.println, and if you try to print the variable a, the value that is stored in the variable a will be printed in the output console. That will happen. So this works fine, guys. Okay, so far it works fine. But what if here only single value got assigned to the variable a, guys? Okay, here I assigned only a single literal to this variable a. What if I try to assign multiple values like this, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? All these values, okay, I would like to cover these things with the curly open and closed braces. Okay, it should be like this. If you want to store all these values into a single variable, you have to provide the literal like this. Okay, inside the curly brackets, opening and closing curly brackets, you have to provide all the values that you want to store into this variable a, and you need to separate all these values with commas. Okay, comma symbol. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 values are there. You want to store into the variable a. So, but you are getting an error, guys. Okay, is it possible, guys? Is it possible? You can only store one value. If you try to store a single value into the variable a of int data type, it's accepting. But if I try to assign multiple values into the single variable, okay, all these values I want to store into the single variable, guys. Is it possible? The answer is no, guys. Normal variable we cannot store. Okay, we cannot. Okay, we cannot store multiple values into a normal single variable. Okay, this is not possible, guys. We cannot store multiple values into a normal single variable. This is not possible. So to solve this problem, okay, how to solve this problem? If I really want all these values to be stored into a single variable, okay, I cannot store into a normal variable which is declared as normal data type like int. Okay, to solve this problem, we have to use arrays, guys. Okay, if I declare this variable instead of declaring this variable with a normal int data type, if I declare this variable with integer array, okay, if I make this variable declared as integer array data type, you see the error got resolved. I simply need to add the opening and closing square brackets here, okay, like this, opening and closing square brackets here, either here or here, guys, any place it's fine. Okay, either you can put this opening and closing square brackets after this int data type, or you can put the same after the in association with the variable name. Anything will work fine. Okay, so this concept is known as arrays, guys. Okay, generally I prefer putting this square brackets with data type itself. Okay, this means that integer array. If I put normal int, it's a normal int data type variable, guys. Okay, if I put some square brackets here, this will become integer array data type. It's not a normal data type, guys. It's an integer array which can store multiple values into a single variable. Okay, I can now store multiple values into a single variable by making this normal int data type to integer array. It's not only belonging to int type, guys. You can actually make it double also. Okay, it works fine. Okay, make it double or anything. Okay, any data type. If you just add this square brackets, it will become an array, guys. This variable will be declared with that array type of data type. Okay, so using arrays, what is the benefit we got, guys? Using arrays. So what is the use of arrays? Using arrays, we can store multiple values of same data type into a single variable, right? This is the purpose of the arrays. Earlier, when I try to assign, if I remove this, earlier when I tried to assign multiple values of same data type, this 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or of integer literal types. Okay, if I try to assign all these multiple values into a single variable, I am getting some compiler error. When I hover it, it says you cannot convert from integer array to int itself. After I add this square brackets here, after I convert this variable into the array type, you see I can store multiple values of same data type literals into the single variable. Into a single variable, I'm able to store multiple values of same data type. Okay, multiple values of same data type I can store into a single variable after converting this variable into an array. That is integer array in this example. So using arrays, we can store multiple values of same data type into a single variable. Okay. What is array, guys? What are arrays? Using arrays, multiple values of same data type can be stored into a single variable. Okay. So that is what arrays are, guys. I don't want to explain arrays in detail in this current video session, guys. In the upcoming videos, I will explain the arrays in detail. Okay. Practical demonstration of arrays, I will explain in detail in the upcoming videos. For now, I just want to explain you what exactly the arrays are. Using arrays, we can store multiple values of same data type into a single variable. Okay, a single variable. Normal variable with normal data type cannot store multiple values cannot be stored into a normal variable of normal data type, guys. If you declare that variable with array type, then only can store multiple values, guys. Okay, and next thing is that arrays can be categorized as below, guys. Okay, you can categorize arrays into three types. One is arrays can be categorized into three types. So 1, 2, 3 types. Single dimensional arrays, 2-dimensional arrays, 3-dimensional arrays. Okay, arrays can be categorized into three types, that is single dimensional, 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional arrays. These are the different types of arrays, guys. In the upcoming videos, I'll explain in detail how to use this single dimensional arrays and how to use this 2-dimensional arrays and how to use this three-dimensional arrays along with the practical demonstrations, guys. The current video session, okay, I have explained what exactly are the arrays. Using arrays, we can store multiple values of the same data type into a single variable itself, okay, and they can be categorized as single dimensional, two dimensional, and three dimensional. All these things I will explain in detail the practical examples in the upcoming videos, guys. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain single dimensional arrays. That is first category of arrays, that is single dimensional arrays. I'm going to explain in the next video session, guys, with all the practical examples and all. Okay. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 73 of Java for Tester series, that is single dimensional arrays. In the previous video, I explained what exactly the arrays are, and also I explained how to or different types of arrays. Okay, what are the different types of arrays also I explained as part of the previous video. So what are the different types of arrays, guys? We have single dimensional arrays, then we have two dimensional arrays, and we have three dimensional arrays. Like this, we have three types of arrays, guys: single dimensional, two dimensional, and three dimensional arrays. And in the current video session, I am going to explain about this single dimensional array. Okay, how to create single dimensional arrays in Java. In order to create a single dimensional array, okay, let's without going to the single dimensional array, if you have to create a variable, how you will create a variable in Java, guys? How you will create a variable in Java? Let's say there is a variable a, and you have to declare this variable with some data type, guys, right? And if your requirement is to store a single value into this variable, you can declare this variable a with any data type like int, char, or double. You can declare like this, okay? Double, string. Based on the type of the data you want to store into this variable, you can declare this particular variable with any type of data type. For example, in this example, I will take int data type, okay? Int a. I'm declaring this variable a with int data type. Now, guys, tell me how many values you can store into this variable. Only one value you can store, guys. Okay, this is a normal variable declared with normal data type int. Okay, you can store only single value. Okay, so number 5 can be assigned to this variable a because this variable a is declared with normal int data type. But what if your requirement is to store multiple values into the same variable? This will not work out, guys. Okay, this will not work in that case. This variable which is declared with normal data type, can store only single value. But if you want to store multiple values, arrays makes the variables to store multiple values of the same data type, right? So we have to use arrays. And how to use a single dimensional array so that we can store multiple values into the same variable? The kind of syntax will be like this, guys. Instead of int, if there is a variable a, and if you want to store multiple values, okay, into this variable a, then you have to declare this variable with some array data type. Okay, it can be int data type, it can be char. Based on the type of the data you want to store into this variable a, you have to declare this variable with array data type. It can be int array, or it can be char array, can be double array, can be string array, like that. Okay, let's, in this example, I will take int array, guys. So by declaring this variable with integer array data type, you can store multiple values now. Into this variable, you can store multiple values into this array, guys. And the syntax for creating an array is new int of how many values you want to store, that you have to put. The same thing is repeated here, guys. The same thing, the data type, that is integer array data type, has to be provided this side also after new keyword. Okay, and here int of how many values you want to store into this variable a. Here only one value is allowed, okay, because it's normal data type declared variable. But here integer array declared variable is there. So, but it asks you, it will allow you to specify the number of values that you want to store into this variable a, because it's of integer array data type. Okay, in this example. So if I give 3 here, that means that if I give 3 here, that means that you can store 3 values into this integer array declared variable. Okay, so this is how we have to create the arrays, single dimensional arrays in Java, guys. I'll explain more about this statement, guys. Okay. So you can divide this statement into multiple sections. Okay. So first thing is like here we are using some operator, guys. As you can observe, there is an operator in this statement. What is that operator, guys? This new operator. Why we are using new operator here? This will create an object, guys. Okay. The new operator used because we can create array object. For creating the array object, we are using the new operator in this statement. Okay. Integer array a is equal to new of integer array of size 3, so that we can store 3 values into this variable a. And here new operator will create the object for the array, guys. Okay. And before going there, if you divide the data types, okay, what are the different data types in Java, guys? Data types in Java can be categorized into 2 types. What are they? Primitive data types and non-primitive data types, right? If you remember, in one of the previous video I explained, data types can be categorized into 2 types. That is primitive data types, and other one is non-primitive data types. Like this, we have 2 types of data types. Under primitive data types, we have different data types like byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. Okay. Byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. Like this, we have different primitive data types in Java: byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. But coming to the non-primitive types, we have things like arrays, strings. These are the non-primitive, and many other things also will be there, guys. Okay, other things will also be there. But at a high level, arrays and strings fall into the non-primitive data types. Why? Why they fall into the non-primitive? Because they are associated with objects, guys. Okay, you see here, since this array, okay, since this arrays is related to objects, this new operator can be used, guys. You can create array object. Okay, that's why they are called as non-primitive data types. Normal primitive data types are like are not associated with any objects. Okay, here non-object related. Here primitive data types are object related, guys. So here, since these are non-primitive data types, you can use new keyword in this array creation statement for creating an array object. Here you are creating array object, guys. Okay, arrays are of non-primitive data types, and you can create objects. And for that, you can use an operator known as new operator in Java, guys. Okay, using this new operator, array object will be created. So let me take you to a example, guys, where you can understand, okay, what's happening there. Okay, so here in this example, guys, I'll explain how to declare, okay, how to declare, create, assign, and access array. Okay, how to declare, create, assign, and access arrays. That's what I'm going to explain. Let's start with the declaration of arrays, guys. Okay, first I'll explain. So before actually concluding with this complete statement here, guys, I will go step by step here by explaining you how to declare, create, assign, and access arrays. The first thing here is how to declare arrays. Now to declare arrays, let's say there is a variable a, and if you want to declare this variable a, or you want to declare this variable a with array data type. Okay, some arrays, guys. You can take anything, guys. In this example, I will take integer array. Okay, you can take a floating array, double array. It's up to you. But in this example, as it looks simple, I'm taking integer array. I'm declaring this variable a with integer array data type. This is like declaration. Okay, declaration of single dimensional array. Here only single bracket is there. That's why it becomes single dimensional, guys. Okay, if you have like this is 2-dimensional, guys. This is 2-dimensional. If you put only single bracket here, single square brackets if you put here, this will become a single, okay, single dimensional array. Here you have declared a single dimensional array, guys. Okay, you have declared a variable as single dimensional integer array variable. Okay, declaration of the single dimensional integer array variable is done now. Now let's create. Okay, now let's create an object for an array. Is equal to, how to create an object for an array, guys? There is an operator known as new operator. Okay, new operator, using which you can create array objects. So which type of array object you have to create? I have to create array object of integer array type. So you have to give the same thing. New, create an object for, okay, create an object for integer array. Okay, create this new keyword will create an object for which array? Integer array. So what happens when you say new int of something? So in the memory, guys, in the memory, let's take this as, for example, this is your computer memory. Let's assume that, otherwise I will take a new dialog. Okay. Assume that this is your computer memory. In your computer memory, guys, an object, okay, some memory, okay, one memory will be reserved for the object, array object, array object. Some portion, okay, of the memory will be assigned or allocated for this array object. So when you say new integer array, okay, the memory, this object memory got created here, guys. And here, one more thing here is, you are still getting a compiler error because you have to give the size of the array. How many values you want to store into this array? How much memory you want to allocate? It depends on the size of the array you give here. Okay, if you want to store 5 values into this variable A, okay, then you have to give number 5 here. Otherwise, if you want to store only 3 values into this variable A, then you can store, as arrays can store multiple values, you can give the size of the array, guys. How many values you have to store? You can give here. If you give the 3 here, that means in this integer array, okay, in this variable of integer array, you can store how many values? 3 values. Okay. So when I mention 3 here, this particular object assigned to the array object, which is preserved in the memory, okay, can be splitted like this. Okay, partitioned into 3 parts. Partitioned into 3 parts, guys. Okay, the size of this array object is 3. So 3 parts, 3 sections you can categorize, divide. And next thing here is this is declaration. This part is declaration of the array, guys. Okay, and this part is the creation. Okay, you are creating the array object using the new keyword, and here you are providing the size of the array. Declaration and creation are done in this statement, guys. Okay, declaration and creation. This is declaration, this is creation of the array. You have declared and created the array, and A is the reference. A is the reference, guys. How to access this object memory? There should be some reference variable, guys. That is A. Using A, we can access this. Using A, we can access this array object. Okay, this array object will be is a nothing but a memory location preserved for the storage of the array values. Okay, it's somewhere in the memory. It doesn't have any name. For how to access this array object, guys? In that case, some reference variable you have to use, guys. Since this is an object, you can use reference variable or object reference you can call. Okay. Now, guys, next thing here is we have to assign. Okay, we have to store multiple values into this variable A. So what type of values we can store? Since we have created this array as integer array, we can store integer literals into this variable A. Okay, and that too you can store 3 values into the same array variable. You can store 3 values into this array variable. How to store? I'll tell you. Before storing there, let me explain that this array has been split into 3 parts because we have given the size of the array as 3. And here there is a concept known as index, guys. Okay, in arrays there is a concept known as index. And this first part, okay, if you have given the size of the array as 3, okay, the first slot, the index value of the first slot will be 0. The index value of the second slot will be 1, and index slot of the third value will be 2. These are the index values, guys. Okay, so now using these index values we can assign. Using those index values we can assign the values to the array. Okay, so if you say a of 0, okay, if you say a of 0 is equal to some 5, you can say like that. Okay, now a of 1 is equal to some 7. A of 2 is equal to, can give something like 9, like this, guys. At the index 0 you are storing value 5 into this array. Okay, like this. This is like assignment, guys. Okay, you are, in order to assign the values to the array, you have to follow this. Assign the values to the array. Here we have the reference variable a, and at the index 0, we are assigning the value 5. That's what it means. A of 0. A of 0 is 5. What is A of 1? A of 1 is 7. So in the memory, this is how the values are getting stored in the array, guys. Okay. In the computer memory, where the array object memory is preserved, like this, the values are getting stored into that array object memory. Okay. So the third thing is A of 2. A of 2. In this slot, we are storing 9, guys. So 9 will be stored here. Like this, we can assign the values to the arrays. A of 0 is 5, A of 1 is 7, A of 2 is 9. Single object memory got split into 3 parts because the size of the array is 3. And in order to access each and every part, you have to use this index values, guys. For accessing the first part, using the object reference or reference variable along with the index value, you can access this 5. You can assign the value. Now, guys, A of 0 is assigned with 5, A of 1 is assigned with 7, A of 2 is assigned with 9. Now, how to retrieve? Okay, how to access or retrieve the values? How to access? Here you have assigned the values, guys. Now I want to access or retrieve the assigned values. From the in the previous step you assigned it. Now you want to access or retrieve the those assigned values. For that, let's use system.out.println, guys, for printing. Okay. So here I will say A of 0. When I say A of 0, guys, A of 0, what is the value that is stored in 5? That will be printed in the output console, guys. Using this print statement, when you say A of 0, this will retrieve the value that is stored in the array at the index 0. What is the value that is stored in the array at index 0? That is 5. 5 will be retrieved. Now, after that, system.out.println, if I say A of 1, what will be printed? The value stored at the index value 1 of this array will be retrieved. That is 7 will be retrieved here. Now, system.out.println, A of 2. When I say A of 2, the value that is stored into the second, okay, index 2 of this array variable A will be retrieved. So 9 will be retrieved. When I run this, right click run as Java application, the same thing will happen, guys. 5, 7, 9. This will print 5, this will print 7, this will print 9. So this is how, guys, we can access or retrieve the assigned values of the arrays. Okay. Like this, guys, we can declare an array. We can create an object for an array along with providing the size of the array. And after that, you can assign the values to the array. Okay. Assign the values to the array, and you can retrieve the values from the array. This is how, guys, we have to work with the single dimensional array in Java, guys. Okay. Single dimensional arrays in Java. So now let me view the diagrammatic representation, which is nothing but same, guys. Whatever I explained so far is the same thing. Okay. So this is a representation in the computer memory. Some separate memory will be preserved for this array, and the index value 0, 1, 2 will be there. For the first slot, 0 will be there. For second slot, 1 will be there. For the third slot, 2 will be the index. Okay. Now to assign the values, you have to say A of 0, 5. 5 will be stored here. A of 1, 2 will be stored. A of 2, here 9 is there. So 9 will be stored in the third slot. And to access them also, you have to use A of 0, A of 1, A of 2. So A of 0 will retrieve this 5. A of 1 will retrieve this 2. A of 2 will retrieve this 9. Okay. Like this, guys, we have to work with the arrays. And this part will declare the array. This part will create the object for the array. Okay. And arrays fall into the non-primitive data types category because they are associated with the objects. Since arrays are associated with the objects, okay, since we have to create objects for using the arrays, then these arrays fall under non-primitive data types. Okay. So this is all about the single dimensional array, guys. Okay. So practice this example on your own, guys. Whatever I explained, just try to get the same results by practicing it in your machine on your own. So in the next video session, I'll explain shortcut representation of single dimensional array. Okay, this is a general representation, guys. Okay, this is a normal representation of the single dimensional array. So I'm going to convert this kind of representation into a shortcut representation. I want to create a shortcut for this kind of thing. Okay, so I have to write a lot of lines of code here, guys. You see, I have to assign it and all. Okay, these 3 lines, then this statement creation I have to do and all. Okay, I want to simplify this. There's something known as shortcut representation of the single dimensional array, guys, that I am going to explain in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 74 of Java for Tester series, that is shortcut representation of single dimensional arrays. In the previous video, I explained a normal way of representing a single dimensional array. So how to represent a single dimensional array in a normal way? Let's say you create a variable, define a variable with int array data type, let's say, and here you have to create an object for the integer array, and here you can give the size of the array. Let's say you are giving the size of the array as 5. Now how to, here you have declared the array, single dimensional array, and then you have created the single dimensional array of size 5. After that, you can assign the values. This is how we assign the values to the array, guys. Okay. So here I will give some different values. Okay, I will give something like 3 here. A of 1 is equal to, since I can store 5 values into this variable A, I can assign values like this to the array. Okay, multiple values I can assign to the array, guys. A of 2 is equal to 9. A of 3 is equal to, so total 5 values I can assign. Okay, A of 4 is equal to some 8, like this. 3, 6, 9. Okay, so 7 I will give, 7, 8. So how many values? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then how to access them? System.out.println A of 0. Then this is a normal way, guys. It's not simplified it. I didn't simplify it. Okay. The normal way of creating an array and assigning the values and accessing the values from the array. Right click, run as Java application. So we'll get the result. Okay. All the values that got assigned to this array elements will be assigned, will be printed here. So now I'm going to simplify it, guys. Okay. I'm by creating a shortcut representation. Here, guys, in order to store 5 values into this array, this statement is required. And apart from that single statement, we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more extra lines because I have to store 5 values into this array variable. So how to create a shortcut for this? In order to create a shortcut, you have to clear this out, guys. Okay. Only the declaration should be there. Okay. And is equal to, and you have to replace this with curly brackets and put a semicolon here. Okay. Curly bracket should be opened and closed, and inside these curly brackets provide all these values. First provide 3, guys. Once 3 is provided, this is not required. Then comma 6. Now 6 is not required. 9 comma 9. This statement is not required now. And then followed by 7. Okay, 7. A of 3 is equal to 7 is done. Now comma 8. Like this, guys. Okay, so you don't require to assign in separate steps. So this is how, guys, we can create a shortcut. Okay, this is a shortcut representation of the single dimensional array, guys. Okay, instead of creating an object and assigning it, assigning each and every value separately, you can simplify this by only declaring and then putting all the values inside this curly brackets. This is a shortcut representation of the array, guys. This will also work in the same way. Okay, when I run this, right click, run as Java application, I will get the same output. A of 0 is 3, A of 1 is 6, A of 2 is 9, A of 3 is 7, and A of 4 is 8. Everything got printed here. So this is a shortcut representation of the array, guys. So mostly, guys, in most cases, we'll be using the shortcut representation only. Okay. In general programming, we prefer shortcut representation because it's kind of easy when compared to the normal representation where we have to create the object and assign the value separately. Shortcut representation looks simple and easy, guys, and most of the people in their programs or projects use this shortcut representation in place of the normal representation. Okay. So this is the mostly used one, guys. Shortcut representation is mostly used. So we'll going forward also we'll use a shortcut representation for representing the single dimensional arrays. So that's it about the shortcut representation of the single dimensional arrays, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain how to find the length of the array. Okay, how to find the size or length of the array. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 75 of Java for Tester series. That is length of a single dimensional array. So how to find the length of a single dimensional array in Java. How to find the length of a single dimensional array in Java. So in order to find the length of a single dimensional array in Java, guys, Java is providing a predefined variable. Java is providing a predefined variable. Okay, it's a not a user defined, guys. It's a predefined variable. The predefined variable known as length. There's a predefined variable in Java known as length, using which we can find the size of the single dimensional array or length of the single dimensional array in Java, guys. Okay. So let me practically show you how to use this length predefined variable in Java for finding the length of a single dimensional array. So for now, for that, we have to define this variable, guys. Okay, let's say there is a variable a, and I have to declare this variable with some array. Okay, array data type. So let's say integer array data type I have used for declaring this variable a, so that I can store multiple values. I can store multiple values into this array. So I will be using this shortcut representation for storing the multiple values into this variable a, guys. So in the opening and closing circular curly brackets, just provide the different values. So 4, 2, 1, 3, 6, 5, 9, 8, like that you can give any number of values, guys. 77, 45, okay, 33, 69, 76, 84. Like that you can give any number of values, guys. There are good number of values, as you can see. The multiple values assigned to this variable a, which is declared with integer array data type. That's fine. Now, guys, how to find the size of this array? There are many values. Okay, how to find the size of the array? So for that, I already mentioned, Java is providing you a predefined variable known as length. Okay, it's a predefined. It's not user defined, guys. It's a predefined variable. Okay, here a is a user defined. You have given this, right? You have given this one. A is a user defined, but this length is a predefined variable that is being provided by Java, guys. Okay, Java guys have created this length variable, and it automatically calculates the size of the array. It has been programmed in such a way that Java guys has programmed in such a way that using this length variable, we can get the complete size of the array. Okay, so it's a predefined, it's not user defined. So let's how to use this length. Simple, guys. The way to use this length is a dot. Let's say this is the array variable. Okay, you have to use this length predefined variable with the array variable. So here a is array variable, a dot length. Okay, a dot length. This is how we have to use, guys. So I'll use with the print statement, system.out.println. Inside this print statement, I want to find the length of the array, this particular array. Okay, a dot. If I say a dot, guys, the predefined variable will be displayed here. All the predefined stuff will be displayed here, guys. You see the length. Length is one of the predefined variables in Java, using which we can find the size of the array. A dot length. When you say a dot length, it will print the size of this array. So when I run this, right click on this src, right click on this demo.java and say run as Java application. So what is the length, guys? 14. Okay, the size of the array is 14, guys. Let's see, let's find out whether that is 14 or not. Is it correct or not? Let's find out. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14 got printed here. You can modify something like this. I can simply say the size of the array a is, okay, like this. Okay, the size of the array a is, right click, run as Java application, it will print 14. The same thing, guys, just modified the print statement a bit. Okay, like this, guys, we can use this length predefined variable in Java for finding the size of the single dimensional array. Okay, so this is how, guys, we have to use the how to find the length of a single dimensional array using the length predefined variable in Java. So in the next video session, I'll explain how to use for loops. Okay, how to use for loops with single dimensional arrays. Okay, in previous videos I already explained how to use for loop. And in the next video, I'm going to explain how to use that for loop with this single dimensional array. So guys, so that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 76 of Java for Tester series, that is using for loop with single dimensional arrays. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use for loop with single dimensional arrays. Okay. So instead of me explaining this in a theoretical way, okay, I would like to prefer explaining how to use for loop with single dimensional array in a practical way. So let me switch to the practical mode, and here you can see inside this demo class there is a main method, and inside this main method I will define a variable. Okay, let's say this is a variable a, guys. I would like to declare this variable as integer array. This variable data type is integer array, so that you can store multiple integer literals into this variable a. This will become an array, guys. Okay, so open the curly brackets, close the curly brackets, and in between that provide good number of values. So let's say 5 comma 7 comma 9 comma 2 comma 4 comma 6 comma 1. Okay, 99, 56. Give different values, guys. 40, 34. Okay, 45, 67, 78, 89. Okay, 12. 36. Like that, you can give any number of values here, guys. Okay, these are the different integer literals. So multiple integer literals that you are trying to store into this variable a, because this variable a is declared with which data type? Integer array data type. So you can store multiple integer literals into this array variable a. Okay, fine. Now I want to find the before I demonstrate how to use for loop with single dimensional array, I would like to find the size of this array. Okay, I have to use this size in the for loop, guys. Why I'm trying to find the size of this array? Because I have to use that size in this for loop. I'll explain why. Okay, for now find the size of this array, guys. So the size of the array is let me print the size of the array. Here I will say the size of the array is plus a dot length. This is the size of the array. Okay, length is a predefined variable in Java using which we can find the size of the array. Here array variable dot length, if you say, it will get the size of this array. So what is the size here, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 15 is the size of the array. Okay, 16, right? 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 is the size of the array. So when this statement is printed, what will happen, guys? Let me run this. It will get us the size of the array, that is 16. The size of the array is 16. We have 16 integer literals that are stored into this array variable a. Okay, now I'm going to use the for loop, okay, with single dimensional array. I'm going to use for loop with the single dimensional array, guys. So you know the syntax for how to use a for loop, right? In the previous, one of the previous videos, I explained for loop iterative statement already. I'm going to do the same thing. So for we'll have 3 sections, guys. Okay, like this. There are 3 sections. In the first section, we'll say int I is equal to initialization section. This is the first section is initialization section. Here, why I'm assigning the value 0 to this variable I? Because here this is an array, guys. In the array, all these elements will be stored in an array. Okay, and the first element will have the index 0. That's why I'm giving 0, guys. The second element will have 1 and all. Okay, so the index value of the first element that is going to be stored into the array will be 0. That's why I'm assigning the value 0 to this I. Then I will say I less than, okay, int I is equal to 0, because 0 is the index of the first value that will be stored into the array. Then I less than the size of the array I have to give, guys. Okay, here int I is equal to 0, I less than, I have to give the size of the array. What is the size of the array, guys? I already found it, guys. A dot length is the size of the array. That is here 16 is the size. So I'll give the a dot length directly here. I less than a dot length. Then I have to increment it. Okay, increment it. Starting with the index 0. Okay, starting with the index 0, and the last one will be index 15, guys. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15 is the index of the last element in this last value in this array. Okay, because the size of the array is 16, so it starts from 0. 0 to 15 will be the index. That's why I gave I is equal to 0, I less than a dot length I gave. That means I less than 16. Up to 15 it will be considered, guys. Okay. From index 0 to index 15, this for loop will be iterated. That's how we have created this for loop, guys. Now inside this, I will say system.out.println. Okay, system.out.println. If I have to print this first value 5, okay, then I have to give something like this, guys. A of 0 I have to give. A with the index 0 I have to give. Okay. Array having the index 0 will give the value 5. If I give the index value as 1, what will come, guys? What will be printed? If I give A of 1, 0, this is 1. So 1 means 7 will be printed here. The second value in the array will be retrieved. Okay, the second value will be at the index value 1 in the array, guys. So that will be retrieved. Like this, if I give 15 here, A of 15, okay, which value will be retrieved, guys? A of 15, which value will be retrieved? This one. Okay, this is the 15th index, that is 36 will be printed here. So instead of giving the numbers directly, guys, I will simply say I here. Okay, just understand this for loop, guys. You have to practice this for loop. Okay, same way I did. Int I is equal to 0, it starts with the index 0 until I less than 16. A dot length is 16, right? This is the size of the array is 16. So I less than 16, that is up to 15 it will be iterated, guys. Okay, index 0 to index 15, this for loop will be iterated. When the I value becomes 16, we will come out of this for loop, because 16 cannot be less than 16, that will be false. 15 is less than 16, so up to index 15 this loop will be iterated. So how this is going to work, and let me explain, guys. Okay, before I run it, so initially all these 16 values will be stored into this array variable A. Okay, and then the size of the array is a dot length, that is 16 will be printed like this. Once that is done, here in the for loop, int I is equal to this initialization section will be executed first. That is, the value 0 will be assigned to the variable I. So the current value of I is 0. Okay, then this condition will be verified. After initialization, this condition section will be executed. That is 0, I current value of I is 0. 0 less than 16. True or false? 0 less than 16 is size of the array. 0 less than size of the array is 16. 0 less than 16 is true, guys. So it will go inside this for loop and it will print A of, what is the current value of I? Current value of I is 0. A of 0 is what, guys? 5. 5 will be printed in the output. Okay. As part of the first iteration, the 5 got printed, guys. Okay. Then the control will go to this incrementation section or decrementation section, whatever we call in the for loops. Okay. So here the I value will be incremented by 1. So I will become from 0, I will become to 1. The current value of I is 1. So this condition will be verified next. 1 less than a dot length. 1 less than 16 is again true. So it will go inside this for loop. And here A of 1 will be printed. What is A of 1? The value 7. So after 5, the value 7 will be printed. Then I will become 2. I will be incremented to 2. So here 2 less than 16 is again true. So A of 2 will be printed here. A of 2 is 9. So 9 will be printed. Like that, guys. Finally, all these values will be printed. Okay, all these values still here will be printed. In the last value, okay, I will become 15. Okay, when I becomes 15, 15 less than 16 is true. A of 15 is this 36. Okay, finally, after all the values got printed in this array, finally the last value, that is 36, will be printed here. Then I will be incremented to 16. So 16 less than 16. 16 less than 16 is false. Then we'll come out of the for loop. So this is how, guys, we can iterate through all the values that are stored in the array using this for loop. Okay. Here in this example, I am retrieving the values stored in the array, and along with that, I am printing them into the output. Okay. So using this for loop, we are iterating through all the values that are stored in the array, and in this example, I am printing the values stored in the array into the output console. So let me run this and observe that all the values in the array will be printed, guys. Okay. The size of the array is 16. The size of the array is 16, and these are the values. Okay, starting from 5. The first iteration with the index value 0, 5 got printed like that. The last iteration with the index value 15, the 36, the last value got in the array got printed, guys. This is how, guys, we can use for loop with the arrays, single dimensional arrays. The purpose of the using the for loop with the single dimensional arrays is through iterate through each and every value in the array. Okay, we can iterate through each and every value that is stored in the array. Fine. So this is how, guys, we can use a for loop with single dimensional array, and you need to practice this program, guys, and you have to get the result. Then only it will be like you'll gain the confidence. So after this session, just practice using for loop with the single dimensional array and try to get these values printed in the output console. Okay. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I will explain how to use for each loop with single dimensional arrays. Till now, I have not explained anything about this for each loop, guys. This is the first time I'm going to explain about the for each loop. Okay, as for each loop can be used with arrays. Okay, you can use for each loop with arrays. That's the reason, since the arrays concept has come here, I am going to demonstrate how to use for each loop with single dimensional arrays in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 77 of Java for Tester series. That is using for each loop with single dimensional arrays. So what exactly are these for each loop? Okay, let me explain. So in Java, we have different flow control statements. There are different flow control statements in Java, guys. And all these different flow control statements, based on their behavior at a high level, can be categorized into three types. Okay. Based on their behavior, we can categorize these flow control statements into three types. One of the type is selection statements. Then we have iterative statements, and we have transfer statements. Okay. Under iterative statements, we have different iterative statements like while loop, do while loop, for loop, and for each loop. Okay, there are different iterative statements under the flow control statements in Java, guys. And as part of the previous videos, I already covered how to use while loop, how to use do while loop, and how to use for loop. But one thing is like still not yet covered, guys. That is for each loop. I didn't cover the for each loop yet, guys. In the current video session, I am going to cover the for each loop. Okay, in this video session, I am going to practically demonstrate how to use the for each loop in Java. And before I demonstrate that, you have to understand that this for each loop can be used with two types of items in Java, guys. One is arrays. We can use for each loop with arrays, guys. And also we can use this for each loop with other thing known as collections. Okay. And in the current video session, I'm going to explain, practically demonstrate how to use for each loop with arrays. Okay. How to use this for each loop with arrays, I am going to practically demonstrate in this video session. And how to use this for each loop with collections, I will explain in the upcoming videos. Okay. In the current video session, I'm going to explain how to use for each loop with single dimensional arrays. So let's get started with that, guys, with practical demonstration. Okay, of how to use for each loop with the single dimensional arrays. Let me switch to the practical mode now. So to explain that, let's create a variable and declare this particular variable with some integer array. Okay, I'm creating an array, guys, by declaring a variable with integer array, and into this variable which is declared with integer array data type, we can store multiple values. That is, all the values that need to be assigned to this variable which is declared as integer array should be of integer literals. So I will add all the integer literals here. Okay, so different integer literals I added here, guys. I'm storing all these different integer literals into the variable, single variable, because this variable is declared with integer array data type. So array creation is done, guys. Now I'm going to use for each loop. I'm going to use for each loop with this single dimensional array. Okay, this is a single dimensional array, guys. I'm going to use for each loop with this single dimensional array. Okay. So how to do that? So this is a single dimensional array. I'm going to use for each loop with this single dimensional array. And what actually this for each loop does is it will iterate through all these values that are stored in this integer array variable. Okay. All the will using this for each loop, we can iterate through all these values that are stored into this integer array variable. In the previous video, I explained how to use for loop to iterate through all these values that are stored into the integer array. But in the current video session, I am going to explain how to use another loop known as for each loop, this last loop that is for each loop with a single dimensional array to iterate through all the values, okay, that are stored in this integer array variable. So this is the syntax, guys. The first time I am explaining the for each loop for you guys. So you have to practice it. Okay, you have to put the for. Okay, you have to put the for now. And inside these circular brackets, you have to put the data type of all these values. Okay, what is this 5, guys? Here it is an array of values, guys. This is an array of values. Each and every individual element that you are storing has something like int. Okay, it is an array of values. But each and every value is like single int. So you have to put that int here. Okay, and then give some variable here. Let me give temp, guys. Okay, you can give any name here, either B, C, anything you can give here. Okay, I will prefer temp here and put some colon here. After this colon, you have to copy paste this array variable and paste it here. Okay, this is the syntax, guys. For in temp, so only one value you have to consider here, guys. While declaring this temp variable, out of all these values, okay, you should not consider all the values. If you consider all the values, integer array will come here. But if you only consider a single value out of all these values, what type of data type value this value is, guys? You can store this value into a variable of which type? This individual value you can store into a variable of which type? Int type. So I created here int temp. You should not consider all the values, guys, only one value at a time. So each and every value here individually, they are of which type? Int type. Okay, you can store each and every individual values into a variable separately into a variable of which type? Int type. That's why you have to say int temp. This is the syntax, guys, you have to understand. And on the other side, you have to give the variable of this array. And inside this, you have to say system.out.println. I have to say temp. You have to print this temp, guys. So what will happen? How this for each loop will work, I am going to explain now. Okay, in detail. So guys, the program execution will start with this main method that we already know, and we'll go inside this main method first. After going into this main method, first this array will be created, and into this single array variable, this multiple values will be stored. That is starting from 5, 66, 79 to 6. Everything will be stored into this variable of integer array declared variable. Okay, and then this after this array got created, single dimensional array got created here, then this for loop will start executing. This is a for each loop, guys. This is for each loop. Okay, it looks similar to for loop, but it's a bit different. Okay, so here for each loop will start execution. So here temp is int, that's fine. So before doing anything here, first it will check this a. Okay, so instead of taking all the values, okay, instead of this a taking all the values, it will first take the first value, guys. What is the first value in this array, guys? 5. This a will collect this first value, that is 5, and assign it to the temp variable in the first iteration. This is as part of the first iteration, guys. Okay, when you say for in temp colon a, what will happen is this a will check if you have any values available in this array. Okay, if there are values available in the array, this a will first take this 5 and assign it to the temp variable. So once since 5 value is available, so and assigned it to the temp variable, this loop will be executed. So when this loop will be executed, system.out.println, this temp will be printed. What is stored in the temp, guys? A has collected 5 and stored into the temp, and this first iteration has started. That 5 will be printed here. Whatever the value that is assigned to the temp, that is 5 will be printed in the output. Okay? 5 will be printed first. After 5 got printed, the control will again go to this A, and this array A will check whether any other elements are available in the array or not, other than 5, which is already assigned to temp. Okay, A will check whether any other, okay, elements or values are available in this array or not. Yes, there are other values available in the array. So it will take the next value, that is 66, and assign it to the temp variable. Now, since the value got assigned to the temp variable, this loop will be executed. We'll go inside this loop and system.out.temp. What will be the temp value? Current temp value is 66. So now 66 will be printed. In the next iteration, second iteration of this for loop, for each loop, 66 will be printed. After that, again, the control will go to this A. Now it will array will this A will check whether any other values left. So in that, the first value it will take, that is 79, will be assigned to temp, and the loop will be executed and temp will print. Third value in the third iteration, third value, that is 79, will be printed. Okay, execute. It will be iterative. And again, the control will go to A, and any other values left in that first value, that is 9, will be assigned to temp, and 9 will be coming here. Then again A. After 9, any other values? Yes. In that first value is 8. 8 will be assigned to temp, and temp will be printing that 8. Then again A. Any other values? 2 values are left. In that first value it will take and assign to temp. So 3 will be printed here. Then any other values left? Only one value left, that is 6. 6 will be assigned to temp, and 6 will be printed. Again control will come to here. A will check whether any other values. No values are left. No more values are there in the array, guys. So once there are no values in the array, we'll come out of this for each loop. So this is how, guys, for each loop is going to work. Okay, for each and every value that is stored in this array, this loop will be iterated that many number of times. Okay, for each and every value that is stored in the array, this loop will be iterated for each and every value that is stored in the array, guys. Okay, so this is how, guys, for each loop will work. Okay, this is a syntax you have to follow as per the for each loop. For each loop you can use only with arrays and collections, guys. As collections I will be explaining in the upcoming videos. So I am not going to demonstrate for each loop now with the collections, which I have to cover in the future videos. For now, since I already explained something about arrays, so I have demonstrated how to use for each loop with arrays. That too with a single dimensional array for now. Okay. So this is how, guys, we have to use for each loop in Java, and that too with arrays. So that's all about the using of the for each loop with the single dimensional arrays in Java, guys. Just practice this, guys. Don't just watch the video, just practice it on your own so that you will get clear understanding of how to use for each loop with arrays, single dimensional arrays in Java. In the next video session, I will explain something known as array index out of bounds exception. Okay, I'll explain all about this exception in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 78 of Java for Testers series, that is array index out of bounds exception. So what is this array index out of bounds exception? What is this exception, guys? So I'll explain you. Okay, let's say you have created an array. Okay, let's say we have created an array with some size. Let's say I have given the size of the array as 3. That means you can store 3 values into the variable of this array, right? But if you try to assign the 4th value, okay, when you try to assign the 4th value into the variable of array which has the size defined as 3, then you will get this array index out of bounds exception, guys. Okay, when you create an array of size 3 and if you try to assign the 4th value, even though the size is 3, you cannot assign the 4th value, guys. When you try to do that, you will get this array index out of bounds exception. So let me practically show you how this array index out of bounds exception will be coming. Okay, when you try to give the more than the size value. Okay, so let me create an array, guys. Let me create an integer array again. Int a is equal to new int of, okay, I'm going to give the size of the array here. Okay, the size of the array here is 3, guys. Okay, now I will try to assign the values. Here I declared it and I created an array of size 3. Here a is declared as integer array, and here I created an array of size. What is the size, guys? 3. So I can store 3 integer literals into this variable a, which is declared with integer array, right? Now when I try to assign the values, how to assign the values, guys? So array index start with 0. The first value can be stored into the 0th index of the array. So here I will store some value, say 5 into this a of 0. and into the index 1, I will try to store something like 7. Then into the index 2, I will try to store something like 9. So only 3 values are allowed. Here I said the size of the array is 3 guys. Okay, so that I can store 3 values. This is correct. Up to here it is fine. When you run this, you see you will not get any exception. You will not get any exception. So nothing is coming guys. When I have run this code and you see the result is nothing because I didn't do anything here. Okay, I didn't print anything here. But what if I try to assign another value? Okay, this is the third index. That means fourth value. Here up to 3 values are completed here. Size of the array is 3 and here 3 values are already assigned. Now I try to assign the fourth value. Okay, if I try to assign some fourth value here, am I getting any array error here guys? Okay, am I getting any error in this program? I'm not getting an error, right? The compiler is not treating this as an error. Even the size is 3, I'm trying to assign fourth value here. Okay, this is the fourth value. 1, 2, 3, and this is the fourth value. When I try to assign the fourth value, Java compiler is not identifying this mistake or error. It's not giving me any error. But during the runtime, okay, during the compile time, I'm not getting any error. But when I run this code, I will get a exception, guys. Runtime exception I will get. So when I run this program, just because of adding this fourth value, when the size of the array was decided to be 3, okay, I got an exception inside the main method. The exception is inside the main method. Okay, and the exception name is, what is the exception name guys? Array index out of bounds exception. This is the exception that we will get when you try to assign the value which is behind the size of the array guys. Okay, it's out of bounds the exception. Okay, array index out of bounds. And the reason here is the size of the array is 3. This 3 means the size of the array is 3, but you are assigned to give you are trying to give fourth value. But when the size of the array is 3, you are trying to give the fourth value. That's the problem. That's why we got the exception. And where exactly this exception is available? Which step has caused this exception? In the demo class, this demo class, and in the main method, inside the main method, okay, in the demo class inside the main method, the 11th step, okay, this 11th step guys, okay, that is this one is causing the problem. So when you try to assign the fourth value into an array which is of size 3, you are getting this array index out of bounds exception. So you should not be assigning the fourth value guys. When you remove the fourth value, you see you will not get this exception now. Okay, when you run this, you see in the output is clear now. Okay, that means no exception is displayed now. Okay, this is what is known as array index out of bounds exception, and it will come when you assign some value, okay, which is behind the size. Okay, if you try to assign multiple values which are behind the size of the current array, then you are going to get the array index out of bounds exception guys. So that's it guys. In the next video session, I will explain the next topic of arrays, that is two-dimensional array. I'll explain the two-dimensional array in the next video session guys. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 79 of Java for tester series, that is two-dimensional arrays. So what are these two-dimensional arrays? What are two-dimensional arrays? So before I explain what exactly are these two-dimensional arrays, let me recap what exactly are the one-dimensional arrays. In one of the previous videos, I explained what is a single-dimensional array. That is one-dimensional array or single-dimensional array. How to create a single-dimensional array. So single-dimensional array. So after explaining the single dimensional array, I will compare this with the two dimensional array. Then you will understand what exactly is a two dimensional array guys. Okay. Let me first explain you the recap you the single dimensional array at a high level. I already explained this single dimensional array as part of the one of the previous videos. So in order to create a single dimensional array, you have to say something like this: integer, and you have to put one starting and closing square bracket here, which represents the integer array, and then variable, and then say new int of some value. Okay, this is the size of the array. This is the size of the array. So if you have this single box here, okay, this means that it is a single dimensional array guys. Okay, in this particular statement, as you have a single box, this represents a single dimensional array. So how does this two dimensional array will look like? After this data type, you have to add two two brackets like this. Okay, two square brackets like this, first square bracket and second square bracket. This represents two-dimensional array. Here guys, in single dimensional array, in this single dimensional array, we have only single square bracket. But coming to the two-dimensional arrays, we have two square brackets. And here also same thing guys, int a is equal to, okay, new int of, again you have to specify the two square brackets. In case of two-dimensional arrays, you have to specify two square brackets and put a semicolon at the end and just give some size. Okay, you have to specify two sizes here. Here in single dimensional array, only one size is, that is 3 is specified in this example. But coming to the two dimensional array, in this example you see there are two sizes specified, one is 2 and other size is 3. So what exactly are these sizes, I will explain in some time guys. Okay, I'll explain this in some time. What this 2 stands for, what this 3 stands for, I will explain in some time. Okay, so this is how the two dimensional arrays will look different when compared with the single dimensional arrays. Okay, so here only single square bracket is there. In two dimensional array we have two square brackets. Okay, and next thing is we have to now understand what exactly are these two dimensional arrays. Two dimensional array is nothing but an array of single dimensional array. So what is a two dimensional array? Two dimensional array is nothing but an array of single dimensional arrays. So two dimensional array is an array of single dimensional array. What does this mean? Okay, you will understand this statement in a while guys. Okay, in a while you will understand how this two dimensional array is an array of single dimensional array. Okay, so now let's take this example guys. Whatever example we started with, let's take it down and I will diagrammatically explain you how this how this double dimensional array will work. Okay, in the computer memory, let's say this is a computer memory. Okay, here 2, this 2 stands for array, two arrays of single dimensional array. Okay, that means 2 will be something like this guys. Two single dimensional array will be there. In this two dimensional array there will be two single dimensional arrays. Since two dimensional array is an array of single dimensional array, you can see from in this diagram guys, in the memory two single dimensional arrays will be created. Okay, when you create an object for this, two dimensional array, an array of single dimensional array will be created. That is here, since 2 is there here, the first number you see 2 is there here, it will create, okay, the object for this two dimensional array will create, okay, two single dimensional arrays in the computer memory like this. And the next size, that is 3. Okay, in this is the first single dimensional array guys. Okay, out of these two, this is the first single dimensional array having the index value as 0. Okay, this is the second single dimensional array having the index value as 1. Okay, 0th index single dimensional array and index 1 single dimensional array. And in this each and every single dimensional array we have 3 values. Okay, so the second size stands for, in each and every single dimensional arrays, how many values? 3 values. Okay, totally there are 2 single dimensional arrays. In this 2 dimensional array that we have created, there are 2 single dimensional arrays having the index 1. First single dimensional array has the index 0 and the second single dimensional array has the index 1. And in the first single dimensional array we have how many values? 3 values. The first value has the index 0 and second value has a index 1 and third value has the index 2. Similarly, the second single dimensional array also has the first value has the index 0, the second one has the index 1 and the third value has the index 2, like this guys. Okay, now now I have already explained how to declare a variable with two dimensional array and how to create an object for this two dimensional array. Okay, this is how to specify the sizes, in the two dimensional array. There are 2 sizes here guys. One stands for how many single dimensional arrays in this two dimensional array and second will stand for how many values in each and every single dimensional array. This is how we have to represent a two-dimensional array, guys. Okay, this is the structure in which you have to represent the two-dimensional array. Now the third step is that after this declaration and creation of this two-dimensional array is done, now I am going to initialize them. How to initialize this? How to initialize this two-dimensional array? In order to initialize, we have to start with this first one. Okay, this first box. So this first box has 0 0. You see 0 0. Okay, 0th index of the array, single dimensional array, following by the 0th value of the first element in the array. Okay, so 0 0. So here variable is a. So we have to say a of 0, and this is also 0, guys. So a of 0 0 is equal to, give some value, guys. Let's say I will give the value as some 6. So what will happen, guys? The value 6 will be assigned to this in the memory like this. Okay, into this two-dimensional array. Okay, into this first cell, this value 6 will be assigned. Now what is this? This box stands for 0 1. Okay, 0 1. So a of 0 1 is equal to, if I give something like 3 here. Okay, so here 3 will be assigned. Into the third box of this first single dimensional array, if you have to assign some value, it will be there like 0 2. Okay, you have to say a of 0 2 is equal to, a of 0 2 is equal to any value you can give. Let's say I gave 9. So 9 will be assigned here. Now coming to second single dimensional array of this two dimensional array. Okay, in order to store the first value, a of 1 0, guys. 1 0. Okay, 1 0. A of 1 0. So it is like say 2. Okay, so 2 is assigned here. Now the second cell, a of 1 1. A of 1 1 is equal to, let's say 8. So 8 will be assigned here. Now the last value is a of 1 2. A of 1 2. A of 1 2. So this one is 4. Let's say 4. Okay, like this, guys, we can assign different values. Here 4. So this is how we can assign the values to a two-dimensional array like this, guys. Okay, now how to access these values? After assigning the values, we have to, if we have to retrieve the value stored into this two-dimensional array, what we have to do, guys? Simply we have to use the same thing, guys. If you print something like a of 0 0, it will retrieve the value 6 from this first cell and then print it, right? You can actually use this a of 0 0 inside the print statement to print. So let me practically demonstrate the same thing, guys. Okay, whatever I just explained here, I'm going to practically demonstrate in a program. So first I will create a two-dimensional array. It has 2 square brackets, and this part is like declaration. Okay, I'm declaring this variable with a two-dimensional integer array. Then I'm going to create an object for the two-dimensional integer array with size 2 single dimensional arrays, having each and every single dimensional array has 3 values like this. Okay, so now as I mentioned, a of 0 0 6, all those things I will do the same. A of 0 0. Okay, the first cell 0 0. A of 0 1 is equal to some 3. A of 0 2 is equal to 9. Now a of 1 0. A of 1 0. Second single dimensional array of this two dimensional array. Okay, we are storing the values. Here I will say 2. A of 1 1. Here I will say 8. A of 1 2. Here I will say I will assign 4. This is the assignment. Okay, we are assigning the values to the two-dimensional array. Now how to access them? I will simply say system.out.println. I will simply copy paste this one. Okay, here. Now to save time, I will simply paste everything. How many values are? 6 values are there. So 6 times I will change, and here I am printing a of 0 0. Then a of 0 1 0 2 have to print. So 0 1 and 0 2 I have to print. Then I have to print 1 0 1 1 1 2. 1 0 1 1 1 2. Okay, 1 2. Like this, all the values I am accessing from this array, two-dimensional array, and printing them here. So when I print something like this, right click run as Java application, all the values that are stored in this two-dimensional array will be printed in the output console. Right click run as Java application. You see all the values that are stored into this two-dimensional array got printed here, guys. 639284. So this is how we have to, okay, we have to declare, create, initialize, and access the two-dimensional arrays. Okay, here we have declared, then we have created a two-dimensional array of different size, then we have initialized the values inside the two-dimensional array, and then we have accessed the values that are stored in this particular two-dimensional array. So that's it, guys. This is how we have to work with the two-dimensional arrays. And in the next video session, I'll explain the shortcut representation of a two-dimensional array. Okay, this is a normal representation of a two-dimensional array, guys. Okay, you can also represent something like this. Okay, this is also fine. Normal representation, this is also fine, guys. But I prefer providing this brackets here, guys. Okay, why? Because I can simply say two-dimensional integer array. The reading purpose, it is good, guys. Okay, if I give something like this, okay, the reading wise, it is also works in the same way, guys. Okay, you can either use the first way or second way, that's fine. Okay, but readability wise, I cannot read it properly. Int two-dimensional array, I have to say something like that. Instead, if I say something like this, okay, two-dimensional integer array variable a, like that I can read. So I prefer providing this two square brackets with the data type itself, guys. Okay, for me this looks fine. So it's up to you guys how you want to use this. This is a normal way of representation, guys, of a two-dimensional array. In the next video, I'll explain the shortcut representation of a two-dimensional array. We can simplify this, guys. Okay, so here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 lines have been consumed for declaring, creating, and initializing a two-dimensional array. But in the next video, I will show you how to make it short. Okay, using this shortcut representation, we can actually provide all these three things in a single line. So that thing I am going to explain in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 80 of Java for Tester series, that is shortcut representation of two-dimensional arrays. The previous video, I explained how to declare a two-dimensional array and how to create an object for a two-dimensional array along with its size, then how to initialize the two-dimensional array, that is assigning all the different values to the two-dimensional array, and finally how to access the values from this two-dimensional array. And in this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate the shortcut representation of the same. Okay, here this is not a shortcut representation of a two-dimensional integer array, guys. Okay, so this is a two-dimensional integer array, and as you can see here, this is the first step. Okay, how many steps are there? Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. There are total 7 lines. I can club all these 7 lines into a single line, guys. Okay, using the shortcut representation of the two-dimensional array. How to do that? Let me practically show you right away. So here, guys, after declaring this variable a with the two-dimensional integer array here, okay, on the other side, I will not create anything. Okay, instead of this statement, I will open, since this is a two-dimensional integer array, I will just provide these two things. Okay, and in the first curly brackets, I'll provide these three values 639. Okay, 6 comma 3 comma 9, and in the second curly brackets, I'll provide these three values, that is 2 comma 8 comma 4, 2 comma 8 comma 4. Now I'll remove all these things and surround these two curly brackets with another curly brackets. Okay, like this, and put a semicolon here. You see, all the 7 steps got replaced by only this single statement, guys. Okay, so the single statement, we are able to declare the variable with a two-dimensional array, and we are able to create an object for the two-dimensional array, and we are able to initialize the values into this two-dimensional array. this is a shortcut representation of a two-dimensional array, guys. Okay. So this is a array of two-dimensional array is a array of single-dimensional arrays. There are two arrays here, as you can see, first array, second array, and in each and every array we have three elements. So 639, 284, and you have to surround these two single-dimensional array values with another curly brackets to make it a two-dimensional one. Okay, this is single-dimensional, this is single-dimensional. When you cover up these two single-dimensional with this outer opening and curly brackets, they will become a two-dimensional array. Okay, now guys, it will work fine. This is going to work fine, guys. Okay, so right click, run as Java application. You see all the values in this two-dimensional array got accessed and printed here in the output console. So a of 0, 0 means the first value 6. Okay, this is 0, guys. A of 0 is this one, whereas this is a of 1. So this part is a of 1. When you say a of 0 and then again 0, so a of 0 is this one, and in that the first index value is 6. So initially 6 got printed. When this got printed, a of 0, 1. First of all, a of 0 means this single dimensional array, the first single dimensional array in this two dimensional array, this part will be selected, and again we have one value. So here 0, 1. So 3 will be retrieved and printed here. And coming to the next statement, a of 0, 2. This is a of 0, and this is 0, 1, 2. So 9 got retrieved and printed here. And the fourth statement, we have a1. Okay, a of 1, 0. So this is a of 0 and this is a of 1. So this will become a of 1, guys. And in that a of 1, 0th index value, that is 0. This is 2. Okay, 2 will be retrieved and printed here. Then a of 1, 1. So this is a of 1. And in this a of 1, we have to get the value with the index 1. So 0, this is 0 and this is 1. So 8 will be retrieved and printed here. Finally, a of 1, 2. This is a of 0 and this is a of 1. So first a of 1 is selected here, and in that second index value. So 0, 1, 2, that is 4 got retrieved and printed here. This is how, guys, we can create a shortcut representation for a two-dimensional array, and you can access the values that are stored in this two-dimensional array and get them printed. Okay. So this is all about the shortcut representation of the two-dimensional array, guys, and how to use it in the along with the practical demonstration I explained in this video session. And in the next video session, I am going to cover how to find the length of the two-dimensional arrays. Okay, how to find the length of the two-dimensional arrays. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 81 of Java for Tester series. That is finding the length of a two-dimensional array. How to find the length of a two-dimensional array. How to find the length, or you can call it size also. Okay, how to find the length or size of a two-dimensional array. So I am going to explain in this video session on how to find the length or size of a two-dimensional array. If you remember, in one of the previous videos, I explained how to find the length or size of a one-dimensional array. Okay, in one of the previous videos, I explained how to find the size of a or length of a one-dimensional array, and there, for finding the size of the one-dimensional array, I was using a length. Okay, I was using something known as length, which is a predefined variable, guys. Okay, this length was a predefined variable of Java, which can be used for finding the length or size of a one-dimensional array. In one of the previous videos, I have used this particular length variable, okay, length predefined variable of Java for finding the size of the one-dimensional array. So how about the two-dimensional array? How to find the length or size of a two-dimensional array in this case? The answer is here also you have to use the same predefined variable, guys, that is known as length. Using this length predefined variable of Java, we can even find the length or size of a two-dimensional array. Okay, so let me switch to the practical mode and show you how you can use this length predefined variable in Java for finding the length of a two-dimensional array. Okay, first let me create a two-dimensional array, guys. So this is a two-dimensional integer array. I am using a variable a. Okay, I have declared this variable a with the two-dimensional integer array. Then have to create this array, guys. Okay, for that I will provide the values. So into the, and just you have to provide this. Okay, so how to create this kind of thing, you have to, if you don't know how to create this two-dimensional array, then watch the previous video, guys, where I explained the shortcut representation of creating a two-dimensional array. And once you create a two-dimensional array, you have to provide the values, guys. Okay, into this curly brackets, into this internal curly bracket separated by comma, you have to provide the values. Okay, so let's say the first I will provide values like 3, 6, 9, and in the second thing I will provide the values like 2, 8, 4. Let's say. Okay, so this is a two-dimensional array, guys. This is a shortcut representation of a two-dimensional array. And now, since the two-dimensional array is now created, I am going to use the length. Okay, predefined variable in Java to find the length or size of this two-dimensional array. So guys, tell me if I print something like this. Okay, if I say a dot length directly, here what is the two-dimensional array, guys? Here a is the reference for this two-dimensional array. So I will use this reference a and say dot and give something like length and select something like length. So guys, a dot length, this length predefined variable I am using with a two-dimensional array. Okay, so what will be the result of this, guys? So what is the result? The result is, we'll get the result as 2, guys, because in this two-dimensional array, internally you can see that this is the first single dimensional array in this two-dimensional array, and this is the second single dimensional array in this two-dimensional array. So two-dimensional array is a array of, okay, array of single dimensional arrays. Two-dimensional array is nothing but an array of single dimensional arrays, guys. Okay, so in this two-dimensional array, internally there are two single dimensional arrays. This is the first single dimensional array and this is the second single dimensional arrays. So when you say a dot length, this will result in the number of single dimensional arrays inside this two-dimensional array. Since there are 1 and 2 single dimensional arrays inside this two-dimensional array, the result will be 2, guys. Okay, then how to find the length of this first single dimensional array? How to find the length of this first single dimensional array? Okay, so if you try to print something like this, system.out.println, in this if I say this is a of 0, guys, this two-dimensional array is like a. Okay, this complete two-dimensional array is a. In that we have two single dimensional array and we got the length or size, you can say. Now this one is the first single dimensional array of this two-dimensional array. You can represent this with a of 0. This is a of 0, guys. This is index 0 array and this is index 1 array. So a of 0th index. This is a of 0. If I say a of 0 dot length, guys, what will be the result? The size of this first single dimensional array in this two-dimensional two-dimensional array will be printed, guys. So what is the first, what is the size of this or length of this first single dimensional array in this two-dimensional array? The length is or size is 1 to 3. So here 3 should be printed. Similarly, if I say system.out.println, okay, if I have to find the length or size of this second single dimensional array in this two-dimensional array, then a of 0 this is and a of 1, index 1. So a of 1 is this one. So I have to say a of 1 dot length, guys, dot length. So when I say something like this, okay, what will be the result, guys? 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3. So the result should be like this, guys. If you say a dot length, the complete size of this two-dimensional array, that is how many single dimensional arrays are there inside this two-dimensional array, that will be printed, that is 2. And if I say a of 0 dot length, a of 0 is this part. Okay, a with index 0 is this one. Okay, the size of or length of this is 1 to 3 values are there, so 3 will be there. And a of 1 means a of 1 is this one. And if you want to find the size of length of this a of 1, so if you say a of 1 dot length, it will give the size, that is number of values that are in this second part, that is 3 will be printed. When I run this, you will get all the sizes of this two-dimensional array, guys. Okay, 2, 3, 3. Okay, whatever we expected, that is printed here. So in two-dimensional array, we have to use the length predefined variable to find the complete length or individual lengths of the respective single dimensional arrays inside this two-dimensional arrays. Okay, this is a complete length, and inside we have this individual array lengths. Okay, and in another way, guys, people treat this two-dimensional array as like this. Okay, like this people will treat. Generally, people will visualize the two-dimensional array as something like this. Here we have two single dimensional arrays. Okay, people will treat this first single dimensional array as, so we have treated this two size is 2, guys. Here you see that size is 2, and inside each one there are 3 values. So we can represent this as like this. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, like this people will visualize these things like this. Okay, in this first box it will be like 6, 3, 9. So here 6 will be there, 3 will be there, and 9 will be there. Okay, and second box we have 2, 8, 4. Okay, here 2 will be there, here 8 will be there, here 4 will be there, like this, guys. Okay, people will visualize the two-dimensional array as like this. So now, how to find when people visualize the things like this, how to find the number of rows in this two-dimensional array? How many rows are there in this two-dimensional array, guys? Row 1, row 2. So 2 rows are there. So how many columns are there? 1, 2, 3, 3 columns. Okay. So here, if you consider this with the result, if you say a dot length, it will give you the number of rows in the two-dimensional array, guys. Okay, this is nothing but the number of rows in the two-dimensional array. And when you say a of 0 dot length or a of 1 of length, both the things, they give you the number of columns. Okay, either this one or this one, both are same, guys. Okay, you can use either a of 0 dot 1 or a of 1 dot a of 0 dot length or a of 1 dot length. Any of these things you can use for finding the number of columns in this two-dimensional array. Okay, when you visualize the two-dimensional array like a box, okay, like a rows and columns things, if you want to find the rows, number of rows in this two-dimensional array, this is nothing but the direct a dot length, that will give you the number of rows. And if you want to find the number of columns, okay, as all the rows will have the same columns. In this example, all the rows have the same columns. Here first row has the same columns and second row also has the same columns. In such cases, if you want to find the number of columns in this two-dimensional array, you can use either a of 0 dot length or a of 1 dot length. So this is how, guys, we can use the length predefined variable in with the two-dimensional array for finding the complete size of the two-dimensional array, or to find the first array size in the two-dimensional array, or for finding the second array size in the two-dimensional array, and so on, or for finding the number of columns and number of rows in the two-dimensional array. So this is all about the length of finding the length of a two-dimensional array, guys. And in the next video session, I will explain how to use for loop with a two-dimensional array. How to use the for loop with a two-dimensional array. In the next video session, I am going to explain that, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you and bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 82 of Java for tester series, that is using for loop with a two-dimensional array. So how to use for loop with a two-dimensional array. Okay, how to use this for loop with a two-dimensional array. Earlier, in one of the previous video, I explained how to use for loop with a single dimensional array. Okay, in one of the previous video, I explained how to use this for loop with a single dimensional array. Okay, as part of using the for loop with a single dimensional array, we have to use only one for loop is enough, guys. Okay, for using this for loop with a single dimensional array, we have to use only one for loop. But coming to this two-dimensional array, where if we have to use the for loop with a two-dimensional array, then here, guys, we have to use two for loops. Okay, So here, in this case of two-dimensional array, we have to use two for loops for using this for loop with a two-dimensional array. Okay. So how we are going to use two for loops with this two-dimensional array? I'm going to practically demonstrate, guys. Okay. For now, understand that for single dimensional array, for using a for loop, we have to use only one for loop. Okay. One for loop is enough with single dimensional array. But coming to the two-dimensional array, for using the for loop, we have to use two for loops. Okay. One is not enough. We have to use two for loops. And how to use two for loops for using with this two-dimensional array, I will be practically demonstrating it now. So guys, as explained in the previous video, this is a two-dimensional array. This is a two-dimensional array, and we can find the length of the or size of the two-dimensional array like this. Okay. Refer to the previous video, guys, if you don't understand these things, because in the previous video I already covered how to create a two-dimensional array and how to find the complete size of this two-dimensional array using this a dot length, and then how to find the size of the first single dimensional array in this two-dimensional array, and how to find the second single dimensional array in this two-dimensional array. So after having this sizes ready, okay, after having this sizes ready, then here, guys, we have to use a for loop. Okay, I'm going to use for loop with two-dimensional arrays. I'm going to use for loop with a two-dimensional array. Okay, fine. So let's create a for loop, guys. For I'll say int I is equal to 0. Okay, you see, this is a two-dimensional array, guys. This is a two-dimensional array, and it has two. What is a two-dimensional array? Two-dimensional array is nothing but an array of single dimensional arrays. Here, this is also two-dimensional array, and it is an array of two single dimensional arrays here. In this example, there are two single dimensional arrays. This is one single dimensional array, and there is another single dimensional array inside this two-dimensional array. Okay. So two-dimensional array is an array of single dimensional arrays. So here I'll first iterate through this single dimensional arrays. How many are there? 1 and 2 are there. Okay. There are two in this example. There are two single dimensional arrays inside this two-dimensional array. So I will use the first for loop for iterating through this single dimensional arrays. So for that I will say int I is equal to 0, 0th index. Okay. This is a 0th index and this is the first index. So int I is equal to 0, I less than the size of this two-dimensional array. That is how many single dimensional arrays are there inside this two-dimensional array is nothing but the size of a two-dimensional array. That is this a dot length, which will give you the number 2, because here there are two single dimensional arrays. This is the size of the two-dimensional array, that is 2. So for that I will say a dot length, I less than a dot length. In future, if you add more single dimensional arrays to this two-dimensional array, the size of the two-dimensional array will increase, right? It will increase. So here there are two single dimensional arrays. So whatever it is, I am just giving the a dot length, which will give the size of the two-dimensional array here. That is the number of single dimensional arrays inside this two-dimensional array will be given by this a dot length. Then I will say I plus plus. Okay, I plus plus. Index starts with 0, guys, and till the number of single dimensional arrays inside this two-dimensional array, and something like this. And inside this first for loop, we have to create another for loop, guys. Okay, this is external for loop. Inside this first for loop, we will create another for loop. Okay, this is how we have to work with the two-dimensional array, guys. For working with the two-dimensional array, we need two for loops. Okay, one external for loop, one internal for loop, which is inside the another for loop. Okay, so here I will create something like int j is equal to 0. Okay, I'll create another variable. I will initialize another variable here saying j is equal to 0. Okay, I is equal to 0, here j is equal to 0. And why I'm creating this second for loop? Because inside each and every single dimensional array inside of this two-dimensional array, there are different values. For iterating through these three values inside this first dimensional array and another one-dimensional array, there are three values, guys, here also. Okay, to iterate through this two single dimensional arrays, we have to create another for loop. Okay, the first external for loop will iterate through the single dimensional arrays at a high level. Okay, 0 and 1 like this. Okay, and after going to the 0, then we have to go to 0, 1, 2. For that we need to use another for loop. Okay, here that's the reason I will use int j is equal to 0. Okay, then I will say j less than, what is the size of this, guys? Either the size of this or this, both are same, guys. Okay, the size of this is 3 and the size of this also is 3. Either we can say a of 0 dot length, a of 0 is this one, guys. A of 0 dot length is the size of this single dimensional array inside this two dimensional array is 3. So this is the result. Okay, here this one also, that is a of 1, this is index 0, a of index 0, this part, and a of index 1 is this part. So a of 1 dot length is also same, guys, that is 3 values are there, so size will be 3. So you can use any of these things because they both are giving the result as 3, guys. Either you can use here j less than a of 0 dot length, or you can use here a of 1 dot length. Anything is fine. Okay, I will use a of 0 dot length for now. Okay. Okay. After that, I will say j plus plus. J plus plus. So, and inside this internal for loop, I will say system.out.println. Okay. I will say a of I j like this. Okay. A of ij, I will say a of ij. So what will happen? Let's see how this program will be executed. I'm going to explain, guys, how these for loops, two for loops are going to iterate through all the values inside this two-dimensional array. I'm going to practically or before actually running this program, I'm going to show you. Okay, I'm going to explain, then I will run this program. Okay, so guys, so when you run this program, this main method will be, the execution will start from the main method, and this two-dimensional array will be created, and after that the length. Okay, so here I will print something, guys. Okay, otherwise it will deviate. Okay, so let me put some text here. The size of the size or length of the two-dimensional array is, then here I will say the size or length of the first one-dimensional or single dimensional array in the two-dimensional array is. Okay, the first one-dimensional array is this part. Okay, is, this will print this one. Then I will say, I will copy paste this, guys. I will simply modify this, copy it here and paste it here and say plus here, and here size or length of the second, okay, that is this part, is 3, 1 to 3. So that will be printed here. After that is done, then this particular for loop will start executing. The external for loop will start executing, guys. So it starts with this one, guys. That is I value will be initialized with 0. Okay, the variable I will be declared with int data type and will be assigned with the value 0. So what is the current value of I, guys? The current value of I is 0 now. Okay. So after that, the control will go here. I less than a dot length. What is I? I is 0, guys. What is a dot length? A dot length is nothing but this number 2, guys. Okay. So here what will happen? 0 less than 2. 0 less than 2. True or false? 0 is less than true, right? That is true. So we'll go inside the first for loop. Okay, since this condition has been true, okay, we'll go inside this first for loop. Okay, like this. And again, the control will go to the second for loop, that is internal for loop now, where int j is equal to 0 is there. So j will be declared as int and will be initialized with the value 0. So what is the value of 0 j here? The value of j here is 0, guys. Okay, and here once this initialization is done, then this condition will be verified in the internal for loop, that is j less than a of 0 dot length. What is j, guys? J is 0. What is this a of 0 dot length? A of 0 dot length is 3, guys. So here 0 is less than 3. 0 less than 3 is true. Since this condition has resulted in true, we'll go inside the internal for loop like this, and this print statement will be executed. So inside the print statement, we have a of ij. A of I. What is the current value of I? Current value of I is 0. A of 0. And what is the current value of j? It is also 0. A of 0, 0, guys. What is A of 0, 0? A of 0 is this one. And inside that another 0 is 6. So here, guys, initially what will be printed? 6 will be printed in the output. Okay. As part of the first iteration of this internal for loop, 6 will be printed. Once this execution of this print statement is done, the control will come here. Then again the control will go to the internal for loop itself, that is j plus plus. That is j value will become promoted from 0 to 1. So here j is 1 guys. A of 0 dot length is 3. 1 less than 3. True or false? 1 is less than 3 is true guys. We'll go inside this internal for loop again. And here A of current value of I is 0 and the current value of j is 1. A of 0, 1. What is A of 0, 1 guys? A of 0 is this part and inside that 0 and 1. So 3. 3 will be printed in the output. And after that control will come here, then it will go to j plus plus. This 1 will become 2. 2 less than 3. 2 less than 3 is again true. So it will go inside this internal for loop again. And here A of the current value of I is 0 and the current value of j is 2. A of 0, 2. What is A of 0, 2? A of 0 is this one. And inside that 0, 1, 2. Okay. A of 0, 2 is 9. 9 will be printed. 9 will be printed. Then the control will come here. Then j plus plus. J will become 3 guys. So 3 less than 3. 3 less than 3 is false. It's not correct. So since the condition is false, we'll come outside of this for loop. When we come out of this for loop, the control will come here guys. Okay. When the control comes here, that is to the end of this first external for loop. So it will increment the value of I by 1. So here I value will become promoted from 0 to 1 guys. Okay. So here I is 1 and A dot length is 2. So 1 less than 2. True or false? 1 less than 2 is true. So we'll go inside the external for loop again, and where we'll have the internal for loop. So again the j value will be initialized with 0 guys. So j will become 0 again. Okay. This part will be executed. Then once the j becomes 0, here j less than A of 0 dot length. That is 0 less than 3. True or false? 0 less than 3 is true guys. Since 0 less than 3 is true, we'll go inside this internal for loop and this print statement will be executed. So here A of ij, current value of I is 1 and current value of j is 0. A of 1, 0. So this is A of 0 and this is A of 1. So A of 1 is this part guys. A of 1, 0. In that 0th index, that is 2. 2 will be printed guys. Then control will come here. Then j plus plus, j will become 1. Again 1 less than 3. 1 less than 3 is true. We'll go inside. Again A of I is 1 and j is 1. A of 1, 1. So A of 0, A of 1. In that A of 1, again 1. So this is 0, 1. So this is 8. 8 will be printed here. Then control will come here. J plus plus, j will become 2 guys. 2 less than 3 is again true. We'll go inside. And here current value of I is 1, A of 1 and current value of j is 2, A of 1, 2. So A of 1, 0, 1, 2, that is 4. 4 will be printed here. Okay. Then control will come here. J will become 3 guys. 3 less than 3 is false. 3 less than 3 is false. Will come out of this internal for loop. The control will come to here and then I will be incremented by 1. I will become 2 guys. So 2 less than 2. 2 less than 2. Is it true or false? False. So we'll come out of the external for loop also. Like this guys, we have to use two for loops. One is external for loop and internal for loop for iterating through all the values in this two-dimensional array in the way I explained. Okay. So now guys, when I run this program, all the values in this two-dimensional array will be printed. That is 639284 will be printed. Okay. Let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see, first the sizes of the or length of this two-dimensional array will be printed. Then one-dimensional array, first one-dimensional array and second one-dimensional array got printed exactly. And after that, all the values in this two-dimensional array got printed using these two for loops. 639284, 639284 got printed. But guys, everyone wants this values to be printed in a different format, guys. Okay, though these for loops, two for loops are able to iterate through this two-dimensional array and able to print all these values in this fashion. Okay, one after the other. But most of the people will visualize the array as like this, guys, like box kind of thing. 639284 should be printed. This kind of format should be printed in the output, guys. Okay, instead of like this 639 and 23284 in this kind of way. Okay, everyone wants to print this array values in this matter, in this format, that is 639284. Okay, so for that guys, we have to do some small changes in this inside of this for loops. So here guys, instead of print ln statement, we have to remove this print ln and make it print guys, normal print. So after printing this value, we will not go to the new line. After printing each and every value, here after printing 6 guys, we have went to the new line and then printed 3 like this. But here by changing this print ln to print, okay, all this 639284 will be printed in the same line, right? So let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see 639284. But I want some spaces in between guys. Okay, after 6 I want some space, after 3 I want some space, like that. So for that guys, simply add this, append some space to this value. After printing this value, print this value along with the space. So now you will get the space guys. Right click, run as Java application. You see 6 space, 3 space, 9 space, 2 space, 8 space, 4 space. Okay, like this, different spaces got printed. Now it looks good. Now guys, we reached some point, 6 space, 3 space, 9, but 284 is still in the same line here. Okay, how to get the 284? So after each and every iteration, as part of this first iteration, what will happen is 639 will be printed. When again the same for loop will be printed, then 284 will be printed. So after this internal for loop got executed for the first time, let's say, let's write this statement like system.out.println, leave it. Okay, what will happen here is, first when internal for loops gets executed, it will print 6 space 3 space 9. Okay, and then it will come out of the internal for loop where this println statement will be executed. So we'll go to the new line. Then again the second internal for loop will be executed where it will print 284. So by that time we'll be in the new line and 284 will be in the new line guys. Okay, by simply adding this system.out.println statement outside of this internal for loop, okay, we'll get the proper output now. So right click, run as Java application. You see, observe that 639284. This is the way we got, right? This is the way we wanted. 639284 is the output we wanted. So people want the two-dimensional array values to be printed in this format. Okay, this kind of format where rows and columns format. So to achieve that, we have to do these changes, guys. Okay, we have to replace this println with print and then add some space after every value get printed, and then after internal for loop we have to add println statement without doing anything. So this will get you the output, guys. So this is how guys we can use for loop with a two-dimensional array, and in case of this two-dimensional array we need 2 for loops, whereas single-dimensional array needs only 1 for loop. But coming to the two-dimensional array, we need 2 for loops, guys, and to print we can even print this values in this rows and columns format. Okay, so that's it guys. In the next video session I will explain about 3-dimensional arrays. I am going to explain about 3-dimensional arrays, that is next level of arrays, in the next next video session, guys. So that's it guys, see you in the next video session. Thank you, bye. Hello everyone, in this video session I am going to explain part 83 of Java for testers, that is 3-dimensional array. In Java we have different types of arrays. Arrays in Java can be categorized into 3 types. What are they, guys? One is single dimensional array. Single dimensional arrays. And then we have 2-dimensional arrays. 2-dimensional arrays. And the next one is 3-dimensional arrays. 3-dimensional arrays. So arrays in Java can be categorized into 3 types. One is single dimensional, 2-dimensional, and 3-dimensional. So I have already covered, okay, I have already covered how to use single dimensional arrays and 2-dimensional arrays as part of the previous videos in this series. And in the current video session, I am going to cover how to use these 3-dimensional arrays in Java. How to use the 3-dimensional arrays in Java. So let's understand what exactly are the 3-dimensional arrays. What are these 3-dimensional arrays? Okay, what are these 3-dimensional arrays? In order to understand these 3-dimensional arrays, I have to make you compare 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, and 3-dimensional arrays, guys. Okay, let me write down this 1-dimensional arrays here. 1-dimensional arrays. In the middle, I will write 2-dimensional arrays. When I compare this one dimensional, two dimensional with this three dimensional arrays, then you will easily understand what exactly are these three dimensional arrays. So like this, arrays can be categorized into three types, that is one dimensional, two dimensional and three dimensional. Now I am going to compare all these three things, okay, so that you can understand what exactly are these three dimensional arrays. So coming to the one dimensional arrays, okay, what are one dimensional arrays? Using one dimensional arrays, we can store multiple values of same data type into a single variable, right? This is what is known as a one dimensional array. What is a one dimensional array? Using one dimensional array, we can assign or store multiple values of same data type into a single variable. So how they look? Okay, how do we create this one dimensional arrays? One example here is, we'll provide the data type and we'll attach this square bracket, single square bracket, and we'll then, using this data type, we'll declare a, using this integer array data type, we'll declare a variable. And then we can say new int of, we can give the size. How many values you want to store? You can give that. If you mention 3 here, that means you can store 3 values into this integer array. This is nothing but a single dimensional or one dimensional array, guys, where, okay, only one square bracket will be there. In one dimensional array, only one square bracket will be there, and you will be able to store multiple values. So here in this example, I have given 3. That means you can store 3 values of same data type into this single variable. This is one dimensional array, guys. Okay. Now coming to the two dimensional array. So what exactly is a two dimensional array? Two dimensional array is an array of, okay, single dimensional arrays. It's an array of single dimensional arrays. So are you getting it, guys? It's an array of single dimensional arrays. This is a single dimensional array, and this two dimensional array is a array of, okay, array of single, it will be something like this, guys. For example, if I represent something, this one dimensional array, it will look something like this. Okay, this is a one dimensional array, guys. Into this, here we have given 3. In the example, there is 3. That means into this one dimensional array, you can store 3 values. Like let's say 4, okay, 3, 7. Like this. If you want to store this multiple values into this single dimensional array, it will look like this. Okay, this is a single dimensional array where you are storing multiple values. But coming to the two dimensional array, here I am saying that it is an array of, okay, it is an array of single dimensional array. That means in this two dimensional array, we'll be having multiple single dimensional array. Okay, it's a combination of multiple single. Let's say there are if I say something like this, okay, let me take it here, okay, and if I declare something here, okay, int, in a two dimensional array, guys, we will have 2 square brackets like this. Okay, in single dimensional array we have only single square bracket, but coming to the two dimensional array, we are going to have 2 square brackets. We can declare the variable with this integer two dimensional array, and we can say here int new, okay, new int of, again you have to mention the same 2 square brackets here like this. And here if I say 2 and 3, let's say if I say 2, 3, what does it mean? That means this two dimensional array has, okay, this two dimensional array has 2 single dimensional arrays. This is the first single dimensional array in this two dimensional array having the index 0, and this is the second two dimensional array. This is the second two dimensional, this is the second single dimensional array inside this two dimensional array, guys. So this is the second. So what is a two dimensional array, guys? Two dimensional array is an array of, okay, it's an array 1, 2. This is an array having the index value 1, 0, 1. Okay, array of single dimensional array. This is one single dimensional array. This is a second single dimensional array. So if I mention something like 3 here, it is going to have 3 single dimensional arrays like that, guys. Okay, based on this number, if 2 is there here, guys, if 2 is mentioned here, that means there are 2 single dimensional arrays inside this two dimensional array. Okay, what about this 3? Inside each and every single dimensional array, we can store 3 values. Okay, 1, like this, guys. Okay, in the first single dimensional array, you can store 3 values, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and in the second single dimensional array also, you can store multiple values like 3 values. So it will be something like this. this is a two-dimensional array, guys, which is a array of single-dimensional arrays. Okay, it will have two square brackets, and it's a in this two-dimensional array, we are going to have multiple single-dimensional arrays. It's a combination of multiple single-dimensional arrays. Each and every single-dimensional array is going to have its own multiple values. For example, I can give here something like 3, 6, 9. Okay, 2, 8, 4, like this I can give. Okay, this is a two-dimensional array. This single dimensional array and two dimensional array I have already covered. I have already covered in the previous videos, guys. You can go through that if you want. Okay, now in this video session I am going to cover the third type of the arrays, that is three-dimensional array. So what exactly is a three-dimensional array? How you can compare this three-dimensional array with this one-dimensional and two-dimensional? For that, the three-dimensional array is nothing but an array of, okay, it's the next level, guys. Okay, array of two-dimensional arrays. Okay, here two-dimensional array is an array of single-dimensional array. That is, two-dimensional array is an array of one-dimensional array. But coming to the three-dimensional array, it's next level, guys. That is, it's an array of two-dimensional arrays. Okay, how does it look like? It will look something like this, guys. Let's say this is a three-dimensional array. Let's say this is a three-dimensional array, guys. In this three-dimensional array, we are going to have multiple two-dimensional arrays. It will be something like this. Okay, so I can select something like this. Okay, I'll copy paste here. Okay, this is one two-dimensional array inside this. Okay, I will reduce the size so that it will fit in. Another two-dimensional array. Okay, like this, guys. Array of two-dimensional array. Okay, here the first two-dimensional array has some index. Let's say 0th index, and the second two-dimensional array also has some index 1. Okay, so guys, you're getting my point. So three-dimensional array is an array of two-dimensional arrays. So here two-dimensional array is an array of single-dimensional arrays. One single-dimensional array, second single-dimensional array. I like that you can have multiple single-dimensional arrays in this two-dimensional array. But coming to the three-dimensional array, it is a combination of multiple two-dimensional arrays. Here first two-dimensional array is inside this three-dimensional array, and the second two-dimensional array is inside this inside this three-dimensional array. And in each and every two-dimensional array, we are going to have again single-dimensional arrays. Okay, first single dimensional inside this first two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array, like that, guys. Okay, it's the next level, third level, you can say. Okay, this is the first two-dimensional array, and this is the second two-dimensional array. And in each and every two-dimensional array, we are going to have again multiple single-dimensional arrays. And how to create this array, guys? How to create this array? In order to create the array in one-dimensional, we have to write something like this. Single square bracket will be there. And in order to create a two-dimensional array, we have to provide two square brackets. But coming to the three-dimensional array, as expected, we have to create three square brackets. Okay, so like this, guys. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have to declare this variable with three-dimensional array, integer array, or anything, and then say new int of 2. If I give 2, 3, 4 here, that means, okay, this three-dimensional array will have two-dimensional arrays inside this. Okay, this three-dimensional array is going to have two-dimensional arrays, and inside each and every two-dimensional arrays, okay, so here only two rows are there, two single-dimensional arrays are there. But as per this thing, we are going to have multiple, okay, multiple single-dimensional arrays, right? That is three single-dimensional arrays like this. Okay, because I mentioned 3 here. As per this example, 3 is mentioned here. And inside each and every single-dimensional array, how many values should be there? 4 values. That means this part will also add. Okay, so this is going to be something like this, guys. If I put lines properly here, okay, so let me connect everything. So as per this example, guys, I am just modifying this diagram. Okay, so here if I write, give some values like 1, okay, 1, 5, some 7. Okay, here I will give 1, some 5, some 7, let's say. Okay, so here guys, now understand. So there are going to be two-dimensional arrays in this three-dimensional array. So this is the first having the index 0. This is the first two-dimensional array, and this is the second two-dimensional array. And inside each and every two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array, we are going to have each and every two-dimensional array is going to have 3 single dimensional arrays. You see here, it will be like this, guys. Okay, this is 0, 1. Sorry, this is 0, 1. I will delete it, otherwise I will give again. This is a 0th index single dimensional array inside the two dimensional array. This is the first index single dimensional array inside the two dimensional array, and the second index. Similarly, it applies to this two dimensional array also. Okay, here we have 3 single dimensional arrays inside each and every two dimensional array. That is here also 0, here index 1, index 2. For each and every single dimensional array, we are going to have this, okay, values. And I have forgot to put something here. Let's say I will put something like 7, okay, 2, some 3, 1, 2, some 3, like this. Okay, now in each and every single dimensional array, how many values should be there? 4 values should be there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, in each and every single dimensional array, we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. Okay, so this is how, guys, a three-dimensional array can be created. In this example, we have two-dimensional arrays inside this three-dimensional array, and inside each and every two-dimensional array, we are going to have 3 single-dimensional arrays, 1, 2, 3, and in each and every single-dimensional array, we are going to have 4 values, 1, 2, 3, 4 values. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 values in each and every thing. This is how, guys, a three-dimensional array is a next level for the two-dimensional array. It is an array of two-dimensional array. Okay, and we have to put 3 square brackets here. Now, guys, as you have now understood what exactly is a three-dimensional array when compared with the one-dimensional and two-dimensional arrays, let me now create a program. Let's move to the practical mode, guys, and let me create this structure. Okay, so let me write down this. If I say, if I have to create three-dimensional array, I have to have 3 square brackets here. So int like this, and have to create a variable and say new int of 2, 3, 4. If I give something like this, is one example, guys. Okay, here it means that in this three-dimensional array, we are going to have two-dimensional arrays, and in each and every two-dimensional array that is out of 2, okay, the both of these two-dimensional arrays are going to have 3 single-dimensional arrays each. Okay, these two-dimensional arrays are going to have 3 single-dimensional arrays each, and in each and every single 3-dimensional arrays, we are going to have 4 values. Okay, each and every single dimensional array of this two-dimensional array is going to have 4 values. Okay, like I explained here. So we'll do something. So what we can do here is, let's go with the index values. Okay, so guys, this is this complete box is a 3-dimensional array. This complete box is a 3-dimensional array, and inside that, okay, and we have to provide index, guys. Okay, for all these values also 4 values are there. 0th index, first index, second index, and third index. Okay, like this 4 values are there, so 4 indexes will be there. Here also 0th index, okay, first index, then second index, and then finally third index. Okay, now using these indexes, okay, indexes at a 2-dimensional level, and indexes at a single dimensional level, and index at a value level. Okay, there are 3 levels of indexes in this 3-dimensional array. Using this different 3 indexes, we have to create the values. So first value will be a of, in order to assign the values, okay, a of 3 brackets will be there, guys. Okay, 3 brackets will be there, is equal to, okay, so here a of 0, high level one is 0, then comes the single dimensional arrays. First comes the 2-dimensional array in this 3-dimensional array, guys, that is having the index 0. Then in each and every 2-dimensional we have the single dimensional indexes, and in each and every single dimensional indexes we have value indexes like 0, 1, 2, 3. So we have to say 0, 0, 0. What is this value, guys? 1, right? 0, 0, 0 is 1. So we have to say 0, 0 and 0 is equal to 1, like this. Then the next one is a of 0, 0 followed by 1. 0, 0, 1 is the next value, that is 5. 0, 0, 1. So we have to say 0, 0, then 1. What is the value, guys? 5. So that I'm just converting this diagrammatic representation into a program, guys. Okay, this is how we store the values. If you have to get this kind of values and all, okay, structure. Then the third is a of 0, 0 and 2. A of 0, 0 and then 2 is equal to a of 0, 0, 2 is 7, guys. So we'll store 7 here. Then a of 0, 0, 3. Last value is 3. So a of 0, 0. Then we have the last value 3. Okay. So in this, what is the value? Even the last value is also 7, guys. So I'll give 7 here. Then, okay. Then the next thing. Next thing here is this one. A of 0. We are done with the 0, 0, guys. Okay. We are done with 0, 0. Then we'll go with a of 0, 1. Okay. We'll go with a of 0, 1. Okay. A of 0 and this index 1 followed by a of 0, 1, 0. That is 3. Again 0 will come here. So that is 3. Then we have a of 0, 1, 1. A of 0, 1, 1 is 6. A of 0, 1, 1 is 6. Then we have a of 0, 1, 2. That is 9. A of 0, 1, 2. 9. Then we have a of 0, 1. The last thing, that is 3. A of 0, 1, 3. Value is, what is the value, guys? We have the value a of 0, 1, 3 as 2. So 2 will be stored here. Then we have the third single dimensional array of this first, second, 2-dimensional array having the index 0. So a of 0, 2, 0. A of 0, 2, 0, that is 2. A of 0, 2, 0, that is 2, guys. Then we have a of 0, 2, 1, that is 8. A of 0, 2, 1, that is nothing but 8. Then we have a of 0, 2, 2, that is 1. A of 0, 2, 2, that is equal to 1. Then we have a of 0, 2, 3. A of 0, 2, and then 3. That is nothing but 3, guys. Similar way, okay, we'll give, this is the first 2-dimensional array, guys. This is the first 2-dimensional array having 3 single dimensional arrays. First single dimensional array, second single dimensional array, and third single dimensional array. The first 2-dimensional array, this first 2-dimensional array is done, guys. Having the 3 single dimensional arrays is done. Okay. Now we are going to deal with the second 2-dimensional array in this 3-dimensional array, that is having the index 1. Okay. So a of 1. Okay. A of 1, 0, 0. A of 1, 0, 0 is 3, guys. A of 1, 0, 0 is equal to 1. Right? No, sorry, 3. 3, it's 3, guys. Then we have a of 1, 0. This value is 1. Okay. A of 1, 0, 1. A of 1, 0, 1. And the value is 6. Then a of 1, 0. This value 1, 0, 2. A of 1, then 0, then 2 is equal to, we have 9. Okay. The first single dimensional array in the second 2-dimensional array is done. We are going to the second single dimensional array in the second single dimensional array in the second 2-dimensional array. So this one, that is A of 1 1 0, A of 1 1 0, A of 1 1 0 is equal to 2 guys. Then we have A of 1 1 1, all ones. A of 1 1 then 1 is equal to, we have A of 1 1 1 is 8. So we'll assign 8. Then we have A of 1 1 2, that is 1 here. Okay, 1 1 2 is 1. Then we have A of 1 1 3. Okay, A of 1 1 3. A of 1 1 then 3. That's nothing but A of 1 1 3 is A of 1 1 3 is 2. Okay. So there is some mistake here, guys. I'm just believed that this is 1, guys. This is not 1. This is a number 4, guys. Okay. When I just compressed this pic, it went 1 became like it looks like 4, but it's 1. It looks like 1, guys. It's 4, guys. As you can see here, after 2 8, a 4 is there. Okay. So let me change wherever that is there. That is at what values I have to change it. A of 0 1 2. At A of 0 1 2. Where is A of 0 1 2? Not that one. A of 0 1 and sorry, A of 0 2. This is 2, guys. A of 0 to 2. 0 to 2. So here I gave 1, guys. It is 4, guys. Okay. In the similar way, other place where we have this 4 is A of 1 1 2. 1 1 2. This is also 4, guys, not 1. Okay. I changed it. Now coming to the last single dimensional array of this second 2-dimensional array, we have to deal with. That is A of 1 2. A of 1 to 0. A of 1 to 0 is 1 here. A of 1 2 then 0 is 1 1, yeah, 1. Then we have A of 1 to 1. 1 to 1 is 5. 1 2 1 is equal to 5. Then we have A of 1 to 2. 1 to 2 is 7. A of 1 2 then 2 is equal to 7. Then we have A of 1 to 3. A of 1 to 3 is 3, guys. A of 1 2 and then finally 3 is equal to, we have 3. Like this, guys. This is the first 2-dimensional array in this 3-dimensional array, and this is the second 2-dimensional array in this 3-dimensional array. And in each and every 2-dimensional array, we are going to have three single dimensional arrays, 3 single dimensional arrays in the second 2-dimensional array. All together will become the 3-dimensional array. Okay, this is how we have to declare the 3-dimensional array, and this is how we have to create an object for the 3-dimensional array. 3 values, 3 sizes have to be provided, guys, as you can see here. Then in order to initialize this 3-dimensional array, we have to do all these steps. Then then we are going to access them and print. Okay, we are going to access all the values stored inside this 3-dimensional array and then print it. Okay, how to print it? We have to simply say system.out.println, guys, and copy these values. Let me copy these values. Okay, so I'll copy paste all this. How many are there? 1 2 3 4. Okay, 4 3s are 12. 12 to the 24. Total 24 are coming. Okay, so I have to copy paste this 24 times. 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24, like this, guys. Okay, now I have to change the values, guys. So you see 0 0 0 1 2 3 is there. 0 1 2 then 3, and after that, after 0 1 2 3, then again 0 1 2 3 is there, like this. Something missing here, guys. 0 1 2 up to A 1 0 2 is there. Fourth row is missing here. Let's find it out. A of 1 0. Okay, A of 1 0 3 should come here. That was missing here. What is the value? Let's find it out. A of 0 1 0 1 3, that is 2 guys. Okay, that's missing here. Let me put it here. After 9, the 2 is missing, so I put it here. So you see, for each and every 4 sets of values, 0 1 2 3 is coming. 0 1 2 3 0 1 2 3 0 1 2 3, and final 0 1 2 3 0 1 2 3. So I have to give 0 1 2 3 0. Yes, it will repeat guys. Okay, 1 2 3 0 1. Okay, 2 3, then 0 1. Okay, then 2, then 3, then again 0, again 1, again 2, and again 3. This is the best way to make it fast guys. That's why I'm following this approach. So let's wait until I update everything. Then after this 0 1 2 3s are over, now all the first 4 we have zeros, then ones, all twos, all zeros, ones and twos. Zeros, ones and twos. Okay, zeros, 4 zeros, and then followed by 4 ones should come here, 4 ones. Then again 4 twos should come, 2 2 2, and then 2. After that again 4 0 should come, then again 4 1 should come, and then 4 2 should come, 2 2 2 2. Okay, then first row up to here, like 3 sets of single dimension, that is to up to 12 sets we have all zeros, and the remaining 12 sets we have all ones. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12, up to this all zeros, and from here 1 guys. Okay, I'll copy paste this so that it will be easy for me to copy paste. 3 4 5, then 6 7. Yeah, it's bit complex guys. Okay, you have to, this is 3-dimensional array guys, it will be anyhow complex. Till 2-dimensional array it will look simple, but 3-dimensional array it will take a lot of energy and efforts guys, like whatever it was taking for me, as you can see in live. Then guys, now we are done with everything, like declaration is done, creation of object and sizes mentioning is done, then initialization of the 3-dimensional array is also done, then accessing them and printing them is also going to be done. Okay, it's also done. So when I run this, all the values in stored in this 3-dimensional array will be printed, that is 1577 3692 2843 3692 and 2842, and 1573 are going to be printed in the output console. Let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see all the values. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Total 24 values are there, guys. Okay. All these 24 values got printed, guys, in the output console. So the way you have given, they got printed in the same way. As you can see, there you can compare, guys. Okay. It's same. Okay. It's same. Fine. Now, guys, this is all about the 3-dimensional array guys. This is all about the 3-dimensional array, and I have made you understand 3-dimensional array by comparing with the 1-dimensional and 2-dimensional arrays. 3-dimensional array, as conclusion, we can say that 3-dimensional array is an array of 2-dimensional array, whereas 2-dimensional array is an array of single-dimensional array. So 3-dimensional array is an array of 2-dimensional array, which has, where each and every 2-dimensional array in this 3-dimensional has combination of multiple single dimensional arrays, where each and every single dimensional array is nothing but a multiple values of same data type. You see, this single dimensional array is a multiple values of same data type, like that guys. Okay, so this is all about the, okay, this is all about the declaration, creation, initialization, and accessing of the values in the 3-dimensional array. So that's it guys. The next video session, I'm going to explain, okay, more about this 3-dimensional array. That is, I'm going to explain the shortcut representation of a 3-dimensional array. Here, as you can see here, you have to write this many lines. Okay, for declaration, creation, and initialization, you have to write this many number of lines, guys. Okay, I'm going to make it short. I'm going to club all these things into a single line. Okay, that is nothing but the shortcut representation of a 3-dimensional array, which I'm going to explain in the next video session, guys. So see you in the next video session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 84 of Java for Testers series. That is shortcut representation of 3-dimensional arrays. So guys, the previous video, I have explained the normal representation. Okay. The normal representation, that is this one guys, the normal representation for declaring or creating object and then initializing the array elements of a three-dimensional array. But now I'm going to create a shortcut for this. Instead of writing this many lines, that is 1, 2, 3, almost 25 lines, guys. Okay, these are 24 and this is 1. So total 25 lines are there. I'm going to replace this 25 lines with a single line. Okay, in a single line, I'm going to create a shortcut for all these values. Okay, so and coming to the normal way, you can either put this, square brackets, okay, after this data type or after this variable, anything works fine. Both are same guys. Okay, I prefer in the normal way, I prefer putting this square brackets immediately after the data type so that it will be more readable. I can say that integer array. Okay, three-dimensional integer array. I can read something like that. Having the variable a, I'm creating an object with the different sizes like 2, 3, 4. I can read it. But if I put all these things after the variable a, this data type will be different and this variable will be different. And for me, reading this will become a big problem. So the normal way, reading wise, I put all the square brackets. I prefer putting it beside the data type rather than beside the variable. Fine. Now that's all about the normal method of creating the three-dimensional array. Now I'm going to create a shortcut, guys. I'm going to replace all these 25 lines with a single line. So let me remove this stuff, guys. You don't have to say new int of, okay, in this normal stuff. Okay, put a semicolon here to end this statement. And here, guys, there are 24 lines. Okay, so as you can know, as you already know, okay, as you already know, this is a three-dimensional array. Okay, this complete thing is a three-dimensional array, guys. Inside this three-dimensional array, we have 1 and 2 two-dimensional arrays. So we have two-dimensional arrays inside this single three-dimensional. Inside this three-dimensional array, we have this is one two-dimensional array and this is another two-dimensional array inside this three-dimensional array. So I created, okay, two internal curly brackets, closing and opening and closing curly brackets separated by comma. And inside this two-dimensional array, we have, okay, inside this two-dimensional array, we have how many single dimensional arrays, guys? 12 single dimensional arrays are there. Okay, so no, three single dimensional arrays are there in this first two-dimensional array, and another three single dimensional. You see, one single dimensional array, second single dimensional array, and third single dimensional array inside this two-dimensional array. And the second two-dimensional array also, we have again 1, 2, and 3 single dimensional arrays. So let's create that. Okay, let's create that. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, three single dimensional arrays, inside this two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array. Okay, and in the second two-dimensional array also we have 1, 2, 3 single dimensional arrays. So let's put that. So 6 single dimensional arrays are in total. Okay, and 3 of them fall into one two-dimensional array and 3 other fall into the other two-dimensional array. And there are completely two two-dimensional arrays inside this three-dimensional array. Now inside this each and everything, okay, this is 1, 2, 3 single dimensional arrays, and in the second two dimensional also 1, 2, 3 are there. So I'm going to fill these values, guys. So here we have 1, 5, 7, 7. I will fill the here. Okay, 1, 5, 7, 7, 7, 7. 4 values in each and every single dimensional array. We have the 4 values, guys. So this is done. Okay, this part is done. You can remove it. Now the second single dimensional array we have 3, 6, 9, 2. So 3, 6, 9, 2 like this. Okay, this is also done. Now coming to the third single dimensional array, we have 2, 8, 4, 3. So let's put that 2, 8, 4, 3 like this. Okay, this is also done. Then the second single two-dimensional array, we have again 3 single dimensional arrays. So 1, 2, 3 are there. So each and everything has 4 values again. The first single dimensional array of this two-dimensional array has 3, 6, 9, 2. 3, 6, 9, 2. Okay, after that we have 2, 8, 4, 2. Okay, 2, 8, 4, 2. After this we have the last one. that is 1573. 1, 5, 7, 3. Like this, guys, we can, okay, you see, I have replaced 25 lines. Okay, 25 lines have replaced with a single line. Okay, this is a shortcut representation for a three-dimensional array, guys. Okay, in this three-dimensional array, curly brackets, okay, there are two sets of first two-dimensional array and second two-dimensional array are there, and inside each and every two-dimensional array, again, three single-dimensional arrays are there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, in the 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the second set of two-dimensional array also, we have again three sets of single-dimensional arrays. 1, 2, 3, and each and every single dimensional array has four values. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and again 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this, four values are there in each and every single dimensional arrays. So this is going to work in the same way, guys. Okay. So earlier when I printed all this in the previous video, when I printed all the values that are stored inside this array elements of this three-dimensional array, when I printed, I got this kind of result, guys. Okay. So 24 values came here. After assigning this shortcut type, after implementing this shortcut representation of the three-dimensional array also, we are going to get the same result. Let me right click and say run as Java application. You see the same result. 24 values will be printed, guys. 1577 3692 2843, then 3692, then 2842 and 1573. Okay, 2842 and 1573. Okay, they got printed here. 24 values. So this is a shortcut representation of three-dimensional array, guys. So we are done with that. And in the next video session, I'm going to explain how to find the length and sizes of the three-dimensional array. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 85 of Java for Tester series, that is finding the length or size of three-dimensional arrays. So in the previous video, I explained how to create a shortcut representation of a three-dimensional array like this. Now in this video, I am going to practically show you how to find the length or size of three-dimensional arrays. So before I use this length is a predefined variable, guys. Okay, length is a predefined variable in Java. I have already demonstrated using this length predefined variable with the single dimensional and two dimensional arrays as part of the previous videos in the same series. In the current video session, I am going to use the same length predefined variable in Java for finding the length or sizes of this three-dimensional array. Okay. So as we already know, the three-dimensional array is nothing but a set of two-dimensional arrays. You see, there are here in this example, there are two-dimensional arrays in this three-dimensional array. This three-dimensional array is a combination of 1 and 2. In this example, 1 and 2 two-dimensional arrays are there, and in each and every, this is a two-dimensional array, guys. First two-dimensional array in this three-dimensional array. In this first two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array, we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 single-dimensional arrays, and in the second set of, that is second two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array also, we have again 1, 2, 3 single-dimensional arrays, and in each and every single-dimensional array, we have four values. Okay, four values. So using this length predefined variable, we can find out in this three-dimensional array how many two-dimensional arrays are there. How to find out? So if I say system.out.println, if I print something, the number of two-dimensional arrays in this, the number of two-dimensional arrays in this three-dimensional array are like this. If I say something like this, and if I say it's nothing but plus a dot, if I say a dot length, okay, this three-dimensional array dot length, then it will give me the number of two-dimensional arrays in this three-dimensional array. If I say a dot length, how many are there, guys? Two sets. This is the first set separated by comma, and the second set we have. So it will print 2, guys. Okay, it has to print 2. Then after doing that, if I have to find out how many, okay, how many single dimensional arrays are there in this first set of, okay, first two-dimensional array. So in this three-dimensional array, This is the first two-dimensional array. In this first two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array, how many single-dimensional arrays are there? Okay, as you can visually see, there are 1, 2, and 3 single-dimensional arrays in this first two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array. So for finding that, we can simply say a of system.out.println, the number of single-dimensional arrays in the first two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array. Okay, array are, I have to say this is nothing but, this first two-dimensional array is nothing but a of 0, guys, a of 0th index, and this is a of first index. Okay, if I say here a of 0 dot length, it will give me the number of single dimensional arrays in this first two-dimensional arrays. Okay, then if I have to find how many single dimensional arrays are there in this second two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array, I have to say something like this. Okay, I have to use a print statement, and the number of single dimensional arrays in the second two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array are, this is a of 1, guys. This is first two-dimensional array is a of 0, and second two-dimensional array is a of 1. I have to give the index value 1 here, a of 1 dot length. So it will print 3, guys, because there are 3 single dimensional arrays in this two-dimensional array, and also in the second set also, in the second two-dimensional array also, we have 3 single dimensional arrays. So it will also will print 3. Then, guys, now if I have to print how many values, are there in this first single dimensional array of this first two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array. In that case, I have to write something like this. Okay, the number of values in the first single dimensional array, okay, single dimensional array, okay, are, how to do that, a of this is 0, guys, up to here it is 0, and in that again the first single dimensional array again 0, a of 0 0. If you say a of 0 0 dot length, it will give the size of this first single dimensional array of this two-dimensional array of three-dimensional array. Okay, so it looks complex, guys, but by practice you can understand this. Okay, so the number of values in the first, don't have to write, I already have written. Okay, the number of values in the first single dimensional array are a of, this is a of 0, guys. In that again, this is the 0th index. So I have to say a of 0, and again you have to give 0. A of 0 0. A of 0 0 is, a of 0 is this one, and in that again 0 is this one. Okay, in that how many values are there? For finding that, you have to simply say dot length. It will give you the number of values. How many values are there? 4. So like this, guys, you can use a length predefined variable in Java to find this kind of things. Okay, to find how many two-dimensional arrays are there in this inside this single three-dimensional array, and then to find out, okay, how many number of single dimensional arrays are there in this first two-dimensional array, or to find out how many single dimensional arrays are there in the second two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array, or we can find out how many values are there in this individual single dimensional arrays. Okay, like this we can find out. When I run this, you will get these results, guys. 2 3 3 4 should be resulted. Okay, right click and run as Java application, and observe that you will get the same result. Okay, so here these are the results, guys. How many two-dimensional arrays are there in this three-dimensional array, guys? There are 2, as expected. Then the number of single dimensional arrays in the first two-dimensional array are 3. Okay, number of single dimensional arrays, how many are there? 1, 2, and 3 are there in this first two-dimensional array. Then in the second set also we have, the second set of two-dimensional array also we have 1, 2, and 3 single dimensional arrays. So that got printed, and the number of values in the first single dimensional array are, okay, a of 0 0 dot length, guys, that is this one. How many values are there? 4 are there. Okay, by practice you will understand how to use the length predefined variable with the this three-dimensional array, guys, to find out all these different things. So this is all about the finding the length or size of three-dimensional arrays in Java, guys. So in the next video session, I'll explain how to use for loop with a three-dimensional array. Okay, how to use for loop with a three-dimensional array. I'm going to explain in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 86 of Java for Tester series. That is using for loop with a three-dimensional array. In the previous videos, in one of the previous videos, I covered, okay, in the few of the previous videos, I already covered how to use the for loop, with a single dimensional array and also two-dimensional array. And in the current video session, I'm going to explain how to use for loop with a three-dimensional array. So what will be the difference, guys, on using the for loop with a one-dimensional array and two-dimensional array and three-dimensional array? I already covered how to use for loop with a single dimensional and two-dimensional as part of the previous videos in the series. And the current video session, I'm going to explain how to use for loop with a three-dimensional arrays. So let me tell you the difference of using the for loop with one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional now. Okay, if you are going to use for loop with this one-dimensional or single-dimensional arrays for iterating through all the values that are stored in this array, then you got to use only one for loop, guys. Only one for loop is enough for iterating through all the values that are stored into this one-dimensional or single-dimensional arrays. But coming to the two-dimensional array, okay, but coming to the two-dimensional array, for iterating through all the values stored in this two-dimensional array, we have to use how many for loops? We have to use two for loops. Okay, we have to use two for loops. And coming to the three-dimensional arrays, how many for loops we have to use for iterating through all the values that are stored into this arrays? As guessed, guys, it will be three. Okay, it will be three. Three for loops are required. Okay, for iterating through all the values that are stored into this three-dimensional arrays. So in this video, I'm going to practically show you how to use three for loops for iterating through all the values stored into this three-dimensional arrays. So let's switch to the practical mode, guys. Okay. So as you can see, there is some program already written here. Okay, which I have explained as part of the previous video. Okay, in the previous video, I explained how to create a shortcut representation for a three-dimensional array, and also I explained how to find the size or length of this three-dimensional arrays. Then in one of the other videos, I explained how to access the values, stored into this three-dimensional array. But here, as you can see, how many statements are there, guys? Okay, 1, 2, and 24 statements are there here. And I am going to replace all these 24 statements with simple for loops, guys. I'm going to use three for loops instead of this 24 statements. Okay, where we have to write each and every statement separately. Instead of that, I'm going to replace all these 24 statements or more with this for loop. Okay, so let me clear out this stuff, guys. Okay, let me clear out this stuff. And here I'm going to use for loop, okay, with this three-dimensional array. This is a three-dimensional array, guys. I'm going to use for loop with this three-dimensional array. How to use? How to use three for loops, guys. Keep that in mind. So I will start with the first for loop, guys. First external for loop, and I will create a variable I and initialize this variable with 0. Okay, because this is a three-dimensional array. This is a three-dimensional array. In this three-dimensional array, there are two-dimensional arrays, right? The first two-dimensional array is having the index 0, and the second two-dimensional array is going to have the index as 1. So I will start with the index 0, and if I say I less than, I have to give the size of the number of two-dimensional arrays I have to give. How many two-dimensional arrays are there in this three-dimensional array, guys? For that, I have already found out, right? The number of two-dimensional arrays in this three-dimensional array are nothing but a.length. I did this in the previous video, guys. If you have not gone through the previous video, just go through that and come back here, guys. You will understand what I'm talking about. And here, this a.length will give you the size of this three-dimensional array. That is the number of two-dimensional arrays in this three-dimensional array it will give. So I'll simply use this a.length here, guys. Okay, I less than a.length. That is nothing but, in this example, it is there are two-dimensional arrays. So first two-dimensional array is this one, and second two-dimensional array in this three-dimensional array is this one. So two are there. So a.length is nothing but 2. And put a semicolon, and then say I plus plus. Increment the value of I. And after going inside this first for loop, we have to create another for loop. I have to say for int j is equal to 0. Okay. So why I'm saying j is equal to 0, int j is equal to 0 here? Because after going into this, let's say this index 0 is there. Okay. And in this first two-dimensional array, again there are three single dimensional arrays. First single dimensional, second single dimensional, and third single dimensional. That like that, three single dimensional arrays are there in this first two-dimensional array. In order to iterate through that, okay, we have to get the size of this two-dimensional array, right? So here it starts with the first single dimensional is index 0, guys, then index 1. Since it is starting with index 0, we have to give the j is equal to 0 here. Okay, then j less than the number of single dimensional arrays in this two-dimensional array. Either this two-dimensional array or this two-dimensional array. If you count, there are only three single dimensional arrays. 1, 2, 3 are there. In the second two-dimensional array also, we have 1, 2, 3 single dimensional arrays. So how to get the size of these two-dimensional arrays? For that, the number of single dimensional arrays in the first two-dimensional array are a of 0 dot length. It will result in 3. And also the number of single dimensional arrays in the second two-dimensional array are also a of 1 dot length. It is also resulting in 3. Either you can use a of 0 dot length or a of 1 dot length. Anything is fine, guys. Okay. I'll use this a of 0 dot length, which will give me the number of single dimensional arrays inside this two-dimensional arrays. Okay, that is 3. Then j plus plus I have to give, and I have to open and close the curly brackets for this internal for loop. And inside this for loop, we have to create another for loop. Int k is equal to 0, I have to say. Okay, why I have to say int k is equal to 0? 0 is the index value, guys, and that is nothing but when you go to the single dimensional level, okay, as you can see, okay, there are 4 values, and the first value index will be 0, guys. That's why we have to start with 0 here. Now we have to say k less than the size of the single dimensional arrays. If you go through all the single dimensional arrays that are there in this 3-dimensional array, either this one or this one or this one or this one, this one, and this one, as you can see everywhere, we can see only 4 values available. Okay, so we have to give that size as 4, guys. Okay, how to get the size of the single dimensional arrays? The number of values in the first single dimensional array are a of 0, 0 dot length. No matter you take any single dimensional array here, guys, you will get the length as 4, guys. Okay, if I give a of 0, 1 also, okay, a of 0, 1, that is 0 is okay, 0 is this one, a of 0, right? A of 0 is this one. Okay, a of 0 is this one, and in that again 0 is what, guys? This one. Okay, 0 is this one. So if I give 1 here, it will take this part. Okay, even if you take this 1, a of 0, 1 dot length, what is the length, guys? 4. You'll get the 4. So no matter which single dimensional array you choose, you will get the length as 4, guys. So I'll consider this, okay, for now, and give k less than a of 0, 0 dot length. All the single dimensional arrays in this 3-dimensional array of same size. So I'll give a of 0, 0 dot length. Okay. If I give a of 1 dot length also, we'll get the same result. No issues. Okay. K plus plus, I have to say. Then I have to provide the opening and closing curly brackets. Inside this internal for loop, okay, we are done with the 3 for loops, guys. And I will write a print statement saying that a of a of I, a of j, and k. A of I, j, k have to give, guys. Okay. So how this will work? How this for loop will work? It will take a lot of time, guys, if I have explained this, but I will try to explain at a high level for now. So when I run this 3-dimensional array will be created. Then okay, all these lengths and sizes will be printed. That will be fine. Then we'll come to the for loop, and here int I is equal to 0. Okay, this will be executed first. The value of I will be 0 here. Okay, then a dot length is nothing but 2, guys. Okay, number of two-dimensional arrays in this 3-dimensional array are 2, so that is nothing but 2. So here 0 less than 2 is true. It will go inside this for loop. Then j will be initialized with 0, so the current value of j will be 0, guys. And then this condition will be verified where 0 less than a of 0 dot length. A of 0 dot length is 3, guys. That is number of single dimensional arrays inside each and every two dimensional array are 1, 2, 3. So that 3 guys. Okay. 0 less than 3 is again true. It will go inside this for loop, and again the third for loop will be executed here. Int k is equal to 0. K value will be assigned to 0 guys. And here k less than a of 0, 0 dot length, that is the size of this array, that is 4. The side of this single dimensional array in this three dimensional array, that is 4 guys. So here 4 will come. Okay, 0 less than 4 is true, 0 less than 4 is true, so it will go inside this for loop and it will print a of ijk, that is a of 0, 0, 0. What is a of 0, 0, 0 guys? A of 0, 0, 0 is nothing but this one guys. Okay, first of all, a of 0, this is a guys, this is a, in that a of 0, a of 0 is this part. Okay, and the next 0 will be, and the next 0 will be this one guys. Okay, first one, and in the in this 0, in this single dimensional array, again 0th index is 1, so that 1 will be printed here guys. Okay, like that guys, this complete for loops will be executed one after the another one. Okay, so next what will happen? The control will come here and k plus plus will happen, that is k will become 1. So 1 less than 4 is true. So here a of 0, 0, 1. 0, 0, 1 is this 5. 5 will be printed. Then k will become 2. 2 less than 4. True again. It will go here. A of 0, 0, 2. 0, 0, 2 is this one. 7 will be printed. Then k will become 3. 3 less than 4 is again true. It will go inside. A of 0, 0, 3. A of 0, 0, 3 is this 7. 7 will be printed again. Then k will become 4. 4 less than 4 is false. 4 less than 4 is false. So it will come out of this for loop. It will go here and it will increment the j by 1. J will become 1. So 1 less than 3 is again true. It will go inside this internal for loop. Again, k will be assigned to 0. So 0 less than 4 again true. It will go inside. So a of 0, 1, 0. What is 0, 1, 0? 0 is this one. In that 1 is this one and 0 is 3. So 3 will be printed. Like that guys, each and every element in this three-dimensional array will be iterated across all these for loops. Okay, all these for loops will be iterated. Finally, all the values will be iterated. So for this, we need 3 for loops and we have to iterate something like this. Okay, it will keep on incrementing, and when each and every condition phase will come out of all these for loops and all these items will be printed. So when I run this, right click, run as Java application. You see all the values in the array got printed. Okay, that is 24 values will be printed here using this for loop. And you can do some formatting here guys if you want this values to be printed something like this. Okay, two-dimensional arrays need to be printed, let's say. Okay, separately, and 3 boxes should be there. So it takes time guys, it takes time. So you have to give some print statements here. So I will say system.out.println, and here also I will give another system.out.println, and here I, instead of this, I will give normal print and append this with some space. I already explained why we have to append space as part of the single dimensional array explanation. Okay, two-dimensional array explanation I gave out why we have to add the space. If I don't give space here, what will happen? Let me check. Okay, if I remove all this stuff, okay, I will remove the additional formatting guys. When I ran this, I got this output, right? When I ran this, I got this output like this. But if I want to, okay, print all these values in a same line, so I have to say, instead of this instead of this println, I have to say print. If I give println guys, if I give println here, it will print the same way like this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, all the values will be printed like this. But if I want to print all the values in the same line, I have to make this println to print. So when I run this, you can see that in the same line all the values will be printed. Now I want to add spaces between all these values. For that I have to add, after printing each and every value, I want to append some space. Now when I run this, right click, run as Java application. You see, each and every value there is a space. 1 space, 5 space, like that, 3 space. Okay. Now guys, all the values got printed in the same line. Instead, I want to divide something like this. Okay, into 2 parts. 1 part and 2 part. First array, first two-dimensional array values, and this three-dimensional array is a combination of two-dimensional arrays. So first two-dimensional array values and second two-dimensional array values. For that, outside this, in the first for loop, okay, inside the first for loop, at the end of the second for loop, I'll add system.out.println like this. When I run this, you'll get that result. Okay, right click run as Java application. Two sets will be printed now. This will become to this values belong to the first two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array. This values belong to the second two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array. And again, in this two-dimensional array, there are three sets of three-dimensional single-dimensional arrays, right? First set, second set, and third set. If I want to print separately, okay, what I would do in the second for loop also, after this third for loop, I will add system.out.println like this. Okay, when I run this, you will see the difference. Right click run as Java application. You see, first two-dimensional array and second two-dimensional array, and the combination of this two-dimensional array will give the three-dimensional array. So this is the expected formatted output, guys. Okay, this is the first two-dimensional array of the three-dimensional array, and this is the second two-dimensional array of this three-dimensional array. Okay, so this is how people expect the value to be printed in the output. Okay, people expect the three-dimensional array to be printed like this in the output, guys. For that, we need to do small modifications like removing this print, changing this println to print, and then adding some space here, and then adding this println statements in the second and third for loops after the end of the internal for loops. Okay, like this, we are going to get the result, expected result like this. So this is how, guys, we have to use for loop with a three-dimensional array. Looks complex, but when you practice it, guys, it will become simple. Okay, when you clearly practice it on your own, it becomes very simple, guys. So I suggest you to guys to practice it on your own. How to use? You have to use for loop with a three-dimensional array. Okay, so that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'm going to explain how to use for each loop with a two-dimensional array. Okay, I didn't explain how to use for each loop with a two-dimensional array in the previous videos, guys. So I'm going to cover that in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 87 of Java for Tester series, that is using for each loop, with a two-dimensional array. So it's all about the two-dimensional arrays, guys. Okay. In the earlier video session, guys, I have already covered how to use for loop for iterating through all the array elements in this two-dimensional array. That I already covered in one of the previous videos. Now in this current video session, I am going to cover how to use for each loop. Okay, for each loop for doing the same. That is for iterating through all the array elements in this two-dimensional array. So in this video session, I'm going to use for each loop for iterating through the two-dimensional array elements. So a question arises here, guys. Before I practically demonstrate how to use this for each loop with the two-dimensional array, a question arises here. That is, so which one is preferred? Okay, which one is preferred? Do you have to use for loop with arrays, or do you have to use for each loop with arrays? Which one is preferred? The answer is for each loop, guys. Okay, for each loop is specifically designed for arrays and collections, guys. Okay, for each loop is specifically designed for arrays and collections. So when there is a need, okay, when there is a need of iterating through this two-dimensional array, and if this for each loop is solving your problem, okay, you have to give the priority to the for each loop, guys. You have to go to the for loop when for each loop is not solving your problem. There, the situations may be less, guys, but mostly we have to use or give priority to the for each loop over the for loop in case of iterating through the two-dimensional array. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use this for each loop for iterating through all the array elements in this two-dimensional array. So let me switch to the practical mode now. Here, guys, in this class, inside this main method, I will create a two-dimensional array first. Okay, integer array, variable A. I am declaring this variable A with a integer two-dimensional array. And here, I will give the values, guys. This is a two-dimensional array, guys. Two-dimensional array is an array of single-dimensional arrays. Okay, there are two single-dimensional arrays here. First single-dimensional array separated by comma with the other single-dimensional array. Like this, you can give any number of single-dimensional arrays here, and surround this all the single-dimensional arrays with this opening and closing curly brackets. Then it will become a two-dimensional array, guys. Okay, when you are covering the inside single-dimensional arrays with the outside curly brackets, it will become a two-dimensional array. Now in this, I have to provide the values, guys. Let's say I will provide the values like 5, 9, 7, 8, 2, 4. Like this, I can cover different values. Okay, this is a two-dimensional array, guys. Now, guys, I am going to use for each loop to iterate through all the array elements in this two-dimensional array. So, the for each loop will be something like this, guys. For loop, and what are the elements inside this two-dimensional array, guys? What are the individual elements inside this two-dimensional array? As you can see here, inside this two-dimensional array, we have two single-dimensional arrays. Okay, in this example, we have single-dimensional arrays inside the two-dimensional array. And before I explain that, as you can see, how many for loops we have to use for iterating through this two-dimensional array, guys? 2 for loops, right? 2 for loops have to be used for iterating through this two-dimensional array. The same way, in order to iterate through all these two-dimensional array elements, using for each loop also, we have to use 2 for each loops. Okay, it also applies for the for each loops also. Okay, so for iterating through the array elements of a single-dimensional array, we only need 1 for loop. For iterating through the two-dimensional array using for loop, we need 2 for loops. 1 for loop inside another for loop, or 1 for each loop inside another for each loop. For three-dimensional array, we either need 3 for loops or 3 for each loops, one inside the another one. Like that, guys, based on the dimensional size of the array, we have to give the that many number of for loops or for each loop for iterating through all the elements of this arrays. Okay, so here also I have to give how many for each loops. How many for each loops I have to give, guys? I have to give 2 for each loop because it's a two-dimensional array, guys. Okay, the for each loop will start here, and here we have to say in this element we have to declare the variable. Okay, we have to declare a variable. Let's say I will take a variable like temp1. Okay, I'll create a variable like temp1, and I have to declare this variable, guys. With what type I have to declare this variable? With what type I have to declare this variable? I have to declare this variable with the elements of this two-dimensional array. What are the elements of this two-dimensional array? They are nothing but the single-dimensional arrays. This is the first element having the index 0. This is the second element having the index 1. So these are nothing but single-dimensional arrays. What is the data type of the single-dimensional array? Here integer is there, so int will be there. And this is a single-dimensional array, guys. How many square brackets will be there? Only one square bracket. Okay. And now put a colon here, and say, and give the array variable, that is a here. Okay, array reference variable a here. This is external for loop, guys, for each loop. And inside this another for each loop we have to create. We have to go inside this for each loop, and this time what will happen is, when this for each loop gets executed, initially this a will assign this single dimensional array to this temp1. Okay, a will first assign this value to this temp1, and the first for loop will be executed with this first single dimensional array. Okay, when this is stored here, okay, now again another for each loop I have to create. In temp1, what is there, guys? So here I have to give something like temp2 colon another variable, guys. This is a different variable now we are trying to declare, and other side we have to give temp1, guys. Temp1 is nothing but initially it will be 597. Okay, single dimensional array. So when temp1 tried to assign the values inside this single dimensional array, each and every value is of which type? 3 values are there, each and everything of only int data type. Okay, they are not arrays, guys, they are individual values. So here we have to say int. Like this, guys, we have to identify the for each loops. Okay, data types. Now, so how this thing will be executed? System.out.println. Okay, if I say temp2 here, it will be printing. So how this will be executed? Let me explain, guys. So initially what will happen is, this two-dimensional array variable a will retrieve the 0th index. Okay, there are two indexes, 0th index and first index. It will take the 0th index, that is first single dimensional array, and assign it to temp1. In temp1, what is stored? In temp1, initially this got stored. Okay, the single dimensional array got stored into this temp1, and then inside since there is a value, this for each loop, external for each loop will be executed, and will go inside this external for each loop. Then there comes the internal for each loop, where temp1 is nothing but this single dimensional array, guys, for now. Okay, in this iteration, this 567, inside this 567, this temp1 will retrieve the first value, that is 5, and assign it to temp2. Okay, assign it to temp2, and once assigned, it will go inside this internal for each loop, and this statement temp2 will print the first value, that is 5 will be printed. Right, this is how the for each loop will work, guys. Okay, 5 got printed. Then the control will again come back to this temp1, and it will see if there are any other elements in this single dimensional array. There are two other elements, 9, 7 are there. So it will take 9 and assign it to temp2, and will go inside the for each loop, and it will print temp2, that is 9 now. Okay, 9 will be printed now. Then again the control will come here and then it will go here temp1 will check if there are any other elements left inside the single dimensional array. There is one element, there is 7 left, so it will assign to temp2 and temp2 will print 7 this time. And now again the control will come to temp1 and it will check whether any other elements are there in the single. There are no other elements left, guys. So we'll come out of this internal for each loop and we'll come here, and this is the end of this first for each loop. So we'll go to this A again. Okay, we'll go to this A again, guys. Okay, so A will check whether there are any other single dimensional arrays after this 597. There are 8 to 4. So A will assign this 8 to 4 at the index 1 to the temp1. Okay, temp1 will be storing the single dimensional array 8 to 4 now. Okay, that's why it is integer single dimensional array. So now temp1 has 8 to 4, and since it is there, we'll go inside this first external for each loop, and the internal for each loop will start executing. Now temp1 will check whether there are any elements in this single dimensional array. Yes, there are elements. So it will take the first element, guys, 8, and assign it to temp2. Now what will be printed? 8 will be printed. Again the control will go to temp1. It will check when any other elements left. 2, 4 are there. So it will take the first element 2 and assign it to temp2, and 2 will be printed. Then again here temp1, any other elements left, 4 is there, 4 will be assigned here and 4 will be printed. And again we'll come here and it will check any other elements, no other elements. So we'll come out of the internal for each loop and we'll go to the external for each loop here, okay, into this A. And A will check whether any other single dimensional arrays left in this 2-dimensional array. There are no other single dimensional arrays left. So we'll come out of this for each external for each loop also. Like this, guys, all these values in the 2-dimensional array will be printed with the help of this, will be iterated with the help of this 2 for each loops. Okay, external and internal for each loops. So when I run this, right click run as Java application, you see you'll get the result as 597824. So everyone wants this result to be displayed in a kind of different format, guys, like this. Okay, kind of like this they want. Okay. So how many values in the 2 single dimensional arrays are there, and in each and every single dimensional array we have 3 values. So everyone will try to expect the value, this formatting of this output in a this way. Okay, 597, 5, 9, 7. Then we have 8 to 4, I guess 8 to 4. Okay, so 8, 2, and 4. Okay, like this we want to print. Okay, for that what we have to do is we have to format this output. So how to format this output? Here when I am printing this println statement, everything, all these numbers are getting printed in a separate lines. I don't want to get them printed in separate lines, so I'll make this to print. When I run this, instead of this this order, it will be printed in the same line, as you can see now. Right click, run as Java application. You see all the numbers got printed in the same line now. Now I want to put a space, okay, between each and every number here, between 5, 9, 9, 7, 7, 8, 8 to 4, 2, 4. Okay, I want to give a space. For that I will say plus in double quote space. Okay, I'll give some space. So now this time we'll get the space, guys, in between the numbers 597, 824. And now I want every single dimensional array to be printed in a separate line. Okay, that is the first single dimensional array should be displayed in this first row and second single dimensional in the second row. Like that I want 597, 824 I want. How to do that? So this in one in this when this internal for each loop gets executed, it will print 597 first, then it will go here and again come and then print 824. So I'll give a println statement here, guys. After this internal for each loop, I'll give some println statement so that it will print, it will enter a space. Okay, it will add a, after printing 597, okay, before printing 827, will come here and it will go to the next line, and the next line it will print 824, guys. Okay, as part of the next iteration. So right click run as Java application. As you can see, you'll get the required output now, guys. Okay, this is how we have to get the formatted output of a 2-dimensional array, which I already explained as part of the for loop, guys. Normal for loop also I explained in one of the previous videos, and I explained you how to format the output. So here in case of for each loop also you can format it like this. Okay, fine. This is all about the for each loop, guys. How to use for each loop with a 2-dimensional array. So that's it about the for each loop with a 2-dimensional array. And in the next video session, I'm going to explain how to use the same for each loop, this time with a 3-dimensional array. Here in this current video, 2-dimensional array. In the next video session, I'm going to use for each loop with a 3-dimensional array, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you and bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 88 of Java for tester series, that is using for each loop. Using for each loop with a three-dimensional array. In the previous videos, I explained how to use for each loop with a, in the few previous videos, I explained how to use for each loop with a single dimensional arrays, right? And then in one of the previous videos, I already explained how to use for each loop with the two-dimensional arrays, two-dimensional arrays. And in the current video session, I am going to explain how to use for each loop, okay, for iterating through all the array elements inside the three-dimensional arrays. Okay, like this, guys. Okay, coming to the single dimensional array, how many for each loops we have to use, guys? How many for each loops we have to use? And coming to the two-dimensional arrays, how many for each loops we need to use? And coming to the three-dimensional arrays, how many for each loops we need to use? So the answer is, for iterating through all the array elements inside the single dimensional array, we have to use only one for each loop. One for each loop is enough for iterating through all the array elements of the single dimensional arrays, guys. Okay. And coming to the two-dimensional arrays, how many for each loops are required for iterating through all the array elements of this two-dimensional array? We need two for each loops. Okay. And also coming to the three-dimensional arrays, for iterating through all the array elements of this three-dimensional, we need how many? So obviously the answer is 3 for each loops, guys. Okay. For each loops, we have to create, here in this case of two-dimensional, external for each loop will be there and internal for each loop will be there. And coming to the three-dimensional arrays, 3 levels. Okay. High level external for each loop will there, again sub for each loop will be there, and until and under that another for each loop will be there. Like that, three levels of for each loops will be there for iterating through all the elements of this three-dimensional arrays. So guys, let me explain this in a practical way. So let me switch to the practical mode, guys. I will start this by creating a three-dimensional array first. I have to create a three-dimensional array, guys. So three-dimensional array generally has 3 square brackets like this, and this variable a is declared with integer three-dimensional array, and we need to assign the values now. So what I will do is I will first create a single dimensional arrays, guys. So let me create all the different single dimensional arrays like this. Okay, let me create something like some 6. Okay, some 6 single dimensional arrays. Let me create. So also let me provide some values also, guys. 5, 7, 1, 3, 9, 2, 8, 4, 3, 7, 6, 5, 5, 2, 1, 7, 5, 2, 1, 7, 3, 0, 8, 4. Like this, give different values, guys. Okay, just give different values. That's it. 1, 6, 3, 8. Like this. Okay, 1, 6, 3, 8. 1 comma 3 6 comma 3 comma 8. Like this. There are several single dimensional arrays inside this list, right? So I need to first divide this into two dimensional arrays. So what I will do is I will segregate all. I'll group these 3 single dimensional arrays into a one two dimensional array. So I'll put a ending curly bracket here and starting curly bracket here. From here to here, it will become a first two dimensional array. Okay, and here to here again I want to club it as a another two-dimensional array. This is a second two-dimensional array, you can say. And now guys, how many two-dimensional arrays are there? 1 and 2. So I am going to club these two-dimensional arrays into one thing, that is ending curly brackets and starting curly brackets. So this together will become a three-dimensional array, guys. Okay, in this three-dimensional array we have first two-dimensional array and second two-dimensional array, and inside the two-dimensional arrays we are going to have multiple single dimensional arrays. So what is a three-dimensional array, guys? As already explained in the one of the previous videos, three-dimensional array is an array of two-dimensional arrays. So here, this is the first two-dimensional array and this is the second two-dimensional array, and three-dimensional array is an array of two-dimensional arrays. That's correct. Okay, like this. Now the three-dimensional array is ready, guys. So I'm going to use for each loop, guys, for iterating through all these array elements of this three-dimensional array. So let me start with the first high-level for each loop. So for I will create a variable, guys, temp1 and colon. I have to assign this three-dimensional array variable a here. Okay, what should be the data type of this temp1, guys? So let me explain how the data type need to be decided for this temp1. So when this for each loop gets executed, guys, this array, what it will do is it will check whether any elements are available. Okay, array elements are available in this three-dimensional array or not. Okay, you see this three-dimensional array has two-dimensional arrays. This is a first two-dimensional array having the index 0. This is index 0, guys, and this is a second two-dimensional array having the index 1. Okay, how many are there, guys? 2 are there. So this A will retrieve this section. Okay, this complete part it will retrieve and assign it to the temp1 using this for each loop. Okay, this complete two-dimensional array will be taken. Okay, this index 0 will be taken by A and assigned to the temp1. So what is this type that it is assigned, guys? A is assigning which type of array? It is a two-dimensional array, guys. So here we have to say what is the data type? Int. Okay, so integer two-dimensional array where the A is assigning to the temp1. Now open the curly brackets and close the curly brackets here and put this here itself. Okay, the first iteration, the first two-dimensional array having the index 0 is assigned to the temp1. That's why we declared this temp1 as in two-dimensional integer array. Okay, and after going inside this first for each loop, we have to create another for each loop, guys. I'll create a variable like temp2 here, and here temp2 should be assigned with this temp1. Okay, this is a rule. And start and close here. So here, what does temp1 will have? Temp1 has a two-dimensional array, guys. Okay, so what will temp1 is assigned to the temp2? Temp1 will assign the elements of this two-dimensional array. What are the elements of this two-dimensional array? The elements of this two-dimensional array are the single-dimensional arrays. This is the first single-dimensional array having the index 0, second single-dimensional array having the index 1, and third single-dimensional array having the index 2. Okay, so it will first take this single-dimensional array, guys. In the first iteration, it will take this first single-dimensional array and assign it to the temp2. So what is the type of this array, guys? Single-dimensional. So data type is anyhow int. So int of single-dimensional array we have to say. And inside this, okay, second for each loop, we have to create another internal for each loop, guys. For I'll this time say temp3 colon. I have to assign this temp2, guys. Okay. So what does this temp2 has, guys? Temp2 has the single-dimensional arrays. So what are the different values of this temp2? Temp2 has this different integer values. So the data type of this temp3 is int, guys. So temp2 will first take this value 5 and assign it to temp3. And when printed, when you print temp3, guys, when you try to print temp3 here, it will first in the first iteration it will print this first value, that is 5 will be printed. Again the control will go back to the temp2. Okay, where the second value of the remaining elements, that is 7 will be assigned to the temp3 and 7 will be printed. Then again temp2 will check whether any other elements left here. So 1, 3 are left. So it will assign the other next value, that is 1, and print it here. And then again it will go and see any other elements left. 3 is left, 3 will be assigned and 3 will be printed. Now again it will go and check any other elements left. No other elements left, guys. So it will come out of this internal for each loop, and the control will come to the second for each loop, and the control will go to temp1, where it will check whether any other single dimensional other elements other than this first single dimensional array are there or not. Yes, there are 2 more. Okay, so what it will do is it will take the second single dimensional array, it will take and get it here. Okay, now so it will go inside this, and this temp2 will assign the first value 9 to this temp3, and 9 will be printed. And temp2 will check any other elements. 2, 8, 4 are there, 2 will be assigned and printed. Then it will check any other elements. 8, 4 are there, so 8 will be assigned and printed. Then remaining 4 will be there, 4 will be assigned and printed. And finally it will check any other elements. No elements, so it will come out of this for each loop. Again the control will go to the temp1, that is second level for each loop. Temp2 will check any other single dimensional arrays are there or not. So only the last one, last single dimensional array is that it will, okay, it will assign it to the temp2 and go inside the for each loop. So this one, what it will do, it will check, temp2 will take check whether any elements left in the single dimensional. So 4 elements are there, 3 will be assigned here and printed. Then it will check the remaining 7 will be assigned and printed. Then it will check the remaining 6, 5 are there, 6 will be assigned and printed. Then any other things, 5 is there, 5 will be assigned and printed. And finally nothing is there, so it will come out of this for each loop. Again the control will go to the temp1. When the control goes to the temp1, guys, so all these 3 single dimensional arrays are done, guys. So there are no other single dimensional arrays. So again this second level for each loop also will come out of the for each, and will go to the high level for each loop. And here control will go to the A, guys, where it assigned this first two-dimensional array. Out of this two-dimensional arrays, this one is already assigned here. So this time it will assign the next one. It will check whether any other two-dimensional arrays left in the three-dimensional array or not. Since one two-dimensional array is left at the index 1, it will assign it this time. Okay, like this. The second two-dimensional array will be assigned, guys. A will be assigning to the temp1, and temp1 will assign the this one, first of this first single dimensional array in this two-dimensional array. Okay, like this. And temp2 will assign the first value 5 and get it printed. Then remaining values 2, 1, 7 are there, so 2 will be assigned and printed. Then remaining values 1, 7 are there, 1 will be assigned and printed. The next one 7 is left, 7 will be assigned and printed. After 7, nothing is there. Okay, so we'll come out of this internal for each loop. Again, the control will go to the temp1. This time temp1 will assign the next single dimensional array here, that is this one. Now again the control will come to the internal for each loop, and this one will check any other elements left. 3, 0, 8, 4 are there, so 3 will be assigned to this and printed. And then 0, 8, 4 will be left, 0 will be assigned and printed. And then 8, 4 will be left, 8 will be assigned and printed. Then 4 will be left, 4 will be assigned and printed. After 4, nothing is there, so we'll come out of this internal for each loop, and the control will go to the temp1. Temp1 will check any other single dimensional arrays. There is another single dimensional array left that will be assigned here. So again the control will come to the internal for each loop. This will check any other left. 1, 6, 3, 8 is there, 1 will be printed. 6, 3, 8 will be left. In that 6 will be printed, assigned and printed. 3, 8 is left, 3 will be assigned and printed. And finally 8 is there, 8 will be assigned and printed. After 8, nothing is there, it will come out of the internal for each loop. So then it will come here and see another single dimensional array is left. Since there is no single dimensional array left, it will even come out of this second level for each loop also. Again the control will go to this high level, and it will check any other two-dimensional arrays left or not. Since both the two-dimensional arrays are already assigned, there is no other two-dimensional array left, so it will even come out of this the high level for each loop also. Like this, guys, for each loop will iterate through all the array elements in this three-dimensional array. Okay, when I run this, all the values, okay, all the array elements stored values, all the values stored in the array elements of this three-dimensional array will be printed, guys. So right click, run as Java application. Observe that all these values will be printed. You see all the values starting from 5 and ending with 8 got printed here. Let's format this, guys. How to format this? We have to format something like this. Okay, this is a three-dimensional array. Three-dimensional array is an array of two-dimensional arrays, right? Two-dimensional arrays. So here in each and every two-dimensional arrays, we have 3 single-dimensional arrays. At a high level in this three-dimensional array, guys, at a high level in this three-dimensional array, we have two-dimensional arrays, and in that, in each and every two-dimensional array, we have 3 single-dimensional arrays, right? And each and every single-dimensional array has 4 values. So that's why 4 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4 values in the each and every single-dimensional array. Here also same thing, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, like this. So like this format, I want to print, guys. Instead of printing in this linear way, okay, I want to print in this kind of format, format. Okay, I want to print. For that, guys, we have to do some small modifications. Like for now, all the values are printing in different lines. So I'll remove this print element. So the all values will be printed in the same line. So let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see all the values got printed like this. Now I want to separate two single two-dimensional arrays. For that, I have to provide this print statement here. System.out.println. Okay, like this I have to give here. If I give something like to system.out.println in the external for each loop at the end of the two internal for each loops, if I give here, so it will print. Right click, run as Java application. You see the first two-dimensional array and second two-dimensional array. And after printing each and every single dimensional array, I want to also add a space. System.out.println I have to add. In that case, guys, right click, run as Java application. Observe that like this it got displayed. Okay, two-dimensional. But even I want some space between these numbers, guys. I want space between 5 and 7, 7 and 1, like that. So for that I have to add here this double quotes. This process I already explained as part of the for loop, guys. I am repeating this same for the for each loop. Okay, so even refer the for loop on how to work with for loop with the three-dimensional arrays and all. So you will get more clarity on this concept that I am explaining here, and you can even practically check in your machine, okay, on your own. Practice it in your machine, guys. Simply practice it in your machine to see whether you are getting the proper result or not. So that if you are getting the result, that means you understood this concept of how to format the output. Okay. So when I add the space here, guys, between each and every number, the space will be added. Right click, run as Java application. You see this kind of format we should be getting, guys. Okay, this is a three-dimensional array, which is an array of two-dimensional. This is one two-dimensional array and second two-dimensional array. Array of two-dimensional arrays is three-dimensional array, like this, guys. Okay, fine. Now this is how we have to use for each loop with a three-dimensional array. And in the next video session, guys, I'm going to explain arrays and different data types. Okay, arrays and different data types in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 89 of Java for Tester series, that is arrays and data types. So far, the previous videos, I have created the arrays using the int data type. Okay, whether it may be a single dimensional array or two-dimensional array or three-dimensional array, I declared so far in all the previous examples or previous topics of arrays I explained, I use the int data type. But arrays are not restricted to int data type, guys. You can create different data types of arrays. Okay, so in this current video session, I am going to explain arrays and different data types. So let me practically show you how you can create different arrays using the different data types. Okay, arrays are not restricted to only int data type, guys. You can use different data types for creating these arrays. Okay, so in this video, I am going to explain that. So let's go here and let me create a, let's start with the integer array itself, guys. I'll create a single dimensional integer array. I'll create a variable a and I will write something like this. Okay, this is a single dimensional integer array, guys. This is an integer array, guys. As you can see, since this variable is declared with this integer array data type, we can store multiple integer literals into this variable like this. This works, right? This is how it works. Now what if I create something like this? Okay, instead of int, I will use long array. Okay, this is a long array, guys. Long array. I'll create a variable b is equal to I'll create some single dimensional array here, and here I will give the letters as 9l. Okay, so some 1 2 3l, 56l, and so on. You can give any kind of thing. You see here the literals are long literals, guys. They are ending with l. So these are long literals. These are integer literals, whereas these are long literals. Since you have declared this variable b with long array data type, you can store multiple long literals. Similar way, I can create a array having the char data type. This is a char array. Okay, I'm declaring a variable c with char array data type. So into the single dimensional array, I can store literals like s, a, p, t, and so on. Okay, these are the character literals, guys. Multiple character literals I am assigning to the variable c because it is declared with which data type? Character array data type. Then what if I do something like this? String d is equal to, okay, string array d is equal to. In this case, guys, I can store multiple string literals. Okay, I can store string literals like this. Fox.com, okay, testing tutorials, and so on. These are all the different string literals, guys. I am storing into this variable d, which is declared with string array data type. What if I give something like this? Boolean. Okay, Boolean array e is equal to. Here, guys, I can store Boolean values like this: true, false, false. Multiple Boolean values I can store into this variable because this variable is declared with Boolean array data type. So anything left? Floating point. Okay, float array data type. So I can store floating point values like 1.23f, comma 3.69f, okay, 4.52f, and so on. So if you declare a variable with floating point array data type, then you can store multiple floating point literals into this variable. One more thing that is left is double array. G is equal to, I can store all the decimal values, double literals, 3.456, comma, 2.123, comma, 1.23, comma, 34.56, and so on, all the decimal values. By default, all the decimal values will be double literals and they can be assigned to the variable G, which is declared with double array data type. Like this, guys, we can store, okay? We can even create byte, short, and all those stuff also, okay? Byte, G is equal to 1, comma, 5, comma, 9, comma, okay, 3, like this. These are the byte. Short also I can do that. Short array I is equal to, okay, 6, comma, 3, comma, 2, comma, 8. Byte, short, int long, float, double, char, boolean, and string. Okay. So like this, guys, arrays can be used with different data types. Arrays can be used with different data types like this. Okay, you see, if you declare a particular array with int data type, you can store integer literals into that variable of in data type declared variable. Okay, and if you declare some variable as a string array, you can store all the string literals like this based on the multiple values. Based on the type of the values that you want to store into this variable, you can declare the variable of that kind of data type. It's not only limited to single arrays, guys. You have multiple multi-dimensional arrays, that's fine. Like you can, okay, it is also applicable to the two-dimensional and three-dimensional arrays also. Okay, in this example, I only provided all the single dimensional arrays with different data types, but the same thing can be applied for the two-dimensional and three-dimensional arrays that you can experiment and see on your own, guys. Okay, like this, guys. In Java, we can use arrays with different data types. Okay, integer arrays, character arrays, string arrays, double arrays, floating point arrays, boolean arrays, short arrays, byte arrays, okay, long arrays, and so on. All the different data types can be used with arrays for storing that kind of literals into the variables of that arrays type. So that's it, guys. This is all about the arrays and data types. The next video session, I'll explain about object class arrays. Okay, the next type of arrays, that is object class arrays, I will explain in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 90 of Java for Tester series, that is object class arrays. So before I explain what exactly is this object class and how it can be used with arrays, let me first practically demonstrate a problem statement. Okay, I'll first show you the problem statement practically, guys. Then I will show you how this object class arrays are going to help in this case. For example, guys, okay, for example, I declare a array, an integer array. Okay, I declare a variable with integer array and I assign some integer literals here. Let's say 9, 5, 4, okay, 8, etc. I'll not get any errors because I'm assigning the integer literals to the variable which is declared with integer array. Since this variable is declared with integer array, I can assign multiple integer literals. That's possible. What if I try to assign something like not only integer literals, I'll try to assign different values, like 9 is an integer literal. So, and I will try to assign some 88L, okay. And this is a long literal, guys. Okay, this 9 is an integer literal which I can easily assign to the variable a, which is declared with integer array. But here I am trying to assign long literal. Okay, long literal and floating point literal like 3.56f. Okay, double literal like 1.23 is a double literal. Then boolean literal, character literal, string literal. Okay, any other literals left, guys? Long, float, character, boolean, characters. Like this, different types of literals I am trying to assign here. Okay, so the variable which is declared with integer array, I am trying to assign different literal types. Is it possible, guys? It's not possible because the variable is declared with integer array and you are trying to assign some different type of literals which are not supported. Okay, only few literals are supported but remaining are not supported. What if I make it like boolean array? Okay, only this Boolean literals will be supported, guys. Remaining literals will not be supported. That's the problem. But is there any way where into this single variable, okay, into the single variable, I want to assign this different type of literal values? Okay, it's not possible, right? If I declare this with int, few literals are not accepted, few literals are accepted, few are not accepted. If I make them double, few are accepted, okay, most of the literals are accepted, and you see this Boolean literal and string literals are not accepted. If I make it character array, you see only few literals are accepted and remaining literals are not getting accepted. Like that, guys, all the literals, okay, if I make it float like this, okay, few are accepted, few are not accepted. So the problem here is, okay, that the problem here is we can assign only one type of literals to the one type of declared arrays. Okay, data type. Based on the data type array, based on the data type of the array, we can assign the literals. But we cannot assign different type of literals to the same variable. Okay, this is a problem statement. The problem statement is if you try to assign, okay, multiple values of different data types, literal types, okay, if you try to assign multiple values of different literal types to the same variable, okay, that is not possible if you declare this variable with different data types like int, long, float, and all. Okay, that is not the solution. So what is the solution, guys? How to solve this problem? How to assign different type of literals to the same variable? Is it possible? Yes, guys, it's possible. That is possible with the help of the object class array. So simple, guys. Instead of giving here int, double, float, okay, long, boolean, char, something like that, if I give something like object here, you see all the errors got resolved. The moment I declared this variable with object array, okay, the moment I declared this variable a with object array, all the literals are able to be, okay, we are able to assign all the different type of literals, integer literals, long literals, floating point literals, double literals, boolean, character, okay, string literals to the same variable. This is getting possible because I declared this variable with object array. How can it be possible, guys? How can it be possible? How can we be able to assign different type of literal types to the same variable? How this object class array is able to solve this problem? Let's find it out. Okay. The reason here is object class is the parent class of all the classes in Java, guys. Okay, and is the root class of Java. Object class is the parent class of all the classes in Java and is the root class of the root class are in Java, guys. So let me show you how that happens. Okay, if I Google search for something like Java 8 API, just Google search for Java 8 API, guys, and you will get this link, docs.oracle.com Java SE8 docs API kind of link you will get. Click on that. It will take you to the API page of that Java API. Just on the left side, you can see there are different classes here, guys. Select any class. Let's say I will select this class, abstract border class. When I selected that class, what is the parent of this abstract border, guys? The parent of this abstract border class is object class. Object class is a parent. So what if I go to another way, other place like a different, okay, different array. Here also atomic boolean some class is there in Java library API, and its parent is also object. Whatever the class you take, guys, okay, let's go to another different class, okay, and try to see what is the parent class of that. Serial array is also having the object class. The simple formatter. Simple formatter is having the parent class as formatter, and this formatter is having the parent as object. So on the top, object is there. Okay, object looks like the root class, guys. What if I click on this object, guys? Does object have any parent class? Let's find it out. Here you see, object doesn't have any parent class, guys. Object is the main one. Object is parent of all the other classes in Java, guys. It's a root class, you can say. Class object. Object is a class in Java, guys, and is the root of the class hierarchy. All the classes in Java, this library or API, are the children of this object class. The children or grandchildren of this object class. Okay. Every class has object as a super class. The parent class or super class means it's a grandparent or parent, something like that. Okay. All objects, including arrays, implement the methods of this class. So whatever the methods that are there in this object class, okay, can be implemented by all the remaining classes in Java. So guys, since object class is the parent or super class of all the classes in Java and is the root class of the Java, Okay, that's the reason, guys, we can assign any type of data into the variable which is declared as object arrays. That's the trick behind that, guys. Okay, here I have mentioned instead of the data type, I mentioned the object class, which is making different type of literals to be assigned to the variable. Okay, because I mentioned here instead of the data type, when I mentioned the object class beside this array, I was able to assign different type of literals the same variable, because object is a class in Java, guys, predefined class in Java, and is a root class or super class of all the other classes in Java, guys. Okay, it's a root class and super class of all the classes in Java, and just because of this reason, we can assign different type of literals to the same variable, which is declared with this object class array data type. Okay, object class array type, we can say. So, guys, so now you understood what exactly are these object class arrays. Okay, using this object class arrays, if you instead of providing the data type arrays like int, float array, or character array or boolean array, if you give object class array, then you can assign different type of literals into the same variable. Okay, so that is the purpose of the object class arrays. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I will explain the next topic, that is disadvantage of arrays. So what is the disadvantage of arrays? Okay, arrays has a lot of capabilities, as I have explained as part of the previous videos and this current video, but it also has a disadvantage, guys, that I'm going to explain as part of the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 91 of Java for Tester series, that is disadvantages of arrays. So far, I explained how arrays are powerful and how they help us in storing multiple values into a single variable. Despite of this advantage, they also have the disadvantage, guys. So what is the disadvantage of arrays? The main disadvantage of using arrays in Java is arrays are fixed in size, guys. Arrays are fixed in size. This is the disadvantage of the arrays, guys. Okay, despite of the advantages, there is a disadvantage in arrays, guys, that is arrays are fixed in size. Okay, this is a major drawback of the arrays. So how the arrays are fixed in size? How the arrays are fixed in size? Let me show you practically. Okay, for example, if I create an array, let's say integer array a, and I will say new int of 3 here. Okay, I'm just giving the size of the array. Here the size of the array will be fixed, guys. They are not going to grow after this statement. Okay, when I create the array, I'm giving the size of the array. After this statement, after this particular statement, I cannot increase the size of the array, guys. The size of the array is going to be 3. For example, if I say here a of 0 is equal to, okay, the size of the array in this example is 3, guys. A of 0 is equal to some 65 give. A of 1 is equal to some 9. A of 2 is equal to some 3, like this. Okay, and I will do something like system.out.println a of 0. I just do some operations, guys. A of 0 plus a of 1 plus a of 2, like this I did some operation. After that, after this statement, if I try to increase the size, okay, is there any possibility where can I increase the size of the array here? Can I increase the size of the above array here? Is a question, guys. The answer is no, guys. You cannot increase the size of the array. The size of the array is going to be 3. And without worrying about it, if you try to increase the size by giving something like this, a of 3 is equal to, okay, a of 3 is equal to some 5 if you give. Okay. So when you run this program, you will get array index out of bounds exception, guys. Array index out of bounds exception you will get. You are going to get an exception, guys. You see array index out of bounds exception you are getting at 16th step. That is this step. You cannot write this kind of statement it is saying. Okay. So once you give the size of the array, you cannot increase it during the program, guys. So at this point, I cannot increase the size of the array, guys. If I have to increase the size, I have to increase the size here itself in the first statement itself. While the program is continuing, you cannot increase the size somewhere in between the program, guys. That's the disadvantage of arrays. That's why we say arrays are fixed in size. That's why we say arrays are fixed in size, and this is the disadvantage of the arrays, guys. So what is the solution then? Arrays, they have a disadvantage where their size is fixed and we cannot increase their size in between the program or after some steps getting executed in the program, right? That's the problem. So the solution here is, we have a solution like collections, guys. There's something known as collections or collections framework in Java, using which, okay, using which we can increase the size. We can increase the size even after its size will not be fixed as part of the in collections, guys. Their size will not be fixed, guys. Okay, you can increase the size while the program is continuing. We can keep on increasing the size of the collections. That's how collections will resolve this problem. Arrays have a disadvantage where they are fixed in size, guys. And the future videos, when I explain collections, I will show you how these collections will resolve this drawback of the arrays and how they help us in growing the size of the collection during the execution of the program. Okay. So collections are not fixed in size and arrays are fixed in size, guys. Arrays are fixed in size. Once the array is created, there is no chance of decreasing or increasing the size of the array. They are fixed in size, guys. But coming to the collections, we can overcome the above disadvantage. Okay, this disadvantage of array can be overcome with the help of collections, which I am going to explain as part of the future videos, guys. I am going to explain about collections, which is a big concept, guys, as part of the future videos, where you'll understand how these collections will overcome this particular disadvantage of array, which is of arrays are of fixed in size. Okay, so that's it about the disadvantage of arrays, guys, and the solution that collections will resolve in future. Okay, so that's it. The next video session, I'll start with the string concepts. Okay, I'll start with the string concepts in Java, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 92 of Java for tester series, that is string class. So what is a string class? So before I explain how to use a string class, let me first explain. In Java, we have something known as data types, guys. Okay, data types in Java can be categorized into two types. One is primitive data types, other one is non-primitive data types. Primitive data types, other one is non-primitive data types. So these primitive data types and non-primitive data types are two different categories of data types. And coming to primitive data types, they are non-object. Okay, non-object oriented. Here, non-primitive data types are object oriented. They are associated with objects, guys. Okay, non-primitive data types are associated with objects, whereas primitive data types are not associated with objects. So the different data types we have under the primitive data types are byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. These are the different primitive data types we have in Java, which are non-object oriented. Coming to the non-primitive data types, we have different non-primitive data types like string, array, okay, strings, arrays, etc., guys. Okay, there may be other things also, okay, which are related to objects, guys. So here in this current video session, I am going to explain about the string non-primitive data type. Okay, string is related to the class and object concept, guys, and it's non-primitive. That's why it's called non-primitive data type. In the current video session, I'm going to explain about the string non-primitive data type and how to use it and all. Okay, so let's get started with the string non-primitive data type, guys. Fine. So what is a string, guys? String is a predefined class in Java. Okay, string, one of the thing for string is a non-primitive data type. As explained here, string is a non-primitive data type which is associated with the objects. Okay, and the next thing here is string is a predefined class in Java. How can I say that string is a predefined class in Java? Simple, guys. Google search for, just go to google.com and search for something like Java 8 API. Okay, and you'll get this API documentation, Java API documentation, Java platform SE8 docs, oracle.com Java SE8 docs API. Just click on such link and it will take you to the API page of this Java. And now say Ctrl F, okay, and search for string. Enter, okay, left side, just see the left side till you get this string thing. Just keep on clicking. You see there is a string, something string like this is here. Just click on that. You'll be taken to a page, guys, where it is clearly mentioned that string is a class in Java. In the API documentation of Java, it is mentioned that string is a predefined class in Java. Okay, so guys, string is a predefined class in Java, guys. So it's predefined Okay, it's already defined by the Java developers. That's why we call this string class as a predefined class. Okay, it's already created and developed by the developers of Java. That's why we call this string as a predefined class in Java. So fine. So here, this demo class is a user defined because I created it, right? I just created this demo.java file and this class got created, guys. Inside this demo.java file, this demo class got created by me. It's not a predefined, guys. It's a user defined. Okay. This class that I created in this Eclipse IDE is a user defined class. But coming to the string class, string is a predefined, guys. I didn't create the string class. Here, Java developers have created this string class and kept that in the API documentation of the Java. Okay. So string is a predefined class in Java. So now let's move to the how to use a string. Okay, how to use this string class in Java. So let's start with the actual representation of the string class, guys. Okay, string can be used in two ways. Okay, representation you can say. String can be represented in two ways, guys. That is one of the representation we have in the string is actual representation we say. Okay, actual representation of the string, and the other one is shortcut representation we can say. Shortcut representation. There are two representation, using which we can use the, there are two representations using which we can use the string in Java, guys. Okay, one is actual representation, another one is shortcut representation. Okay, so coming to actual representation, we have to use string something like this. Okay, string. Okay, you have to give some variable name, guys. Okay, you can give some variable name. Can give either a or str, whatever you feel convenient you can give it. This is a variable name. Okay, here I gave a string str is equal to new string of, this is actual representation of the string, guys. Okay, new string. So here this new keyword will create the object for the which class? Predefined string class. This new keyword will create the object for the string class and assign it to the variable of the string class. Okay, that's how it works. Here this variable is declared with the string non-primitive data type, and into this particular variable we are storing the object that is created by this new class. Okay, new string means an object will be created in the memory, guys. So for this string class an object will be created in the memory, and here inside this string constructor, okay, I'll explain about constructor in the upcoming videos, but for now inside this string constructor, inside the double quotes we can give the text, guys. For example, if I give my name like this, okay, this is a string text, string literal, this is a string literal text, right? So in the constructor of the string you have to provide this text. Okay, so this is the actual representation, guys. String str is equal to new string of the string literal you have to give here. Okay, what is the shortcut representation? Okay, there is a shortcut representation also, guys. I will explain that. For now, let me first practically demonstrate using the actual representation in programs. Okay, so let's go here inside the main method. Okay, first create an object for the string class, guys. New string. Okay, new string will create an object for the this predefined string class, and inside the string constructor, okay, you have to give the string literal text. So here I will give my name Arun Motori like this, okay, and put a semicolon here. So here an object will be created, guys. You see, you will not get any compiler error, okay, because this statement has created an object, but you are not saving, you have not named this object, guys. So when you say new string of Arun Motori, what will happen is in the memory, let's say this is a computer memory. Inside this computer memory, okay, an object will be created for the string class. An object will be, okay, some memory will be reserved for this object of the string class. That's fine. But how to refer this object, guys? How to refer this object? We have to create a variable, right? Reference variable should be there. That variable is not there in this statement. Only the object got created. Where it got created, we don't know, guys. Okay, and somewhere in the computer memory, okay, some memory got allocated to the string class object. But how to refer that to that object is not provided yet. So this part will only create the object, guys. Okay, when I say is equal to, okay, if I give some name like str or some a or something, okay, this is a variable name, guys. Since this is a string class object, you have to declare this variable also with the string class, okay, so that you can store the object created for the string class inside this str variable. Okay, so when I say string str is equal to new string, this is the actual representation of the string, guys. Here str is a variable name, reference variable name. So here using str we can reference to this object, okay, create that got created for the string. And here this particular Arun Motori string literal text will be stored into this object memory. Arun Motori, okay, like this guys, okay. So this string literal text got stored in the object memory inside the computer memory, and how to refer it using this str object reference. Fine. So this is actual representation of the string guys. Now if I have to print the string, okay, if I have to this string literal text will be stored in this str, okay, referenced object. So if I print str using this str as the object reference, using this str as the object reference, we are able to get the text or string literal text that got stored into the object memory of the string class, okay. So if I run this system.out.println str, it will print the this particular string text, okay. Right click, run as Java application. You see the string literal text that got stored into this str object reference got printed here, okay. This, when you print str, it will whatever the string literal text that is stored into this variable object reference, okay, object to which this object reference is referencing to, that will be printed here, okay, like this. So this is how we can work with the actual representation of the string class in Java guys. And now we have another representation also, as I already mentioned, that is shortcut representation. How to use the shortcut representation, okay. You don't have to say new string and all those stuff, okay. You can simply make it shortcut guys, okay. Here string str is equal to, directly you have to provide the string literal text. You don't have to provide new string and all those stuff, okay. Something like this guys, string str is equal to, directly provide the value. You don't have to say new string. This is a shortcut. It also means the same thing guys, okay. This statement is equal to this statement, but Java has provided you a shortcut method, okay, a shortcut way you can say, okay, of creating this string reference object, okay. So if I say Arun Motori, okay, the same thing will happen guys, okay. String str is equal to Arun Motori. If I say similarly in this computer memory, an object will be created, some memory will be associated to this object, and this str will be the reference variable for this object, and into that object memory this Arun Motori string literal text will be stored, okay, because this str is declared with a string class data type, non-primitive data type, okay. So this is a shortcut representation guys. Both this will do the same thing, okay. Either you can say string str is equal to new string of Arun Motori, or you can use a shortcut representation like string str is equal to directly Arun Motori. You don't have to say new string and all those stuff, okay. These both statements will work in the same way, and where one is a shortcut representation, one is the actual way of representing the strings, okay. So since we have actual representation and shortcut representation guys, which one people generally use? As we already know, people will use this only, okay. Shortcut representative, because it is easy to use. You don't have to say new string and all the stuff. String str is equal to Arun Motori. Here string is a predefined Java class. Fine. Now let's convert this program into string str is equal to, directly just replace this new string to directly the literal text, okay. Assign the string literal text directly to this str variable of the string class, okay. Now when you print str, it will print the this particular text. So this is a shortcut representation of the, okay, of using the string class in Java guys. You see the same result you got, okay. This is the actual representation of using strings guys, and most of the people will prefer the shortcut representation only, okay, because it's easy, very easy to use. Now guys, so string is a predefined class in Java, and this is actual representation, and this is a shortcut representation. That's fine, but there are several methods, okay. There are several methods we can use this with this string class guys, okay. So in Java there are several methods. In Java, there are several methods associated with this string class. So the same thing is, you have to go to the Java 8 API and search for the string class, as I did before. And in this string class, if you scroll down a bit, as you can see, inside this, you will find a lot of methods. Okay, method summary is there. You see, there are a good number of methods, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, almost good number of methods are associated with the string class, guys. We can use them for different purposes. Okay. For example, we can use equals method for comparing two strings to check whether the two string literal text is same or not, okay. And other thing I can is like length. You can get the size of the length of the string, okay. That also you can do. Like that, guys. Many things are there. Okay. You can split the string text into different parts. Can trim it. Okay, like that. Many methods are there, guys. Okay. So I will explain. Okay, don't worry. I will explain each and every method in the upcoming videos. Okay, how to use this caret method of the string predefined class. All these methods are under the string class, guys. Okay. So in this Java 8 API or any Java API, we have this string predefined class, guys, and this class is associated with good number of methods. Okay, the same API documentation page of the string predefined class, you can find these methods. There are good number of methods here, and you can use it for different purposes. Okay, to converting all the characters in a string literal text into the lowercase or such kind of operations we can do with the help of the string predefined class methods, guys. Okay, so how to call these methods and all those stuff I will explain you. Okay, how to use these methods with the string predefined class in Java, I am going to explain in the upcoming videos. For now, understand that string is a predefined class in Java, and most of the people will use this shortcut representation of the string class, that is string str is equal to string literal text. And then there are several predefined methods of string class, guys, which I am going to practically demonstrate each and every string class method in the upcoming videos, guys. Okay, so that's it about the string class in Java, guys. It's a very big concept that I'm going to explain. Okay, so that's it about the string predefined class in Java. In the next video session, I will explain the string objects are immutable. Okay, I'll explain a concept known as string objects are immutable. What does this mean? I'm going to explain in the upcoming or next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 93 of Java for Tester series, that is string objects are immutable. String objects are immutable. What does this mean, guys? What does this string objects are immutable means? Let me explain. Say, guys, you have created a string. Okay, you have declared a variable a as string, and then you have assigned some string literal text here. Let's say you have assigned something like Arun here. That's fine. After doing so, now you plan to change the value that is stored in the variable a. That is, initially the value, the string literal text Arun got stored into this variable a, which is declared with string predefined class data type, right? Now, when I say a is equal to, okay, I want to change the value that is stored into this variable a with another value. Let's say instead of Arun, I want to store something like Arun Motori. Okay, my full name I want to store. Okay, instead of storing only my first name, I want to store my first name and last name here, like that. Okay, so when I print something, what will happen, guys? When I print this variable a, okay, what will be the result, guys? Will Arun will be printed or will Arun Motor will be printed? Okay, here Arun got updated with Arun Motori already, right? So what will be printed, guys? Here Arun Motori will be printed, guys. The latest given, okay, latest given string literal text will be printed. Okay, the original one. This is the first given, guys. This is second given, that is the latest given, will be assigned to the variable a. Okay, and then it will be printed. So when I run this, you will see, guys. When I run this code, you will see that the second given, that is first name and last name, will be printed, guys, instead of only first name. Okay, but guys, what is this? How is this related to the immutable thing? Okay, string objects are immutable means non-changeable. Okay, you cannot change. Once created, you cannot change, and non-changeable or non-modifiable. You can say anything, guys. Okay, string objects are immutable. Immutable means once created, they are not going to change at any cost. You cannot change them, you cannot modify them. That is immutable means. So let me explain how this program works. Internally, it looks very good. Okay, externally it looks very good, but internally something is different happening, guys, here. Okay, externally, guys, when you stored Arun into this variable a, and then later you have assigned another value to the same variable a, you assign another value, that is Arun Motor here. So the latest one was taken into consideration by this variable a, and when you print, the latest text got printed. The old one got replaced. It looks like, from external view, it looks like the older value got replaced by the new value, latest value, right, into this variable. And that's how we got the result also. But internally, something different is going on, guys. So in this case, guys, when you say string a is equal to Arun, what will happen internally is, okay, Java will let's say this is a computer memory, guys. Inside the computer memory, Java will create an object, guys. Okay, Java will and create an memory, like reserve some memory for this object. Okay, so where what will be stored, guys, into this object? Okay, this object will be referenced with the variable a. Reference variable is a here, right? Here we have said string a is equal to Arun. Okay, so some reserved memory will be reserved for this string object, and inside this memory, what will be there? Arun string literal text will be there, and in order to refer to this object, we need a reference variable that is nothing but this a, guys. That's fine. Okay. Now the second step, what's happening? Again, you are saying a is equal to, okay, reference variable a is equal to refer to this new object you are saying. Okay, a is equal to Arun Motori, you are saying. Okay, here when you say a is equal to Arun Motori, you may be thinking that this Arun will be replaced by Arun Motori in the original object itself, but internally the different will happen, guys. That is, another object will be created. Okay, so original object will be like that only. Okay, original object having this Arun string literal text will be like that only, but in additional another object will be created, guys. When you try to change the value, or when you try to modify the original value of this variable a, okay, so internally what's happening is Java is, instead of using the same object, Java is creating another object here. Okay, this is another object, guys. Okay, next second object, and in this object, guys, the latest text that is Arun Motori will be, okay, stored. And now what will happen here? You have mentioned a is equal to, originally also a is equal to Arun, a is equal to Arun Motori. So here what Java will do is Java will break this connection. Okay, the moment you say a is equal to Arun Motori, okay, a is equal to Arun Motori, the original a is equal to Arun, okay, the first one, a is equal to Arun, this relationship will be deleted. Okay, this relation a will not, no more, a will not refer to the Arun anymore. Okay, instead this a will refer to, this a will refer to this object, guys. Okay, earlier a was referring to the first object that is having the Arun string literal text. Now when you change the value inside the a to Arun Motori, that is the latest text, Java has created another object, and a has referenced now to this a is currently referencing to the latest object. Okay, old object reference is lost, and a is currently referenced to latest object. Okay, having the Arun Motori text, latest text. So here, guys, so this is what is happening internally, guys. Okay, only the reference is getting changed, but originally original object is there only, guys. Java has not deleted this object. Java has not deleted the original object. Okay, the first object is not deleted, guys. Okay, this object will be there in the memory, but only reference is lost. And when you say Arun Motori assigned to a, the reference is currently a reference is pointing to the next second object, that is latest object having the Arun Motori text. And as you can see now in the memory, there are two objects. Now again, if you say a is equal to, okay, a is equal to pfox.com, something like that, let's say. Okay, then what will happen? Again the same thing, guys. These two objects will be like that only, they will not be deleted. And Java will be creating another object. Okay, another object will be created by Java, guys, like this. How many times you change the reference, how many times you change the value that is stored into this string objects. Okay, value that is getting stored into the variable of the string class. Okay, that many times the new object will be created, and only that thing will change is this reference will be lost. Okay, Java will again delete this a pointing reference from this object to, and it will keep the reference to, it will place this reference. Okay, it will connect like this to the new object, guys. Okay, now a will be referring to a new object, but guys, these objects are not, okay, or not deleted or not modified. Okay, there is a possibility that instead of creating multiple objects, okay, Java can actually, okay, update the value inside this original object, right? That is not happening here. Okay, original object is like with Arun only, this is not deleted yet in the memory, and second object having the Arun motor is also not deleted from the memory. By the time we assigned a new value, like modified something like qfox here, okay, new object got created with qfox.com text stored into this object, and a is currently pointing to this new object. The older objects are not deleted yet. Okay, so we currently have three objects. three reserved memories are there for these three objects in Java, guys. That's why we have to say that string objects are immutable. Okay, that means once you create an object, it will not be deleted, guys. It cannot be modified. In order to modify, what is happening, guys? Java is creating another object, and again, in order to modify, again another object it is creating, but it's not modifying the existing object. Here, objects are not getting modified. New objects are getting created with the modified text, right? But older objects are like that only. That's why string objects are immutable, guys. Okay, this is what is happening internally. Though externally, you will not see any difference here. Internally, Java is creating multiple objects to modify the stuff, but it's not modifying the the current objects are old objects. It's keep on creating the new objects when the values change into this string predefined class variable. Okay, instead of modifying this. That's why Java string objects are immutable. Once created, they cannot be modified or edited. Okay, only way is to create new objects with the new latest value string literal text or modified text. Fine. And there is one more thing, guys. Okay, apart in Java, the string objects are immutable. But there is another class similar to string class in Java, guys, which is known as string buffer class. Okay, which is known as string buffer class. Okay, which whose objects are mutable, guys. Okay, while string objects are immutable, string buffer class, there is another class known as string buffer in Java, guys, which is similar to string class. String buffer objects are mutable. Okay, opposite, guys. Here string objects are not changeable, but string buffer objects are can be changeable. Okay, you don't Java will not create additional objects for this string buffer. Okay, anyhow, I will not explain about this string buffer class in this video session, guys. Just for reference, I have given that string objects are immutable, whereas string buffer objects are mutable. That means they can be modified. I'll explain more about the string buffer objects and how they are mutable, all those stuff in the upcoming videos. Okay. At present, string objects are immutable, guys. They cannot be once created, they cannot be modified. Okay. Java has to create new multiple objects to make those modification possible. Okay. So that's how the string objects are immutable, guys. That's it. In the next video session, I will explain about the next method. Okay. In the next video session, I'll explain about the one of the predefined method of string class, that is equals method. Okay. There is one lot of predefined methods are there in the string class, guys, as explained in one of the previous videos. Okay. String predefined class has a lot of methods associated with it. And in those methods, equals method is one of them. Okay. In the next video session, I will explain about this equal string method in detail. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 94 of Java for Tester series, that is equals method of string class in Java. So what is this equals method? Equals method is one of the predefined method in the predefined class known as string class, guys. Okay. String class in Java has good number of methods, and equals method is one of them. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose of using this equals method in Java? The purpose is to compare. Okay, the purpose is to compare the string text or string literals, you can say. Okay, using this equals method of string class, we can compare string literals directly or by storing them into the variables. So let me practically show you guys, okay, how we can use equals method for comparing the string literals. So let's say I create something like string a is equal to, okay, string a is equal to, here I'll give something like Varun, okay, then I will create another string. I will name this as like, I will give the string literal as Arun, and another string I'll create, string C is equal to, again Arun I will give, okay. So guys, using this equals method, method of string class, I can compare, okay, I can compare this literal with this literal and this literal with this literal and so on. Okay. So let's see. So what will happen when I compare? As you can see, when I compare the string literal text that is stored into the variable A with the string literal text that is stored into the variable B of string class, okay. So are they same, guys? Is Varun string literal equal to the, is comparatively equal to the Arun string literal? The answer is no, guys. So we'll get the result as false, guys. Okay, we'll get the result as false. So let's find it out. How to use this equals method to do that kind of comparison. Okay, you have to give the variable name, that is here we have a guys, a dot, okay, a dot, what is the method name? Equals. Okay, a dot equals, this is a method guys. Okay, they select that method, and here I have to compare this string literal stored into the variable a with the string literal stored into the variable b. So here I have to give the variable b guys. Okay, in A we have Varun string literal stored, and in the B we have Arun string literal stored. Okay, when I compare these two things with this equals method of string class, the result will be guys false, because they are not equal. Okay, Varun is not equal to Arun. It's not correct. So it will be resulting in false. So when I run this, you see false will be displayed. What if guys, I will compare this B, okay, string literal stored into the variable B with the string literal stored into the variable C. Both are Arun guys. Okay, both the literals, string literals are Arun, so they are equal actually. So this should result in true guys. If I give a dot, not a, b dot equals, and if I give something like C, okay, in B we have Arun, and in C also we have Arun. Okay, b dot equals C, this should result in true guys. Okay, while this was resulting in false, now this should resulting in true. So let's find it out whether string literal text stored into the variable B is equal to string literal text that is stored into the variable C. Let's run this. You see it is true guys. Okay, as expected it is true. So you don't have to even store into the string literals into the variables guys. You can do something like this. That is, for example, I can do something like this. System.out.println. I'll give the string literal like Varun. Okay, Varun dot equals, if I give something like Arun here, okay, Varun, this is a string literal text, string literal equals another string literal. Okay, inside this equals method I have to give the other string literal I want to compare with Varun. Okay, these both are not equal, so it will result in false guys. So let's run this and see that you will get the false as a result. What if I give here Arun and here also Arun? Okay, so run this, right click, run as Java application. You see you'll get the true. Like this guys, you can directly compare the string literal text. Okay, or you can store the string literals into the variables and compare using this equals method. Equals method, as I said, will compare the string literals directly or by storing them into the variables, and will result in true or false. Okay, if they are equal, then it will result in true. If they are not equal, it will result in false guys. So this is how guys we can use equals method of string class in Java for comparing two string literals directly or by storing them into the variables. So that's it guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the difference between double equal to, okay, equal to operator, and with the equals method. With the equals method, what is the difference? Can I use this double equal to or equal to operator with the equals method? I mean, can I use this for comparing the two strings? And what will happen when I use this operator for comparing two strings, and how it is different when I compare this two strings with the help of equals method? That thing I'm going to explain as part of the next video session, guys. So difference between this equal to operator and equals method in comparing the two strings in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 95 of Java for Tester series. That is, difference between equal to operator and equals method in comparing two strings in Java. So, there is something known as equal to operator. Okay, equal to operator is one of the operators in Java. I already covered this operator as part of the previous videos, guys. Okay, in one of the previous video, I already covered how to use this equal to operator. So this equal to operator falls under relational operators category. Okay, it falls under the relational operators category, guys. So this is one side. On the other side, we have something known as equals method. Okay, something known as equals method in Java, guys, and it belongs to the string predefined class in Java. Okay, equals method is one of the predefined methods of string class in Java, guys. Fine. So now guys, why I am comparing these two things? Why I'm comparing these two things? I'm comparing equal to operator with equals method of string class. I'm comparing in terms of how it can compare two strings. What will happen? Okay. What will happen when I compare two strings with help of equal to operator and using equals method? What will be the difference that we'll get? Okay. Can we compare two strings with the help of equal to operator and equals method? Yes, guys. Okay. We can compare two strings with the help of equal to operator and equals method of string class. But they work differently. Okay. This equal to operator will compare two strings in a different way, whereas equals method of string class will compare these two strings in a different way. But guys, which one is recommended for comparing two strings? Generally, it's not recommended to use equal to operator for comparing two strings. We generally don't use equal to operator. Okay, we don't use it. Okay, if you use it, you are in a wrong. You are using it wrongly, maybe. Okay, most of the cases, people use this equal to operator for comparing two strings with a wrong reason. Okay, they have something in their mind, but they end up in using equal to operator. They get some false results that they don't know actually. Okay, on the other side, this one is recommended, guys. Okay, if you have to compare two strings, people generally use equals method of string class in Java. So fine, both can be used for comparing two strings, but this is not recommended because it's not generally used, whereas this is recommended because it's generally used. Okay, so what will happen, guys? What will happen when you use this relational operator, that is equal to operator, for comparing two strings? Does it compare the string literals? No, guys, it won't compare. This equal to operator, it won't compare the string literals. Here string literal text won't be compared, guys. Your string literal text won't be compared. Using the equal to operator, the string literal text won't be compared. But equals method will compare the string literal text. Here string literal text will be compared. Okay. What are the text that you are storing to the variable of which is defined with the string class? Okay. That text will not be compared when you use equal to operator. But when you use equals method of string class, it will compare the string literal text that is stored into the variables of the string class. Okay. So here, then what will be compared? If it doesn't compare the string literal text of the string classes, so what does this equal to operator will compare? It will compare the objects, guys. Okay. Objects will be compared, guys. Okay. When you use equal to operator for comparing two strings, objects of the string classes will be compared. But coming to here, it will compare the string literal text. So I will explain more about this. Okay. I will take some example and then show you what actually happens with the equal to operator and equals method. Okay. When you compare two strings. So guys, let me create some two strings. Let's say I will create first string. String A is equal to new string of. Okay. I have to create something like this. Actual representation I have to use for this demonstration. So string A is equal to new string of. I will give the string literal text as Arun, guys. Okay. What is the text, guys? Arun. Okay. And now if I say string B is equal to new string of, again Arun I will give. Okay. So here, guys, one object will be created, another object will be created in the second step. Okay. Fine. Now, but the literal text is same. Okay. Even though here first object will be created, here second object will be created, but the literal text of both these objects are same, guys. Arun. Okay. Now if I give string C is equal to A. Okay, like this. Now everything will surround this thing, guys. Okay. If I say system.out.println A equal to B. Okay. And if I say system.out.println A equal to C, what will be the result, guys? What result can you expect? So here, guys, here using this equal to operator, the literal text won't be compared, guys. Into the variable A, Arun is stored. Arun string literal text is stored into the variable B, and again the same Arun string literal text is stored into the variable B. People will generally treat like A equal to B. It's true, right? Arun is equal to Arun, so they may expect true in this case, but this will not happen, guys. Okay. Here people think that they will get the result as true because this string literal text is equal to string literal text. But here we are using equal to operator, guys, which will not compare the string literals. It will compare the objects. Whether these two objects are same or not, it will compare. Since this is one object and this is another object, it will return in false, guys. Okay. We'll get the result as false. But coming to string C is equal to A, different thing will happen, guys. You are here, whatever the object that A is referring to will be assigned to the C. That means C and A will be referring to the same object. since we are comparing object here, this equal to operator will compare objects, and since C and A are referring to the same object, this will return true, guys. Okay, this will return true. This is how the things work, right? When you use equal to operator, guys. You see, as I expected, it's false. It looks like Arun is equal to true, but it's false, guys. Okay, we are getting the result as false because here A is referring to one object and B is referring to another object. Okay, and here C is equal to A means both this C and A are referring to the same object. That's why we got the result as true. So let me explain diagrammatically, guys. Okay. So step by step, let me explain. If I say string A is equal to new string of Arun, okay, when this first statement got executed here, okay, it will create an object, guys. Okay, this statement will create this new keyword here will create an object for this string class. Okay, so let's say this is a computer memory, and inside that computer memory, okay, inside the computer memory, when that particular statement got executed, this first statement got executed, okay, so an object will be created by this new operator. Okay, an object got created in the memory. This is nothing but object one. Let's say object one, guys, one object. And what will be stored in this object, guys? In this object, this string literal text will be stored. Okay, the string literal text, that is Arun, is stored in this object memory that it got created in this computer memory. And what is the variable that will be referring to this object? Here A is the object reference, guys. A will be referring to this. Here A will be to this object. We'll be using A, guys. A is the object reference, or it will be referring to this object one. That's fine. Now the statement one is done. The object got created, and this text got stored into that object memory, and then A was referring to that object. That's fine. Okay. Now the next step, that is step B, is equal to new string. Here new will create another object. Okay, a different object will be created here, guys. So here another object got created. This is object 2, guys. This is not object 1, this is object 2. And in this object 2 also, the same Arun string literal text will be stored. But this is a different object. Okay. Initially object 1. Now it's another object, guys. That is object 2. Okay. And to this object 2, which variable is referring to, guys? To this object 2, the variable B is referring to. Okay. So variable B will refer to another object, that is object 2, which has the same string literal text though. Now, guys, that is also done. Now the third statement will be executed that says C is equal to A. Here A is referring to this object 1. So this object, when I say string C is equal to A, what will actually happen in this statement is whatever the object that A is referring to will be assigned to the variable C, guys. So what happens here is C will also refer to the same object that A is referring to, because I said here string C is equal to A. Whatever the object that A is referring to, now C will also refer to the same object. That will happen. Now, guys, here I am comparing A equal to B. A is referring to one object and B is referring to another object. These both objects are different. So what will be the result, guys? False. Here equal to operator will not compare the string literal text, even though the first object Arun string literal text is there and the second object Arun string literal text. When I say A equal to operator B, then these two string literals will not be compared. Instead, these objects will be compared. This object has some other memory address. Okay, this object has different address, so these two addresses of this different objects will be compared, and it will result in, since they both are different, the address of the object one is different from the object of address of object to which B is referring to. Okay, A is referring to one object which has different address from the object that B is referring to, which has a different address. When you compare A equal to operator B, then the addresses of these different objects will not match, and it will result in like this false case. Okay, but when I say A equal to C, so here also when I say A equal to operator C, what will happen here is, guys, here A and B are referring to the same object. So the address of this object one is the address of the object one that A is referring to is same as the object address of the object one that the variable C is also referring. Both the variables are referring to the same object. So address is going to be same. Okay, that's the reason, guys. This will result in true. Okay, here addresses of the different objects here same. Both the objects are same, guys. Here A and C are referring to the same object. So the address will be same, so it will result in true. Here objects are compared. A is referring to one object and B is referring to another object. So both objects are not same and the address of these objects will not be same. When it's compared, that will result in false. This is how guys equal to operator works. Okay. This is how the equal to operator works, guys. It will not compare the string literal text. It will compare the addresses of the objects to which these variables are referring to. These object references are referring to. Now what if guys, okay, I replace this equal to operator with equals method. A dot equals, and inside that I will provide this variable b. Okay, a dot equals b. Here also a dot equals c. What will happen here? What will be the result, guys? Here I am using equals method, guys. As I already explained, equals method belongs to the string class used for comparing the string literal text. Here, when you compare a dot equals b, the string literal text of a will be compared with the string literal text of b. So Arun, both are same. So it will result in true, guys. This is how things should work, right? We generally compare string to text whether the string literal text are same or not. That's why we have to use equals method, guys. We should not be using equal to, okay, operator. We should not be using equal to operator. We have to use equals method because it actually compares the string literal text of the different strings. Now coming to the a dot equals c also, same thing will happen, guys. Okay. So both are referring to the same object and they have the same string literal text. C is having the string literal text as Arun. A is also having the string literal text as Arun. Okay. A and B, every variable here has a string literal text Arun. So what will happen is all the results will be true here. Okay. Here string literal text will be compared when you use equals method, guys. So you'll get both the results as true. So this is how, guys, this is the difference, guys. Hope you understood what is the difference between the equal to operator and equals method in a string class. So equals to operator will compare the objects, okay, whereas equals method of string class will compare the string literal text. That is the difference, guys. Okay, as I practically demonstrated it to you in this video session. So guys, that's it about the difference between the equal to operator and equals method of string class in comparing two strings. So in the next video session, I will explain another method of string class, that is equals ignore case method. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 96 of Java for Tester series, that is equals ignore case method of string class. String class in Java has different methods. And there is a method known as equals ignore case. This equals ignore case method is one of the string class methods. String class has different methods and this equals ignore case is one of them. And similar to equals ignore case, we also have another method known as equals method, which I have already explained as part of one of the previous videos. Okay, in one of the previous videos, I already covered how to use equals method. The current video, I am going to explain how to use equals ignore case method. Okay, but why I'm taking this equals method when I have to explain equals ignore case here? Because you can understand equals ignore case properly when I compare that with the equals method, which I have previously explained. So let's get started with this equals ignore case method understanding. Okay, so both these methods belong to the string class, guys. Okay, equals method belongs to the string class and equals ignore case also belong to the string class. Okay, these are the common things they have. And another common thing that equals method and equals ignore have is the purpose of the equals method, as explained in one of the previous videos, is to compare two string literals. Okay, the purpose of this equals method is to compare two string literals either directly or by storing them into the variables and then comparing. Anything is fine. Now coming to the equals ignore case, it also does the same thing. Its purpose is also to compare two string literals. Okay, it's to come equals method is to compare two string literals and equals ignore case is also to compare two string literals. But what is the difference? What is the difference? The difference here is equals method is case sensitive. Okay, but equals ignore case will ignore the case while comparison. So that's how they are different, guys. This is a major difference between these two methods. While equals method is case sensitive, equals ignore cases will ignore the case while comparing. Okay. For example, I have two string literals. One of the string literal is like Arun. Another string literal is like this. Okay. As you can see, there is a difference, guys, right? Here capital A is there, here small letter A is there in different literals. When you compare these two things, Arun and Arun having the capital A and another Arun having the small letter A, when you compare that using this equals method, since this equals method is case sensitive, it will return false, guys. It will treat these two string literals as different because one of the string literal has capital A and another string literal has a small a. But coming to the equals ignore case, if you take up the same example, guys, if you take up, okay, you take up the same example, it will result in true, guys. The reason here is it equals ignore case will ignore the case. Here capital A or small a will be treated as same. Okay, it's not case sensitive. It will be treated as same. Okay, it will treat as same. So now you hope you understood like how this equals and equals ignore case are different from each other, and as part of this comparison, you should be in a position to understand how equals ignore case will be able to ignore the case and then result such kind of results as true when only the letters are in capital and small. The difference is like capital and small letters. So such kind of differences are ignored by the equals ignore case method of string class. So let me practically demonstrate the same to you guys. So I'll create a string A is equal to, okay. In string A, I'll give something like capital A Arun, and in the string B, I'll give small a Arun, okay, like this, small case A Arun, okay. Now if I say system.out.println a dot, I'll use the old method, guys, that is equals method, which is case sensitive. Okay, first I will show you how this equals method will work in this case. Here Arun and Arun both are same, but only the capital letter and small letter, that is the difference. So the equals method is case sensitive and it will treat these two literals as different, so it will result in false case. Okay, this is different from this as per the equals method because it is case sensitive. You'll get the result as false. Let's see. Let's run this and see whether we are getting the result as false or not. You'll get the result definitely as false, guys. And the other one is system.out.println. The current session method, guys, that is equals ignore case method. So let's see how this behaves differently. A dot equals ignore case and then B. Okay. So when you compare this one with this one, okay, capital A and small a both are different, but still equals ignore case will ignore the case and will treat this both the string literals as equal, guys. It will result in true. Okay, it will result in true. Let's run this and see whether we are getting the result as true when I use equals ignore case, whether it has really ignored the case or not. If it has really ignored the case, it will result the result as true. Okay, we got the result as true. So this is how, guys, equals method and equals ignore case has a difference, that is equals method is case sensitive, whereas equals ignore case will ignore the case while comparing the two string literals. So that's all about the equals ignore case string method of string class in Java, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain another method of the string class, that is length method. Okay. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 97 of Java for Tester series, that is length method of string class. String class in Java has different methods. String class in Java has different methods, and there is a method known as length, which is one of them, guys. Okay, this length method is one of the methods of all the methods of the string class in Java. So what is the purpose of this length method of the string class? The purpose of this method is to when you use this method, guys, when you use this method with some string literals, when you use this length method with the string literals, okay, it will get you it will return the size or length of the literal text. Okay, it will return the size or length of the literal text, guys. That is the purpose. Okay, the purpose of using this length method of string class in Java is to return the size or length of the string literal text. Fine. Let me practically show you so that you can understand it well. So let's create a string variable. Okay, let's define a variable with a string class and assign with this variable with some string literal text. I'll assign with simple text like Arun here. And now if I say system.out.println and I'll use this variable guys a dot. Okay, if I say a dot and say length. Okay, length is the one of the method of the string class guys. You see string class. So when I say a dot length, so the string literal text that is stored into this variable a will be retrieved. Okay, by this length. So how this length will work is like it will calculate something like this: a 1, 2, 3, 4. So what is the size or length of the string literal text guys? That will be returned by this length method of the string class. So here 4 will be printed guys. When I say a dot length, it will return you the 4. You see when it return type is integer, so it is returning 4. Right click, run as Java application. You see 4 got printed. What if I give some other thing like thing b is equal to, okay, I'll give my full name with a space between. So my question here is, will this space be considered as the length or not? Okay, or only the letters will be counted for the length? Answer is everything will be counted guys. A is 1, 2, 3, 4. Space is also counted guys. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So completely 12. Okay. So 11 characters and 1 space. Space is also considered as a kind of length of the string guys. So complete 12 will be printed if you print it. System.out.println. If I say b dot length, okay, this b where this Arun Motori got stored dot length. Okay. So it should return you this 12 guys. This statement should return you to 12. So let's run this and see whether the 12 got printed or not. You see the 12 got printed as expected guys. 12 got printed as expected. Now another thing, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create another string guys. String c is equal to, here intentionally I'll give some space at the beginning of the string guys. Okay, before starting itself I am giving some text space. I am giving Arun again space and Motori again space I am giving. You see before this string literal text, before this a is coming, I given some space, and after, between these two words also I given some space. After this word also some space has been given. Now if I say system.out.println c dot length, okay, if I say c dot length, so what should be the result guys? This space should be counted or not? The space should be counted guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and finally with space 14. So complete 14. So before spaces, after spaces, in between spaces, everything will be counted as part of this length or size of the this string literal text. Okay. Now here 14 should be printed guys. Okay. When I print this, 14 should be printed here. Let's run this and see whether we are getting the expected result or not. See 14 got printed. Okay, 14 got printed. So this is how guys length method of string class gives you the length or size of the given string literal text. Okay, which includes the spaces before, between, and after the words in that string literal text. So that's it guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the difference between the length and length variable and length method. Okay, length is a predefined variable and this length method is also predefined method. Okay, what's the difference between these two things? I'll explain as part of the next video session. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 98 of Java for Tester series. That is difference between length and length. That is length predefined variable and length predefined method. What is the difference? I am going to explain. So length predefined variable versus length predefined method. So what is the difference guys? What is the difference? I am going to explain now. So let me draw a line as a separation between this length predefined variable and length predefined method. Now let me provide the differences between this length predefined variable and length predefined method in Java. So length is a predefined variable, guys. This is the first difference, okay? Length is a predefined variable, whereas length method is a predefined method. One is a variable and one is a method, okay? That's the difference. This is a variable and this is a method. And length predefined variable belongs to arrays, guys. Okay, the purpose is to, we can use this length predefined variable with arrays, whereas we have to use this length predefined method with strings. Okay, we have to use this length predefined method with the strings. So the purpose of this length predefined variable is to return the size or length of the given array. Okay, it will return the size or length of the array, guys. Okay, so length, I have already explained length predefined variable in one of the previous videos where I have explained the arrays concept. So there we have used length predefined variable which will return the size or length of the given array, whereas this length predefined method which belongs to the string class will return the size or length of the given string literal text. Okay, it will return the size or length of the string literal text because this length predefined method belongs to a string class, whereas length predefined variable belongs to the arrays. Okay, so why I'm explaining, why I'm comparing this length predefined variable with the length predefined method, why I have to compare, guys? Because in interviews people may ask you what's the difference between the length predefined variable and length predefined method. That's the reason, guys, you have to know all these things. Okay, so even though you know, you should be in a position to compare it, right? So length is a predefined variable and it can be used with arrays. It belongs to arrays and it will return the size or length of the given arrays. Whereas length predefined method, is a predefined method. It belongs to string class and it returns the size or length of the given string literal text. This is the difference, guys. Let me now show you practically. Okay. So let's create an array, guys. So how to create an array? Let's create a normal array like integer array. A is equal to, okay, in this array, I'll give some values 5, 8, 1, 3, 2, 6, okay, 7. I have given some, okay, numbers inside this array. Okay, there are different array elements available here. Now, how to find the size of this array? How to find the size of this array? To find the size of this array, we have to use, okay, let me print it out directly. System.out.println. If I say a dot length, length is a predefined variable which belongs to the array, guys, which will give you the size of the arrays. Okay, so this will give you the size of the array, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 should be printed, guys. Okay, when I run, right click, run as Java application, you see 7 will be printed. Now, guys, I will demonstrate another thing, that is length predefined method, which will give the return the size or length of the given string literal text. Let's create a string, guys. String b is equal to, use something like Arun Motori here. Okay, so now if I say system.out.println b dot length predefined method, guys. Okay, length predefined method belongs to string class in Java and its purpose is to return the size or length of the string literal text. So what is the size or length of the string literal text? 1, 2, 3, 4, including spaces, guys. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 should be printed, guys. Okay, when I run this, right click, run as Java application, it will return you 12. Okay, like this, guys, length predefined variable can be used with arrays to get the length or size of the arrays, and length predefined method can be used with the string literal text to return the size or length of the string literal text. Okay, so that's the difference between the length predefined variable and length predefined method in Java, guys. So that's it. In the next video session, I'll explain trim method of string class in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 99 of Java for Tester series. That is trim method of string class in Java. In Java, there is something known as string class, and it has different methods, guys. String class has different methods. And there is one method known as trim method. There's one method known as trim method, and this trim method is one of these different methods of the string class in Java, guys. Okay, trim method is one of the methods in the string class of Java. So what is the purpose of this trim method? The purpose is to, okay, the purpose is to trim the string literal text. For example, guys, there is some text like this, string literal text. Generally, string literal text will be between the starting and ending double quotes like this, right? Let's say I have given lot of space, okay? I'll make it big like this, okay? Space I'll give, and then here the actual text will start, guys, okay? Let's say some words are there, and okay, this is the text. Let's say this is a string literal text, guys, and you see lot of text is there before, lot of spaces are there before this text starts, and lot of spaces are there after this text ends, right? This string literal text has a lot of spaces before and after the string literal text, and there is one space also in between the words, okay? And if I use this trim method with this string literal text like this, which has a lot of spaces before and after, this trim method will remove all the spaces, guys. Okay, before the text and after the text spaces will be removed, guys. After using this trim method with string literal text, this string literal text will become something like this. Okay, you see the spaces before the text and after the text got removed or trimmed using this trim method. Okay, the spaces between the words will be there like that only. You see there is a space between this Arun and Motori words that will not be replaced using the trim method, but that will not be removed by the trim method, but the space which comes before this text and the space which comes after the text will be trimmed by using the trim method. Okay, you may face some situations where you'll get such kind of literals, guys, and you want to convert such kind of literal to this kind of literals which doesn't have any spaces before and after. In such cases, we go with the trim method of string class in Java, guys. Okay, let me show you practically how this happens. Okay, let's say string a is equal to, just give a lot of space before this text starts, guys, and after the text ends also, just give a lot of space like this. Okay, now this is a string literal text which is having a lot of spaces before the text and after the text in the string literal text, guys. Now if I find the length of this, okay, if I say a dot length, what will happen, guys? This will give me the size of this, size or length of the string literal text, including the spaces. It will count, guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3, like that. Okay, till here, whatever the size is there or length is there, it will be printed. Right click, run as Java application. You see, 95 is the size. Now I will trim this string literal text. How to trim this? I want to trim this string literal text. I'll copy this and say dot trim. Okay, dot trim. If I say, okay, this string literal text I'm trimming, guys. Okay, the same string literal text having the spaces before and after I'm trimming, and I will store into this another variable string b. This result into b. Okay, or instead of providing the same string literal text, you can just do something else. That is, you can directly give a. Okay, that is a dot trim. You can say, sorry, a dot trim. Okay, what is a dot trim? A dot trim is nothing but the string literal text having the spaces before and after the text dot trim. So this trim method will return your string, guys, after trimming. This string literal text will be trimmed. That is, the spaces before the text and after the text will be removed or trimmed by this trim method, and the finalized, okay, after trimmed string literal text will be stored into the b. Now, if I system.out.println, if I say b dot length, okay, I'll get another result here. Sorry, b dot length. Okay, if I run this, you will see you will get a different result. That is, after trimming, the size will be reduced, right? You see 12. After trimming, the string literal text became, the size of this text became 12, guys. That is only this part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So without this before spaces and after spaces, the size is 12, guys. So we got that 12 here. Okay, that is after trimming, the size became 12. So when you print also, okay, if you print this A, you'll understand it will print with spaces, guys. If I print A here, and afterwards, if I print after trimming, if I print B here, okay, B is nothing but after trimming the text. Okay, so you will see the difference, guys. Before trimming and after trimming, you will see the result. You see, so before trimming, this is the part. Okay, there is a lot of space before this text, and this also got printed. The space after the text also got printed, guys. Before the text and after the text, spaces got printed. But after trimming, this is the text. Okay, this is a string literal text after trimming, guys. That is space before this text and after this text got removed or trimmed by this using this trim method. Okay, so trim is one of the methods of the string class using which we can trim the spaces before the text and after the text in the string literals. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain another method of string class, that is substring method. Okay? Another method of string class in Java, that is substring method. I'm going to explain as part of the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 100 of Java for tester series, that is substring method of string class. So string class in Java has different methods, and the method that is substring is one of them. Substring is one of the methods which belongs to this string class in Java, guys. So what is the purpose of using this substring method? So the purpose of using this substring method is to extract, okay, or retrieve the portion from the actual string text. Okay. So if you want to retrieve a portion of text from the actual string text, then we have to use a method known as substring method of string class in Java. So let's say, let me give an example here. This is a string literal, guys. Let's say this is a string literal. Okay, this is a string literal, let's say, and from this entire string literal text, I want to retrieve only this particular text. Okay, I want to only retrieve this text from this entire string literal text. I want to retrieve only this text or this text. Okay, some portion of the text I want to retrieve from this entire text, guys. For that, I have to use a method known as substring, which belongs to this string class in Java, guys. So let me show you practically, guys. Okay, so let me show you practically. There are two ways you can use substring, guys. Okay, there are two ways you can use substring. That is, one way is like you can use substring with starting index. Okay, you can only provide the starting index, only one index you can provide, and another substring where you can provide both start index and end index, both. Okay, end index. There are two versions, guys. The two ways you can use the substring, only by providing the starting index, or you can use substring by providing both starting index and ending index. So let me show you practically so that you can understand how to use substring for retrieving a portion of text from this entire string literal text. So let me create a string. A is equal to, if I give something like Arun Motori here, okay. Now from this entire string literal text, I want to retrieve only some portion of the text. So I will have to use something like substring, guys. Okay, if I use system.out.println a dot some substring, I can use substring method of string class. You can see there are two versions of substring. One is with only begin index. Other substring is having both begin index and end index. Let me use the begin index. Okay, let me provide the begin index. Let's say index starts with 0. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, like that. 4, and yeah, by the time m comes, it is 5, guys. Okay, let's, if I give the this begin index as 5 here. Okay, a dot substring of 5. What will happen is, from this entire string literal text, it will first go to the index 5, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Starting from m, it will print the remaining text, guys. Okay, a dot substring start from the index, starting index as 5. So from the index 5, it will retrieve all the text. Okay, so this will print from index 5 means this m, guys. Okay, from here to here it will print. So this will be printed in the output. Run this, right click, run as Java application. Observe that Motori got printed in the output. Same way, if I can use substring in a different way. Okay, the second version, that is substring starting index, end index, I can give. So here I will say a dot substring. Here starting index and end index, begin index, end index. Second version, I will have to provide two indexes. Okay, the first index I will give as 0, guys. Okay, I will start from 0, that is a. I'll give the begin index as 0, and end index I want to take it till n, guys. Okay, a or un I want to retrieve. This portion of text I want to retrieve from this entire text. So starting index I have to give is 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 will be enough. But here, guys, end index is end index. If you give 3 here, guys, 3 minus 1 will happen. Okay, it will consider as 0 and 2. Okay, if you give 4, it will consider as 4 minus 1, 3, guys. Okay, you have to give one number extra here, guys. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, up to 3 only, but you have to add one number to 3 and then make it 4, guys. Okay, 0 to 4 you have to give. This 4, what this substring will do is 0, it will be like that only, but 4 minus 1 is 3, 0 to 3, 0, 1, 2, 3 will be considered. Okay, you have to give end index minus 1 will happen, guys. So you have to give an extra number 4 so that this 4 letters will be retrieved. So when I run this, okay, when I run this, right click, run as Java application. You see, whatever we are expecting, that is getting printed. Okay, 0th index 0, 1, 2, 3. This 4 means 4 letters, guys. Here it's not index here, it's kind of letters here. Okay, so you have to give 4 here. If you treat it as index, if you give 3, guys, because n is 3, guys, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, if you give 3 here, it will not give you the proper result. Okay, if you run as, you see ARU will be printed, n is not coming because minus 1 will happen. If you give 4, it will be minus 1. Okay, so 4 letters, 4 means 4 letters here, just consider that. Okay, index 0, start from index 0 and 4 letters, 1, 2, 3, 4 letters, like that. Okay, fine. So this is how, guys, we have to use substring method of string class in Java for retrieving the portion of the text from this entire string literal text. So that's it about the substring string class method in Java, guys. In the next video session, I will explain the next method of string class, that is index of method. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye.